Section 11 of The Life of Frances Power Cobbe, as told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Long Journey, Part 2. It took 6 hours of hard riding in a bitter wind to carry me from Zachley to Baalbek, but anticipation bore me on wings, and to beguile the way, I repeated to myself, as my good memory permitted, the whole of Moore's poem of Paradise and the Peri, culminating in the scene which the Peri beheld when o'er the vale of Baalbek winging. In vain, however, I cross-questioned Hassan. We talked Italian tant bien que mal about Peris. He had never heard of such beings, but of jinns in general he knew only too much, and notably that they had built the vast ruins of Baalbek, which no mortal hands could have raised, and that to the present time they haunt them so constantly and in such terrific shape that it is very perilous for anybody to go there alone, and quite impossible to do so after nightfall. I had reason to bless this belief in the jinns of Baalbek, for it left me the undisturbed solitary enjoyment of the mighty enclosure within the Saracenic walls for the best part of 2 days, unvexed by the inquisitive presence or observation of the population of the Arab village outside. To pitch my tent among the ruins, however, was more than I could bring Hassan to do by any cajoling, and I consented finally to sleep in a small cabin, consisting of a single chamber of which I could lock the door inside. When I prepared for sleep on the hard cotton cushions laid over a stone bench, and with the 2 unglazed windows admitting volumes of cold air, I was frightened to find I had every symptom of approaching fever. Into what an awful position, I reflected, had I put myself, with no one but that old Turk, Hassan, and the Arab from whom I had hired this little house for the night, to take care of me should I have a real bad fever, and be kept there between life and death for weeks. Reflecting what I could possibly do to avert the danger, brought on, of course, by cold and fatigue, I took from my bag the half-bottle of raki, a very pure spirit made from rice, which my travelling friends had brought from the monastery at Mar Sabah and had kindly shared with me, and to a large dose of this I was able to add some hot water from a sort of coffee pot, left, by good luck, in the yet warm brazier of charcoal in the middle of my room. I drank my raki toddy to the last drop, and then slept the sleep of the just, to awaken quite well the next morning. And if any of my teetotal friends think I did wrong to take it, I beg entirely to differ from them on the subject. The days which I spent in and around Baalbek were more than repayment for the fatigues and perils of the passage of sainted Lebanon, whose famous cedars, by the way, I was unable to visit, the region where they stand being at that season too deeply covered with snow. Here is a description I gave of Baalbek to Harriet Salinger just after my visit. I had 2 wonderful days indeed in Baalbek. The number of the vast solitary ruins exceeded all my anticipations, and their grandeur impresses one as no remains less completely isolated can do. Imagine a space about that of Newbridge Garden, surrounded by enormous Saracenic walls, with a sweet, bright brook running round it, and then left to entire solitude. A few cattle browse on the short grass, and now and then, I suppose, someone enters by one or other of the different gaps in the wall to look after them, but in the temple of Jupiter, shut in by its great walls, to which the displacement of a single stone makes now the sole entrance, no one ever enters. The fear of jinns renders the place even doubly alarming. Among the most awful things in Baalbek are stupendous subterranean tunnels running in various directions under the ruined city. I groped through several of them. They opened out with great doorways into others which, having no light, I would not explore, but which seemed abysses of awe. The stones of all these works are enormous. Those 5 or 6 and 12 or 15 feet long are among the smallest. In the temple were some which I could not span with 5 extensions of my arms, i.e., something like 30 feet, but there are still larger elsewhere among the ruins. The shafts of the columns of the 2 temples, the 6 left standing of the great temple of the sun, which stand sublime, casting their shadows from on high, like dials which the wizard Time had raised to count his ages by. And those of the hypaethral temple of Zeus, of which only a few have fallen, are alike miracles of size and perfection of moulding. The fragments of palaces reveal magnificence unparalleled. All these enormous edifices are wrought with such lavish luxuriance of imagination, such perfection of detail in harmony with the luscious Corinthian style which pervades the whole, that the idea of the Arabs that they are the work not of men but of genii seemed quite natural. I recalled that Vitruvius, who wrote about the time in which the best of these temples was erected, said of the methods by which, in his day, the largest stones were moved from quarries and lifted to their places, but I failed to comprehend how the colossal work was achieved here. Passing out of the great ruined gateway, I came to vast square and hexagonal courts with walls forming exedrae, loaded with profusion of ornaments, columns, entablatures, niches, and seats overhung with carvings of garlands of flowers and the wings of fanciful creatures. Streets, gateways, and palaces, hardly distinguishable in their ruin, follow on beyond the courts and portico. I climbed up a shattered stair to the summit of the Saracenic wall, and felt a sort of shock to behold the living world below me, the glittering brook, the almond trees in blossom, and anti-Lebanon beyond. Here I caught sight of the well-known, exquisite little circular temple with its colonnade of 6 Corinthian columns, of which the architraves are recurved inwards from column to column. If I am not mistaken, a reproduction of this lovely little building was set up in Kew Gardens in the last century. Last of all I returned to the Temple of Zeus, or of Baal as it is sometimes called, to spend there in secure solitude, except for the jinns, the closing hours of that long, rich day. The large walls are almost perfect. The colonnades of enormous pillars are mostly still standing. From the inner portal, with its magnificent lintel half fallen from its place, the view is probably the finest of any fane of the ancient world, and was to me impressive beyond description. Even the spot where the statue of the god has stood can easily be traced. A great stone lying overturned on the pavement was doubtless the pedestal. I remained for hours in this temple, sometimes feebly trying to sketch what I saw, sometimes lost in ponderings on the faiths and worships of the past and present. A hawk, which probably had never before found a human visitor at eventide in that weird place, came swooping over me, then gave a wild shriek and flew away. A little later the moon rose over the walls. The calm and silence and beauty of that scene can never be forgotten. I was unable to pursue my journey to Damascus as I had designed. The muleteer, with all my baggage, contrived to miss us on the road among the hills in anti-Lebanon, and eventually, after another visit to the ruins and to the quarries from which the vast stones were taken, I rode back to Zakli and thence, a 2 days' ride, over Lebanon to Beirut. I remained a few days at the hotel which then existed a mile from the town, while I waited for the steamer to take me to Athens, and much enjoyed the lovely scene of rich mulberry and almond gardens beside the shell-strewn strand, with snowy Lebanon behind, towering over the fir woods into the deep blue sky. The Syrian peasant women are sweet, courteous creatures. One day, as I sat under a cactus hedge reading Shelley, a pretty young mother came by, and after interchanging a peace be with you, proceeded unhesitatingly and without a word of explanation to deposit her baby, Mustafa by name, in my lap. I was very willing to nurse Mustafa, and we made friends at once as easily as his mother had done, and my heart was the better for the encounter. After I had paid off Hassan and settled my account at the hotel, I found my financial condition exceedingly bad. I had just enough cash remaining to carry me, omitting a few meals, by second-class passage to Athens, which was the nearest place where I had opened a credit from my bankers, or where I had any introductions. There was nothing for it but to take a second-class place on board the Austrian Lloyd steamer L'Imperatrice, though it was not a pleasant arrangement, seeing that there was no other woman passenger, and no stewardess on the ship at all. Nevertheless, this was just one of the cases in which knocking about the world brought me favorable experience of human nature. The captain of the Imperatrice, an Italian gentleman, did his utmost, with extreme delicacy and good taste, to make my position comfortable. He ordered his own dinner to be served in the second cabin, that he might preside at the table instead of one of his subordinates, and during the day he came often to see that I was well placed and shaded on deck, and to interchange a little pleasant talk without intrusion. It is truly one of the silliest of the many silly things in the education of women that we are taught little or nothing about the simplest matters of banking and stock and share buying and selling. I, who had always had money in abundance given me straight into my hand, knew absolutely nothing, when my father's death left me to arrange my affairs, how such business is done, how shares are bought and sold, how credits are open at corresponding bankers, how even to draw a check. It all seemed to me a most perilous matter, and I feared that I might, in those remote regions, come to grief any day by the refusal of some local banker to honor my checks, or by the neglect of my London bankers to bespeak credit for me. My means were so narrow, and I had so little experience of the expenses of living and traveling, that I was greatly exercised as to my small concerns. I brought with me, generally tied by a string round my neck and concealed, a very valuable diamond ring to sell in case I came to real disaster, but it had been constantly worn by my mother, and I felt at Beirut that sooner than sell it I would live on short commons for much more than a week. One day of our voyage I spent at Cyprus, where I admired the ancient church of San Lazzaro, half mosque, half church, and said to be the final grave of Lazarus. I had visited his supposed temporary one in Bethany. Another day I landed at Rhodes, and was able to see the ruined street which bears over each house the arms of the knight to whom it belonged. At the upper end of the way are still visible the arch and shattered relics of their church. Writing to Miss Salinger, March 28th, I described my environment thus: Dearest Harriet, behold me seated, à la Turque, close to a party of Moslem gentlemen who alternately smoke and say their prayers all day long. We are steaming up through the lovely Isles of Greece, having left Rhodes this morning and Kos an hour ago. As we pass each wild cape and green shore, I take up a certain opera glass with H.S. on the top of the box, and wish very much I could see through it the dear kind eyes that used it once. They would be pleasanter to see than all these scenes, glorious as they are. The sun is going down into the calm blue sea, and throwing purple lights already on the countless islands through which the vessel winds its way. White seagulls follow us, and beautiful little quaint-sailed boats appear every now and then round the islands. The peculiar beauty of this famous passage is derived, however, from the bold and varied outline of the islands and the adjoining coast of Asia Minor. From little rocks not larger than the ship itself, up to large provinces with extensive towns like Kos, there is an endless variety and boldness of form. Ireland's eye magnified to twice the height is, I should say, the commonest type. In some almost inaccessible cliffs one sees hermitages, in others convents. I shall post this at Smyrna. As the Imperatrice stopped 2 or 3 times in the magnificent harbor of Smyrna, I had good opportunity to land and make my way to the scene of Polycarp's martyrdom amid the colossal cypresses which outdo all those of Italy except the quincentenarians in the Giusti garden in Verona. It was Easter, and a ridiculous incident occurred on the Saturday. I was busy writing in the cabin of the Imperatrice at midday, when, subito, there were explosions in our vessel and in 100 other vessels in the harbor, again and again and again, as if a battle of Trafalgar were going on all round. I rushed on the deck and found the steward standing calm and cheerful amid the terrific noise and smoke. "For God's sake, what has happened?" I cried, breathless. "Nothing, signora, nothing. It is the royal salute all the ships are firing of 21 guns." "In honor of whom?" I asked, somewhat less alarmed. "Iddio, signora, Gesù Cristo, sicuro. È il momento della resurrezione, si sa." "Oh, no," I said, "not on Saturday. It was on Sunday, you know." Che, dicono forse così I protestanti? Sappiamo noi altri che era il sabato." I never got to the bottom of this mystery, but can testify that at Smyrna in 1858 there were many scores of these royal salutes on Holy Saturday at noon in honor of the resurrection. It was one of the brightest hours of my happy life, that on which I stood on the deck of our ship at sunrise and passed under Sunium's marble steep, and knew that I was approaching Athens. As we steamed up the gulf, the red clouds flamed over Parnus and Hymettus and lighted up the hills of Peloponnesus. The bright blue waves were dancing under our prow, and I could see over them far away the rocky brow which looks over sea-born Salamis, where Xerxes sat on his silver-footed throne on such a morn as this. Above, to our right, over the olive woods with the rising sun behind it, like a crowned hill was the Acropolis of Athens and the Parthenon upon it. Very soon I had landed at the Piraeus and had engaged a carriage, there was no railway then, to take me to Athens. The drive was enchanting, between olive groves and vineyards, and with the temple of Theseus and the buildings on the Acropolis coming into view as I approached Athens, till I was beside myself with delight and excitement. The first thing to do was to drive to the private house of the banker to whom I was recommended, to arouse the poor old gentleman, nothing loath apparently to do business, even at 7 o'clock, to draw 50 sovereigns, and then to go to the French Hotel, choose a room with a fine view of the Parthenon, and to say to the master, "Send me the very best déjeuner you can provide, and a bottle of Samian wine, and let this letter be taken to Mr. Finlay." That breakfast, with that view, was a feast of the gods after my many abstinencies, though I nearly dashed down the cup of Samian wine, not in patriotic despair for Greece, but because it was so abominably bad that no poetry could have been made out of it by Anacreon himself. Hardly had I finished my meal when Mr. Finlay appeared at my door, having hurried with infinite kindness to welcome me, and do honor to the introduction of his cousin, my dear sister-in-law. "I put myself," said he, "at your orders for the day. We will go wherever you please." It would be unfair to inflict on the reader a detailed account of all I saw at Athens under the admirable guidance of Mr. Finlay during a week of intensest enjoyment. Mr. Finlay, it can scarcely yet be forgotten, went out to Greece a few weeks or months before Byron, and fought with him and after him through the War of Independence. After this, having married a beautiful Armenian lady, he bought much land in Euboea, built himself a handsome house in Athens, and lived there for the rest of his life, writing his great history, in 5 volumes, of Greece under foreign domination, making a magnificent collection of coins, and acting for many years as the Times correspondent at Athens. He was not only a highly erudite archaeologist, but an enthusiast for the land of his adoption and all its triumphs of art; in short, the best of all possible ciceroni. I was fortunately not wholly unprepared to profit by his learned expositions and delicate observation on the architecture of the glorious ruins, for I had made copies of prints of all at Athens and elsewhere in Greece, with ground plans and restorations, and notes of everything I could learn about them, many years before, when I was wont to amuse myself with drawing while my mother read to me. I found that I knew beforehand nearly exactly what remained of the Parthenon, and the Erechtheum, and the Temple of Victory, the Propylaeum on the Acropolis, and the Theseum below, and it was of the intensest interest to me to learn, under Mr. Finlay's guidance, precisely where the Elgin marbles had stood, and to note the extraordinary fact, on which he insisted much, that there is not a single straight line in the whole Parthenon. Everything, down to single stones in the entablatures and friezes, is curved, in some cases, he felt assured, after they had been placed in situ. The extreme entasis of the columns and the great pyramidal inclination of the whole building were most noticeable when attention was once drawn to them. As we approached the majestic ruins of Adrian's Temple of Jupiter on the plains below, that enormous temple which had double rows of columns surrounding it, and quadruple rows in front and back of 10 columns each, I exclaimed, "Why, there ought to be 3 columns standing at that far angle." "Quite true," said Mr. Finlay. "One of them fell just 6 weeks ago." Since this visit of mine to Athens, a vast deal has been done to clear away the remains of the Turkish tower and other barbaric buildings which obstructed and desecrated the summit of the Acropolis, and the fortunate visitor may now see the whole propylaeum and all the spaces open and free, beside examining the very numerous statues and bas-reliefs, some quaintly archaic, some of the best age and splendidly beautiful, which have been dug out in recent years in Greece. I envy every visitor to Athens now, but console myself by procuring photographs of all the finds from those excellent artists, Tomiades brothers. Mr. Finlay spoke much of Byron in answer to my questions, and described him as a most singular combination of romance and astuteness. The Greeks imagined that a man capable of such enthusiasm as to go to war for their enfranchisement must have a rather soft head as well as warm heart, but they were much mistaken when they tried, in their simplicity, to exploiter him in matters of finance. There were self-devoted and disinterested patriots, but there were also, as was inevitable, among the insurgents many others who had a sharp eye to their own financial and political schemes. Byron saw through these men, Mr. Finlay said, with astounding quickness, and never allowed them to guide or get the better of him in any negotiation. About money matters, he considered he was inclined to be close-fisted. This was an opinion strongly confirmed to me some months later by Walter Savage Landor, who repeatedly remarked that Byron's behavior in several occurrences, while in Italy, was far from liberal, and that, luxuriously as he chose to live, he was by no means ready to pay freely for his luxury. Shelley, on the contrary, though he lived most simply, and was always hard pressed for money by William Godwin, who Fanny Kemble delightfully described to me, apropos of Dowden's Memoirs, as one of those greatly gifted and greatly borrowing people, was punctilious to the last degree in paying his debts, and even those of his friends. There was a story of a boat purchased by both Byron and Shelley, which I cannot trust my memory to recall accurately as Mr. Landor told it to me, and which I do not exactly recognize in the Memoirs, but which certainly amounted to this: that Byron left Shelley to pay for their joint purchase, and that Shelley did so, though at the time he was in extreme straits for money. All the impressions, I may here remark, which I gathered at that time in Greece and Italy, 1858, where there were yet a few alive who personally knew both these great poets, was in favor of Shelley and against Byron. Talking over them many years afterwards with Mazzini, I was startled by the vehemence with which he pronounced his preference for Byron, as the one who had tried to put his sympathy with a struggling nation into practice, and had died in the noble attempt. This was natural enough on the part of the Italian patriot, but I think the vanity and tendency to pose, which formed so large a part of Byron's character, had probably more to do with this last acted canto of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage than Mazzini, who had no such foibles, was likely to understand. The following curious glimpse of Byron at Venice before he went to Greece occurs in an autograph letter in my possession by Mrs. Hemans to the late Miss Margaret Lloyd. It seems worth quoting here. Brunwilfa, 8th April, 1819. Your affection of Lord Byron will not be much increased by the description I am going to transcribe for you of his appearance and manners abroad. My sister, who is now at Venice, has sent me the following sketch of the Giaour. We were presented at the governor's, after which we went to a conversazione at Mademoiselle Benzoni's, where we saw Lord Byron, and now my curiosity is gratified, I have no wish ever to see him again. A more wretched, depraved-looking countenance it is impossible to imagine, his hair streaming almost down to his shoulders, and his whole appearance slovenly and even dirty. Still, there is a something which impels you to look at his face, although it inspires you with aversion, a something entirely different from any expression on any countenance I ever beheld before. His character, I hear, is worse than ever. Dreadful it must be, since everyone says he is the most dissipated person in Italy, exceeding even the Italians themselves. Shortly before my visit to Athens, an article or book by Mr. Trelawney had been published in England, in which that writer asserted that Byron's lame leg was a most portentous deformity, like the fleshless leg of a satyr. I mentioned this to Mr. Finlay, who laughed and said, "That reminds me of what Byron said of Trelawney. If we could but make Trelawney wash his hands and speak the truth, we might make a gentleman of him." Of course, continued Mr. Finlay, I saw Byron's leg scores of times, for we bathed together daily whenever we were near the sea or a river, and there was nothing wrong with the leg, only an ordinary and not very bad club foot. Among the interesting facts which Mr. Finlay gave me as the results of his historical researches in Greece was that a school of philosophy continued to be held in the groves of the Académie, through which we were walking at the moment, for 900 years from the time of Plato. A fine collection of gold and silver coins which he had made afforded, under his guidance, a sort of running commentary on the history of the Byzantine Empire. There were series of 3 or 4 reigns during which the coins became visibly worse and worse, till at last there was no silver in them at all, only base metal of some sort, and then, things having come to the worst, there was a revolution, a new dynasty, and a brand new and pure coinage. The kindness of this very able man and of his charming wife was not limited to playing cicerone to me. Nothing could exceed their hospitality. The first day I dined at their house, a party of agreeable and particularly fashionably dressed Greek ladies and gentlemen were assembled. As we waited for dinner, the door opened and a magnificent figure appeared, whom I naturally took for, at least, an Albanian chief, and prepared myself for an interesting presentation. He wore a short green velvet jacket, covered with gold embroidery, a crimson sash, an enormous white muslin kilt. I afterwards learned it contained 60 yards of muslin, and that the washing thereof is a function of the highest responsibility, and leggings of green and gold to match the jacket. One moment this splendid vision stood 6 feet high in the doorway, the next he bowed profoundly and pronounced the consecrated formula, "Madame est servie," and we went to dinner, where he waited admirably. Some year or two later, after I had published some records of my travels and sent them to Mr. Finlay, I received from him the following letter: Athens, 26th May. My dear Miss Cobbe, Baron von Schminthal sent me your letter of the 18th April with the cities of the past, yesterday, his baggage having been detained at Syria. This post brought me Fraser with a day at Athens with due regularity, and now accept my sincere thanks for both. I am ashamed of my neglect in not thanking you sooner for Fraser, but I did not know your address. I felt grateful for it, having been very, very often tired of days at Athens. It was a treat to meet so pleasant a day, and have another pleasant day recalled. Others to whom I lent Fraser told me the day was delightful. I had heard of your misfortune, but I hoped you had entirely recovered, and I regret to hear that you use crutches still. I too am weak and can walk little, but my complaint is old age. The Saturday Review has told me that you have poured some valuable thoughts into the river that flows through ages. Re degli altri, superbo, altero fiume. Solomon tried to couch its cataracts in vain. If you lived at Athens, you would hardly believe that a man can grow wiser by being made to think. It only makes him more wicked here in Greece. But the river of thought must be intended to fertilize the future. I wish I could send you some news that would interest or amuse you, but you may recollect that I live like a hermit, and come into contact with society chiefly in the matter of politics, which I cannot expect to render interesting to you, and which is anything but an amusing subject to me, I being one of the Greek landlords on whose head kings and national assemblies practice the art of shaving. Our revolution has done some good by clearing away old abuses, but the positive gain has been small. England sent us a boy king, and Denmark with him a Count Sponich, whom the Greeks not inaccurately call his alter Nemo. Still, though we are all very much dissatisfied, I fancy sometimes that fate has served Greece better than England, Denmark, or the National Assembly. The evils of this country were augmented by the devotion of the people to power and pelf. But devotion to nullity or its alter ego is a weak sentiment, and an empty treasury turns the devotion to pelf into useful channels. I was rather amused yesterday by learning that loyalty to King George has extended the commercial relations of the Greeks with the Turks. Greece has imported some boatloads of myrtle branches to make triumphal arches at Syra, where the king was expected yesterday. Queen Amalia disciplined King Otto's subjects to welcome him in this way. The idea of Greeks being green in anything, though it was only loyalty, amused her in those days. I suppose she knows now that they were not so green as their myrtles made them look. It is odd, however, to find that their outrageous loyalty succeeded in exterminating myrtle plants in the islands of the Aegean, and that they must now import their emblems of loyalty from the Sultan's dominions. If a new Venus rise out of the Grecian sea, she will have to swim over to the Turkish coast to hide herself in myrtles. There is a new fact for Lord Strangford's Oriental chaos. My wife desires to be most kindly remembered to you. Believe me, my dear Miss Cobbe, yours sincerely, George Finlay. I left Athens and my kind friends with great regret, and embarked at the Piraeus for Constantinople, but not before I had managed to secure a luxurious swim in one of the exquisite rocky coves along the coast near the tomb of Themistocles. Stamboul was rather a disappointment to me. The weather was cold and cloudy, and unfit to display the beauty of the Golden Horn, and I went about with a valet de place in a rather disheartened way to see the Dolmabahce Palace and a few other things accessible to me. The Scutari Hospital across the Bosphorus, where Miss Nightingale had worked only 4 years before, of course greatly attracted my interest. How much do all women owe to that brave heart who led them on so far on the road to their public duties, and who has paid for her marvelous achievements by just 40 years of invalidism? Those pages of Kinglake's history in which he pays tribute to her power, and compares her great administrative triumph in bringing order out of chaos with the miserable failures of the male officials who had brought about the disastrous muddle, ought to be quoted again and again by all the friends of women, and never suffered to drop into oblivion. Of course the reader will assume that I saw St. Sophia. But I did not do so, and to the last, I fear, I shall owe a little grudge to the people whose extraordinary behavior made me lose my sole opportunity of enjoying that most interesting sight. I told my valet de place to learn what parties of foreigners were going to obtain the needful firman for visiting the mosque, and to arrange for me, in the usual way, to join one of them, paying my share of the expense, which at that time amounted to £5. Some days were lost, and then I learned that there was only one party, consisting of American ladies and gentlemen, who were then intending to visit the place, and that for some reason their courier would not consent to my joining them. I thought it was some stupid imbroglio of servants wanting fees, and having the utmost confidence in American kindness and good manners, I called on the family in question at their hotel, and begged they would do me the favor to allow me to pay part of the £5, and to enter the doors of St. Sophia with them accordingly, at such time as might suit them. To my amazement, the gentlemen and ladies looked at each other, and then the gentleman spoke. "Oh, I leave all that to my courier." "In that case," I said, "I wish you good morning." It was a great bore for me, with my great love for architecture, to fail to see so unique a building, but I could not think of spending £5 on a firman myself, and had no choice but to relinquish the hope of entering, and merely walk round the mosque and peep in where it was possible to do so. I was well cursed in doing this by the old Turks for my presumption. Nemesis overtook these unmannerly people ere long, for they reached Florence a month after me, and found I had naturally told my tale of disappointment to the Brownings, whom they particularly desired to cultivate, the Somervilles, Trollops, and others, who had become my friends, and I believe they heard a good deal of the matter. Mrs. Browning, I know, frankly expressed her astonishment at their behavior, and Mrs. Somerville would have nothing to say to them. They sent me several messages of conciliation and apology, which, of course, I ignored. They had done a rude and unkind thing to an unknown and friendless woman. They were ready to make advances to one who had plenty of friends. It was the only case in all my experience of Americans in which I have found them wanting in either courtesy or kindness. I had intended to go from Constantinople via the Black Sea and the Danube to Vienna, and thence by the railway to Adelsberg and Trieste, but a cold, stormy March morning rendered that excursion far less tempting than a return to the sunny waters of Greece, and, as I had nobody to consult, I simply embarked on a different steamer from the one I had designed to take. At Syra, I think, I changed to the most luxurious and delightful vessel on which I have ever sailed, the Austrian Lloyd's Neptune, Captain Braun. It was splendidly equipped, even to a camera obscura on the deck, and every arrangement for luxurious baths and good food was perfect, and the old captain's attention and kindness to everyone extreme. I have still the picture of the Neptune, which he drew in my little sketch book for me. There were several very pleasant passengers on board, among others the Marquis of Headfort, nephew of our old neighbor at Newbridge, Mr. Taylor of Ardgilan, and Lady Headfort, who had gone through awful experiences in India when married to her first husband, Sir William Macnaghten. It was said that when Sir William was cut to pieces, she offered large rewards for the poor relics, and received them all except his head. Months afterwards, when she had returned to Calcutta and was expecting some ordinary box of clothes or the like, she opened a parcel hastily, and was suddenly confronted with a frightful spectacle of her husband's half-preserved head. Whether this story be true, I cannot say, but Lady Headfort made herself a most agreeable fellow passenger, and we sat up every night till the small hours telling ghost stories. At Corfu I paid a visit to my father's cousin, Lady Emily Cozaris, née Trench, whom I had known at Newbridge, and who welcomed me as a bit of Ireland fallen on her. Isle under Ionian skies, beautiful as a wreck of paradise. I seemed to be en pays de connaissance once more. After 2 days in Trieste, I went up by rail to Adelsberg, through the extraordinary district, geologically speaking, of Carniola, where the whole superficial area of the ground is perfectly barren, but honeycombed with circular holes of varying depths and size, and of the shape of inverted truncated cones, the bottoms of each being highly fertile and cultivated like gardens. The cavern of Adelsberg was to me one of the most fearsome places in the world. I cannot give any accurate description of it, for the sense of awe which always seizes me in the darkness and foul air of caverns and tunnels and pyramids renders me incapable of listening to details of heights and lengths. I wrote my recollections not long afterwards. There were long galleries and chambers and domes succeeding one another, as it seemed, forever. Sometimes narrow and low, compelling the visitors to bend and climb, sometimes so wide and lofty that the eye vainly sought to pierce the expanse. And through all the endless labyrinth appeared vaguely in the gloom the forms taken by the stalactites, now white as salt, now yellow and stained as if with age, representing to the fancy all conceivable objects of earth and sea, piled up in this cave as if in some vast lumber house of creation. It was chaos, when yet all things slept in darkness, waiting the fiat of existence. It was the final ruin when all things shall return to everlasting night, and man and all his works grow into stone, and lie buried beside the mammoth and the ichthyosaur. Here were temples and tombs, and vast dim faces, and giant forms lying prone and headless, and huge lions sleeping in dark dens, and white ghosts with phantom raiment flickering in the gloom. And through the caverns, amid all the forms of awe and wonder, rolled a river black as midnight, a deep and rapid river which broke here and there over the rocks, as in mockery of the sunny waterfalls of the woods, and gleamed for a moment, white and ghastly, then plunged lower, under the black arch, into caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. It is in this deadly river, which never reflects the light of day, that live those strange fleshy lizards without eyes, and seemingly without natural skin, hideous reptiles which have dwelt in darkness from unknown ages, till the organs of sight are effaced. Over this dismal Styx the traveller passes on further and further into the cavern, through seemingly endless corridors and vast cathedral aisles and halls without number. One of these large spaces is so enormous that it seemed as if St. Peter's whole church and dome could lie beneath it. The men who were with us scaled the walls, threw colored lights around and rockets up to the roof, and dimly revealed a stupendous expanse, an underground hall where Eblis and all his peers might hold the councils of hell. Further on yet, through more corridors, more chambers and aisles and domes, with the couchant lions and the altar tombs and the ghosts and the great white faces all around, and then into a cavern, more lately found than the rest, where the white and yellow marble took forms of screens and organ pipes and richest Gothic tracery of windows, the region where the genius of the cavern had made his royal oratory. It was all a great, dim, uneasy dream. Things were and were not. As in dreams we picture places and identify them with those of waking life in some strange, unreal identity, while in every particular they vary from the actual place, and as also in dreams we think we have beheld the same objects over and over again, while we only dream we see them, and go on wandering further and further, seeking for some unknown thing, and finding not that which we seek, but every other thing in existence, and pass through all manner of narrow doors and impenetrable screens, and men speak to us and we cannot hear them, and show us open graves holding dead corpses whose features we cannot discern, and all the world is dim and dark and full of doubt and dread. Even so is the cavern of Adelsberg. Returning to Trieste, I passed on to Venice, the beauty of which I learned, rather slowly perhaps, to feel by degrees, as I rode in my gondola from church to church, and from gallery to palace. The Austrians were then masters of the city, and it was no doubt German music which I heard for the first time at the church of the Scalzi, very finely performed. It was not seldom in the usual English style of sacred music. I dare say it was not strictly sacred music at all, perhaps quite a profane opera, but in the mood I was in it seemed to me to have a great sanctity of its own, to be a weekday song of heaven. This was one of the rare occasions in my life in which music has reached the deeper springs in me, and it affected me very much, I suppose as the daffodils did Wordsworth. Naturally, being again in a town and at a good hotel, I resumed better clothes than I had worn in my rough rides, and they were of course that year deep mourning with much crape on them. I imagine it must have been this English mourning apparel which provoked among the color-loving Venetians a strange display of heteropathy, that deep-seated animal instinct of hatred and anger against grief and suffering, the exact reverse of sympathy, which causes brutes and birds to gore and peck and slay their deceased and dying companions, and brutal men to trample on their weeping, starving wives. I was walking alone rather sadly, bent down over the shells on the beach of the Lido, comparing them in my mind to the old Venuses and Pectins and beautiful Pholuses which I used to collect on my father's long stretch of sandy shore in Ireland, when suddenly I found myself assailed with a shower of stones. Looking up, I saw a little crowd of women and boys jeering at me and pelting me with whatever they could pick up. Of course, they could not really hurt me, but after an effort or two at remonstrance, I was fain to give up my walk and return to my gondola and to Venice. Years afterwards, speaking of this incident to Gibson, he told me he had seen at Venice a much worse scene, for the victim was a poor helpless dog, which had somehow got into a position from whence it could not escape, and the miserable, hooting, laughing crowd deliberately stoned it to death. The dog looked from one to another of its persecutors as if appealing for mercy, and saying, "What have I done to deserve this?" But there was no mercy in those hard hearts. Ever since I sat on the spot where St. Stephen was stoned, I have felt that that particular form of death must have been one of the most morally trying and dreadful to the sufferer, and the most utterly destructive of the finer instincts in those who afflicted it. If Jews be, as alleged, more prone to cruelty than other nations, the fact seems to me almost explained by the set of the brains of a race accustomed to account it a duty to join in stoning an offender to death, and watching pitilessly his agonies when mangled, blinded, deafened, and bleeding he lies crushed on the ground. From Venice I travelled very pleasantly in a returning vettura, which I was fortunate enough to engage, by Padua and Ferrara over the Apennines to Florence. One day I walked a long way in front during my vetturino's dinner hour, and made friends with some poor peasants who welcomed me to their house and to a share of their meal of polenta and wine. The polenta was much inferior to Irish oatmeal stirabout or Scotch porridge, and the black wine was like the coarsest vinegar. I tried in vain, out of good manners, to drink it. The lives of these poor contadini are obviously in all ways cruelly hard. Spending one night in a desolate, ramshackle inn on the road high up on the Apennines, I sat up late writing a description of the place, as creepy as I could make it, to amuse my mother's dear old servant, Joni, who possessed a volume of Washington Irving's stories, wherein that of the inn at Terracina had served constantly to excite delightful awe in her breast, and in my own as a child. I took my letter next day with me to post in Florence, but alas, found there, waiting for me, one from my brother, announcing that our dear old servant was dead. She had never held up her head after I left Newbridge, and had ceased to drop into her cottage for tea. At Florence I remained many months, or rather on the hill of Bellosguardo, above the city, and made some of the most precious friendships of my life, Mrs. Somerville's first of all. I also had the privilege to know at that time both Mr. and Mrs. Browning, Adolphus Trollope, Walter Savage Landor, Isa Blagden, Miss White, now Madame Villari, and many other interesting men and women. I shall, however, write a separate chapter combining this and my subsequent visits to Italy. Late in the summer I travelled with a party through Milan over St. Gothard to Lucerne, and thence to the Pays de Vaud, where I joined a very pleasant couple, Rev. W. and Mrs. Biederman, in taking the Chateau de Grand Clos in the valley of the Rhone, a curious miniature French country house, built some years before by the man who called himself Louis XVII, or Duc de Normandie, and who had collected, as we found, a considerable library of books, all relating to the French Revolution. From Switzerland I travelled back to England via the Rhine with my dear American friends, the Apthorts, who had joined me at Montreux. The perils and fatigues of my 11 months of solitary wanderings were over. I was stronger and more active in body than I had ever been, and so enriched in mind and heart by the things I had seen and the people I had known, that I could afford to smile at the depression and loneliness of my departure. As we approached the Black Forest, I had a fancy to quit my kind companions for a few days, and leaving them to explore Strasburg and some other places, I went on to Heidelberg, and thence made my way into the beautiful woods. The following lines were written there, September 23, 1858. Alone in the Schwarzwald. Lord of the forest sanctuary, thou, by the grey fathers of the world in these thine own self-fashioned shrines dimly adored, All-Father Odin, mover of the spheres, Zeus, Brahm, Ormuzd, Lord of light divine, God, blessed God, the good one, best of names, by noblest Saxon race found thee at last. O Father, when the slow revolving years bring forth the day when men shall see thy face, unveiled from superstition's web of errors old, shall they not seek thee here amid the woods, rather than in the pillared aisle or dome by loftiest genius reared? 6 months have rolled since I stood solitary in the fane of desolate Baalbec, the huge walls closed round me sublime, as when millenniums past lost nations worshipped there. I sate beside the altar stone o'erthrown. For hours I sate, until the homeward winging hawk, at even, shrieked when he saw me there, a human form, where human feet tread once perchance a year. Then the moon slowly rose above the walls, and then I knelt. It was a glorious fane, all my own, but not that grand Baalbec, nor Parthenon, nor Rome's stupendous pile, nor lovelier Milan, nor the sepulchre, so dark and solemn where Christ was laid, nor even yet that dreadful field of death, at Giza, where the eternal pyramids have, from a world of graves, pointed to heaven for 50 ages past. Not all these shrines are holy to my soul, as are these woods. Lo, how God himself has planned this place, so that all sweet and calm and solemn thoughts should have their nests amid the shadowy trees. How the rude workday world is all closed out by the thick curtained foliage, and the sky alone revealed, a deep zenith heaven, fitly beheld through clasped and upraised arms of prayer-like trees. There is no sound more loud than the low insect hum, the chirp of birds, the rustling murmur of embracing boughs, the gentle dropping of the autumn leaves. The wood's sweet breath is incense. From the pines and larch and chestnut come rich odors pure. All things are pure and sweet and holy here. I lie down underneath the firs. The moss makes richest cushion for my weary limbs. Long I gaze upward while the dark green boughs, moveless, project against the azure sky, fringed with their russet cones. My satiate eyes sink down at length. I turn my cheek to earth. What may this be, this sense of youth restored, my happy childhood with its sunbright hours, returning once again as in a dream? 'Tis but the odor of the mossy ground, the field smells known in infancy, when yet our childish sports were near to Mother Earth, our childlike hearts near to the God in heaven. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Life of Frances Power Cobbe, as told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Bristol, Reformatories and Ragged Schools. After I had spent 2 or 3 weeks once again at my old home after my long journey to visit my eldest brother and his wife, and also had seen my 2 other dear brothers, then married and settled in England with their children, the time came for me to begin my independent life, as I had long planned it. I had taken my year's pilgrimage as a sort of conclusion to my self-education, and also because, at the beginning of it, I was in no state of health or spirits to throw myself into new work of any kind. Now I was well and strong, and full of hope of being of some little use in the world. I was at a very good age for making a fresh start, just 36. And I had my little independence of £200 a year, which, though small, was enough to allow me to work how and where I pleased without need to earn anything. I may boast that I never got into debt in my life, never borrowed money from anybody, never even asked my brother for the advance of a week on the interest of my patrimony. It had been somewhat of a difficulty to me, after my home duties ended at my father's death, to decide where, with my heretical opinions, I could find a field for any kind of usefulness to my fellow creatures. But I fortunately heard through Harriet Sellinger and Lady Byron that Miss Carpenter, of Bristol, was seeking for some lady to help in her reformatory and ragged school work. Miss Bathurst, who had joined her for the purpose, had died the previous year. The arrangement was that we paid Miss Carpenter a moderate sum, 30 shillings, a week, for board and lodging in her house adjoining Red Lodge, and she provided us all day long with abundant occupation. I had by mere chance read her Juvenile Delinquents, and had admired the spirit of the book. But my special attraction to Miss Carpenter was the belief that I should find in her at once a very religious woman, and one so completely outside the pale of orthodoxy that I should be sure to meet from her the sympathy I had never yet been privileged to enjoy, and at all events be able to assist her labors with freedom of conscience. My first interview with Miss Carpenter, in November 1858, was in the doorway of my bedroom after my arrival at Red House Lodge, a small house in the same street as Red Lodge. She had been absent from home on business, and hastened upstairs to welcome me. It was rather a critical moment, for I had been asking myself anxiously, what manner of woman shall I behold? I knew I should see an able and an excellent person, but it is quite possible for an able and excellent woman to be far from agreeable companions for a tête-à-tête of years, and nothing short of this had I in contemplation. The first glimpse in that doorway set my fears at rest. The plain and careworn face, the figure which Dr. Martineau says had been columnar in youth, but which at 52 was angular and stooping, were yet all alive with feeling and power. Her large light blue eyes, with their peculiar trick of showing the white beneath the iris, had an extraordinary faculty of taking possession of the person on whom they were fixed, like those of an amiable ancient mariner, who only wanted to talk philanthropy, and not to tell stories of weird voyages and murdered albatrosses. There was humor also in every line of her face, and a readiness to catch the first gleam of a joke. But the prevailing characteristic of Mary Carpenter, as I came subsequently more perfectly to recognize, was a high and strong resolution, which made her whole path much like that of a plough in a well-drawn furrow, which goes straight on in its own beneficent way, and gently pushes aside into little ridges all intervening people and things. Long after this first interview, Miss Elliot showed Miss Carpenter's photograph to the Master of Balliol, without telling him whom it represented. After looking at it carefully, he remarked, "This is the portrait of a person who lives under high moral excitement." There could not be a truer summary of her habitual state. Our days were very much alike, and Sunday shone no Sabbath day for us. Our little household consisted of one honest girl, a certain excellent Mary Ann, who I often see now in her respectable widowhood, and who well deserves commemoration, and two little convicted thieves from the Red Lodge. We assembled for prayers very early in the morning, and breakfast, during the winter months, was got over before daylight, Miss Carpenter always remarking brightly as she sat down, how cheerful was the gas. After this there were classes at the different schools, endless arrangements and organizations, the looking up of little truants from the ragged schools, and a good deal of business in the way of writing reports and so on. Altogether, nearly every hour of the day and week was pretty well mapped out, leaving only space for the brief dinner and tea, and at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, when we met at last, Miss Carpenter was often so exhausted that I have seen her fall asleep with the spoon halfway between her mouth and the cup of gruel which she ate for supper. Her habits were all of the simplest and most self-denying kind. Both by temperament and on principle, she was essentially a Stoic. She had no sympathy at all with aestheticism, which is a very different thing, and implies a vivid sense of the attractiveness of luxury, and she strongly condemned fasting and all such practices on the Zoroastrian principle that they involve a culpable weakening of powers which are entrusted to us for good use. But she was an ingrained Stoic, to whom all the minor comforts of life are simply indifferent, and who can scarcely even recognize the fact that other people take heed of them. She once, with great simplicity, made to me the grave observation that at a country house where she had just passed 2 or 3 days, the ladies and gentlemen all came down dressed for dinner, and evidently thought the meal rather a pleasant part of the day. For herself, as I often told her, she had no idea of any feast except that of the Passover, and always ate with her loins girded and her umbrella at hand, ready to rush off to the Red Lodge, if not to the Red Sea. In vain I remonstrated on the unwholesomeness of the practice, and entreated, on my own behalf, to be allowed time to swallow my food, and also some food in the shape of vegetables to swallow, as well as the perpetual, too easily ordered, salt beef and ham. Next day, after an appeal of this kind, made serious on my part by threats of gout, good Miss Carpenter greeted me with a complacent smile on my entry into our little dining room. "You see, I have not forgotten your wish for a dish of vegetables." There, surely enough, on a cheese plate, stood 6 little round radishes. Her special chair was a horsehair one with wooden arms, and on the seat she had placed a small square cushion, as hard as a board, likewise covered with horsehair. I took this up one day and taunted her with the sybaritism it betrayed, but she replied with infinite simplicity, "Yes, indeed, I am sorry to say that since my illness I have been obliged to have recourse to these indulgencies. I used to try, like St. Paul, to endure hardness." Her standard of conscientious rigor was even, it would appear, applicable to animals. I never saw a more ludicrous little scene than when she one day found my poor doghead Jean, a splendid gray Pomeranian, lying on the broad of her very broad back, luxuriating on the rug, before a good fire. After gravely inspecting her for some moments, Miss Carpenter turned solemnly away, observing, in a tone of deep moral disapprobation, "Self-indulgent dog." Much of our work lay in a certain ragged school, in a filthy lane named St. James's Back, now happily swept from the face of the earth. The long line of Lewin's Mead beyond the chapel was bad enough, especially at 9 or 10 o'clock of a winter's night, when half the gas lamps were extinguished, and groups of drunken men and miserable women were to be found shouting, screaming, and fighting before the dens of drink and infamy of which the street consisted. Miss Carpenter told me that a short time previously some Bow Street constables had been sent down to this place to ferret out a crime which had been committed there, and they reported that there was not in all London such a nest of wickedness as they had explored. The ordinary Bristol policemen were never to be seen at night in Lewin's Mead, and it was said they were afraid to show themselves in the place. But St. James's Back was a shade, I think, lower than Lewin's Mead. At all events, it was further from the upper air of decent life, and in these horrid slums that dauntless woman had bought some tumble-down old buildings and turned them into schools, day schools for girls and night schools for boys, all the very sweepings of those wretched streets. It was a wonderful spectacle to see Mary Carpenter sitting patiently before the large school gallery in this place, teaching, singing, and praying with the wild street boys, in spite of endless interruptions caused by such proceedings as shooting marbles into hats on the table behind her, whistling, stamping, fighting, shrieking out "Amen" in the middle of the prayer, and sometimes rising en masse and tearing, like a troop of bisons in hobnailed shoes, down from the gallery, round the great schoolroom, and down the stairs, out into the street. These irrepressible outbreaks she bore with infinite good humor, and what seemed to me more marvelous still, she heeded apparently not at all the indescribable abomination of the odors of a tripe and trotter shop next door, wherein operations were frequently carried on which, together with the bouquet de peuple of the poor little unkempt scholars, rendered the school of a hot summer's evening little better than the ill-smelling Giro of Dante's Inferno. These trifles, however, scarcely even attracted Mary Carpenter's attention, fixed as it was on the possibility of taking hold, as she used to say, of one little urchin or another, on whom, for the moment, her hopes were fixed. The droll things which daily occurred in these schools, and the wonderful replies received from the scholars to questions testing their information, amused her intensely, and the more unruly were the young scamps, the more, I think, in her secret heart she liked them, and gloried in taming them. She used to say, "Only to get them to use the school comb is something." There was the boy who defined conscience to me as a thing a gentleman hasn't got, who, when a boy finds his purse and gives it back to him, doesn't give the boy sixpence. There was the boy who, sharing in my Sunday evening lecture on thankfulness, wherein I had pointed out the grass and blossoming trees on the downs as subjects for praise, was interrogated as to which pleasure he enjoyed most in the course of the year, replied, candidly, "Cockfightin', ma'am. There's a pit up by the Black Boy as is worth anything in Bristol." The clergy troubled us little. One day an impressive young curate entered and sat silent, sternly critical to note what heresies were being instilled into the minds of his flock. "I am giving a lesson on Palestine," I said. "I have just been at Jerusalem." "In what sense?" said the awful young man, darkly discerning some mysticism, of the Swedenborgian kind, perhaps, beneath the simple statement. The boys who were dismissed from the school for obstreperous behavior were a great difficulty to us, usually employing themselves in shouting and hammering at the door. One winter's night, when it was raining heavily, as I was passing through Lewin's Mead, I was greeted by a chorus of voices, "Cobweb! Cobweb!" emanating from the depths of a black archway. Standing still under my umbrella and looking down the cavern, I remarked, "Don't you think I must be a little tougher than a cobweb to come out on such a night as this to teach such little scamps as you?" "Indeed you is, mum, that's true, and stouter too." "Well, don't you think you would be more comfortable in that nice warm schoolroom than in this dark cold place?" "Yes'm, we would." "You'll have to promise to be tremendously good, I can tell you, if I bring you in again. Will you promise?" Vows of everlasting order and obedience were tendered, and, to Miss Carpenter's intense amusement, I came into St. James's Back, followed by a whole troop of little outlaws reduced to temporary subjection. At all events, they never shouted "Cobweb" again. Indeed, at all times the events of the day's work, if they bordered on the ludicrous, as was often the case, provoked her laughter till the tears ran down her cheeks. One night she sat grieving over a piece of ingratitude on the part of one of her teachers, and told me she had given him some invitation for the purpose of conciliating him and heaping coals of fire upon his head. "It will take another scuttle, my dear friend," I remarked, and thereupon her tears stopped, and she burst into a hearty fit of laughter. Next evening she said to me dolorously, "I tried that other scuttle, but it was no go." Of course, like every mortal, Mary Carpenter had les défauts de ses qualités. Her absorption in her work always blinded her to the fact that other people might possibly be bored by hearing of it incessantly. In India, I have been told that a governor of Madras observed, after her visit, "It is very astonishing. I listened to all Miss Carpenter had to tell me, but when I began to tell her what I knew of this country, she dropped asleep." Indeed, the poor wearied and overworked brain, when it had made its effort, generally collapsed, and in 2 or 3 minutes, after holding you with her eye through a long philanthropic history, Miss Carpenter might be seen to be, to all intents and purposes, asleep. On one occasion, that most lovable old man, Samuel J. May, of Syracuse, came to pass 2 or 3 days at Red Lodge House, and Miss Carpenter was naturally delighted to take him about and show him her schools and explain everything to him. Mr. May listened with great interest for a time, but at last his attention flagged, and 2 or 3 times he turned to me. "When can we have our talk, which Theodore Parker promised me?" "Oh, by and by," Miss Carpenter always interposed, till one day, after we had visited St. James's Back, we arrived, all 3, at the foot of the tremendous stairs, almost like those of the Trinità which then existed in Bristol, and were called the Christmas Steps. "Now, Mr. May and Miss Cobbe," said Mary Carpenter cheerfully, "you can have your talk." And so we had, till we got to the top, when she resumed the guidance of the conversation. Good jokes were often made of this little weakness, but it had its pathetic side. Never was there a word of real egotism in her eager talk, or the evidence of the slightest wish to magnify her own doings, or to impress her hearers with her immense share in the public benefits she described. It was her deep conviction that to turn one of these poor sinners from the error of its ways, to reach to the roots of the misery and corruption of the perishing and dangerous classes, was the most important work which could possibly be undertaken, and she very naturally, in consequence, made it the most prominent, indeed almost the sole subject of discourse. I was once in her company at Aubrey House in London, when there happened to be present 6 people, each one devoted to some special political, religious, or moral agitation. Miss Carpenter remarked in a pause in the conversation, "It is 1,000 pities that everybody will not join and give the whole of their minds to the great cause of the age, because if they would, we should carry it undoubtedly." "What is the great cause of the age?" we simultaneously exclaimed. "Parliamentary reform?" said our host, Mr. Peter Taylor. "The abolition of slavery?" said Miss Raymond, a negress, Mrs. Taylor's companion. "Teetotalism?" said another. "Women's suffrage?" said another. "The conversion of the world to theism?" said I. In the midst of the clamor, Miss Carpenter looked serenely round. "Why, the Industrial Schools Bill, of course!" Nobody enjoyed the joke, when we all began to laugh, more than the reformer herself. It was, above all, in the Red Lodge Reformatory that Mary Carpenter's work was at its highest. The spiritual interest she took in the poor little girls was beyond words admirable. When one of them, whom she had hoped was really reformed, fell back into thievish or other evil ways, her grief was a real vicarious repentance for the little sinner, a Christ-like sentiment infinitely sacred. Nor was she at all blind to the children's defects, or easily deceived by the usual sham reformations of such institutions. In one of her letters to me she wrote these wise words, July 9, 1859. "I have pointed out in one of my reports why I have more trouble than others, e.g., especially Catholics. A system of steady repression and order would make them sooner good scholars, but then I should not have the least confidence in the real change of their characters. Even with my free system in the lodge, remember how little we knew of Hill's and Hawkins' real characters until they were in the house," her own private house. "I do not object to nature being kept under curbs of rule and order for a time, until some principles are sufficiently rooted to be appealed to. But then it must have play, or we cannot possibly tell what amount of reformation has taken place. The Catholics have an enormous artificial help in their religion and priests, but I place no confidence in the slavish obedience they produce and the hypocrisy which I have generally found inseparable from Catholic influence. I would far rather have M.A. M'Intyre coolly say, 'I know it was wrong,' a barring and bolting out, and Anne Crooks in the cell for outrageous conduct acknowledge the same, 'I know it was wrong, but I am not sorry,' than any hypocritical and heartless acknowledgments." Indeed, nobody had a keener eye to detect cant of any kind, or a greater hatred of it. She told me one day of her visit to a celebrated institution, said to be supported semi-miraculously by answers to prayer in the specific shape of checks. Miss Carpenter said that she asked the matron, or some other official, whether it was supported by voluntary subscriptions. "Oh dear no, madam," the woman replied. "Do you not know it is entirely supported by prayer?" "Oh, indeed," replied Miss Carpenter. "I dare say, however, when friends have once been moved to send you money, they continue to do so regularly?" "Yes, certainly they do." "And they mostly send it at the beginning of the year?" "Yes, yes, very regularly." "Ah, well," said Miss Carpenter, "when people send me money for Red Lodge under those circumstances, I enter it in my reports as annual subscribers." When our poor children at last left the reformatory, Mary Carpenter always watched their subsequent career with deep interest, gloried in receiving intelligence that they were behaving honestly and steadily, or deplored their backslidings in the contrary event. In short, her interest was truly in the children themselves, in their very souls, and not, as such philanthropy too often becomes, an interest in her institution. Those who know most of such work will best understand how wide is the distinction. But Mary Carpenter was not only the guardian and teacher of the poor young waifs and strays of Bristol when she had caught them in her charity traps. She was also their unwearied advocate with one government after another, and with every public man and magistrate whom she could reasonably or unreasonably attack on their behalf. Never was there such a case of the widow and the unjust judge, till at last most English statesmen came to recognize her wisdom and to yield readily to her pressure, and she was a power in the state. As she wrote to me about her industrial school, so was it in everything else. The magistrates have been lapsing into their usual apathy, so I have got a piece of artillery to help me in the shape of Mr. M. D. Hill. They have found by painful experience that I cannot be made to rest while justice is not done to these poor children. July 6, 1859. And again, some years later, when I told her I had sat at dinner beside a gentleman who had opposed many of her good projects. I am very sorry you did not see through Mr. Blank and annihilate him. Of course, I shall never rest in this world till the children have their birthrights in this so-called Christian country, but my next mode of attack I have not decided on yet. February 13, 1867. At last my residence under Mary Carpenter's roof came to a close. My health had broken down 2 or 3 times in succession under a regime for which neither habit nor constitution had fitted me, and my kind friend Dr. Simon's peremptory orders necessitated arrangements of meals which Miss Carpenter thought would occasion too much irregularity in her little household, which, it must be remembered, was also a branch of the reformatory work. I also sadly perceived that I could be of no real comfort or service as an inmate of her house, though I could still help her, and perhaps more effectually, by attending her schools while living alone in the neighborhood. Her overwrought and nervous temperament could ill bear the strain of a perpetual companionship, or even the idea that anyone in her house might expect companionship from her. And if, while I was yet a stranger, she had found some fresh interest in my society, it doubtless ceased when I had been a 12-month under her roof, and knew everything which she could tell me about her work and plans. As I often told her, more in earnest than she supposed, I knew she would have been more interested in me had I been either more of a sinner or more of a saint. And so, a few weeks later, the separation was made in all friendliness, and I went to live alone at Belgrave House, Durham Down, where I took lodgings, still working pretty regularly at the Red Lodge and Ragged Schools, but gradually engaging more in workhouse visiting and looking after friendless girls, so that my intercourse with Miss Carpenter became less and less frequent, though always cordial and pleasant. Years afterwards, when I had ceased to reside in the neighborhood of Bristol, I enjoyed several times the pleasure of receiving visits from Miss Carpenter at my home in London, and hearing her accounts of her Indian travels and other interests. In 1877, I went to Clifton to attend an anti-vivisection meeting, and also one for woman suffrage, and at the latter of these I found myself, with great pleasure, on the same platform with Mary Carpenter. She was also an anti-vivisectionist, and always signed our memorials. Her biographer and nephew, Professor Estlin Carpenter, while fully stating her recognition of the rightfulness of the demand of votes for women, and also doing us the great service of printing Mr. Mill's most admirable letter to her on the subject, Life, page 493, seems unaware that she ever publicly advocated the cause of political rights for women. But on this occasion, as I have said, she took her place on the platform of the West of England branch of the association, at its meeting in the Victoria Rooms, and in my hearing either proposed or seconded one of the resolutions demanding the franchise, adding a few words of cordial approval. Before I returned to London on this occasion, I called on Miss Carpenter, bringing with me a young niece. I found her at Red Lodge, and she insisted on my going with her over all our old haunts, and noting what changes and improvements she had made. I was tenderly touched by her great kindness to my young companion and to myself, and by the added softness and gentleness which years had brought to her. She expressed herself as very happy in every way, and in truth she seemed to me like one who had reached the land of Beulah, and for whom there would be henceforth only peace within and around. A few weeks later I was told that her servant had gone into her bedroom one morning and found her weeping for her brother, Philip Carpenter, of whose death she had just heard. The next morning the woman entered again at the same hour, but Mary Carpenter was lying quite still, in the posture in which she had lain in sleep. Her 6 days' work was done. She had gone home, and I doubt not ta'en her wages. Here is the last letter she wrote to me. Red Lodge House, Bristol, March 27th, 1877. Dear Miss Cobbe, there are some things of which the most clear and unanswerable reasoning could not convince me. One of these is, that a wise, all-powerful, and loving Father can create an immortal spirit for eternal misery. Perhaps you are wiser than I, and more accessible to arguments, though I doubt this, and I send you the enclosed, which I do not want back. Gogurth's answer to such people is the best I ever heard. If you are child of devil, good, but I am child of God. I was very glad to get a glimpse of you. I do not trouble you with my doings, knowing that you have enough of your own. You may like to see an abstract of my experience. Yours affectionately, M.C. And here is a poem which she gave me in manuscript the day she wrote it. I do not think it has seen the light. Christmas Day Prayer, December 25th, 1858. Onward and upward, Heavenly Father, bear me. Onward and upward, bear me to my home. Onward and upward, be thou ever near me, while my beloved Father beckons me to come. With thy Holy Spirit, O do thou renew me, cleanse me from all that turneth me from thee, guide me and guard me, lead me and subdue me, till I love not aught that centres not in thee. Thou hast filled my soul with brightness and with beauty. Thou hast made me feel the sweetness of thy love. Purify my heart, devote me all to duty. Sanctify me wholly for thy realms above. Holy heavenly parent of this earth-born spirit, onward and upward bear it to its home, with thy firstborn Son eternal joys to inherit, where my blessed Father beckons me to come. December 25th, 1858, M.C. The teaching work in the Red Lodge and the Ragged Schools, which I continued for a long time after leaving Miss Carpenter's house, was not, I have thought on calm reflection in after years, very well done by me. I have always lacked imagination enough to realize what are the mental limitations of children of the poorer classes, and in my eagerness to interest them and convey my thoughts, I know I often spoke over their heads, with too rapid utterance and using too many words not included in their small vocabularies. I think my lessons amused and even sometimes delighted them. I was always told they loved them, but they enjoyed them rather, I fear, like fireworks than instruction. In the Red Lodge there were 50 poor little girls from 10 to 15 years of age who constituted our prisoners. They were regularly committed to the lodge as to jail, and when Miss Carpenter was absent I had to keep the great door key. They used to sit on their benches in rows opposite to me in the beautiful black oak-paneled room of the lodge and read their dreary books, and rejoice, I have no doubt, when I broke in with explanations and illustrations. Their poor faces, often scarred by disease, and ill-shaped heads, were then lifted up with cheerful looks to me, and I plowed away as best I could, trying to get any ideas into their minds, in accordance with Mary Carpenter's often repeated assurance that anything whatever which could pass from my thoughts to theirs would be a benefit, as supplying other pabulum than their past familiarity with all things evil. When we had got through one school reading book in this way, I begged Miss Carpenter to find me another, to afford a few fresh themes for observations. But no, she preferred that I should go over the same again. Some of the children had singular histories. There was one little creature named Kitty, towards whom I confess my heart warmed especially for her leonine disposition. Whenever there was some mischief discovered, and the question asked, who was in fault, invariably Kitty's hand went up. I did it, ma'am. And the penalty, even of incarceration in a certain dreaded cell, was heroically endured. Kitty had been duly convicted at sessions at the mature age of 10. Of what high crime and misdemeanor does the reader suppose? Pilfering perhaps a pocket handkerchief or a penny? Not at all. of nothing less than horse-stealing. She and her brother, a mite 2 years younger than herself, were dispatched by their vagabond parents to journey by one road, while they themselves travelled by another; and on the way the children, who were of course directed to pick and steal all they could lay hands on, observed an old gray mare feeding in a field near the road, and reflecting that a ride on horseback would be preferable to their pilgrimage on foot, they scrambled on the mare's back, and by some means guided her down the road and went off in triumph. The aggrieved farmer to whom the mare belonged brought the delinquents to justice, and after being tried with all the solemn forms of British law, their heads scarcely visible over the dock, the children were sent respectively to a boys' reformatory and to Red Lodge. We kept Kitty, of course, till her full term expired when she was 15, and I am afraid Miss Carpenter strained the law a little in detaining her still longer, to allow her to gain more discretion before returning to those dreadful tramps, her parents. She herself, indeed, felt the danger as she grew older, and attached herself much to us both. A teacher whom I had imported from Ireland, one of my own village pupils from Donabate, told me that Kitty spoke of us with tears, and that she had seen her one day, when given a stocking of mine whereupon to practice darning, furtively kissing it when she thought no one was observing her. She once said, "God bless Exeter Jail! I should never have been here but for that." But at last, like George Eliot's Gypsy, the claims of race overmastered all her other feelings. Kitty left us to rejoin her mother, who had perpetually called to see her, and a month or two later the poor child died of fever, caught in the wretched haunts of her family. In a visit which I made to Red Lodge 2 years ago, I was struck by the improved aspect of the poor girls in the charge of our successors. The depressed, almost flattened form of head which the experienced eye of Sir Walter Crofton had caught, as I did, as a terrible note of hereditary crime, was no longer visible, nor was the miserable, blear-eyed, scrofulous appearance of the faces of many of my old pupils to be seen any more. 30 years have, I hope and believe, raised even the very lowest stratum of the population of England. Miss Carpenter's work in founding the first reformatory for girl criminals, with the munificent aid of that generous woman, Lady Byron, has beyond question contributed in no mean degree to thinning the ranks of female crime during the last quarter of a century. Issuing from Red Lodge at the end of their 4 or 5 years' term of confinement and instruction, the girls rarely returned, like poor Kitty, to their parents, but passed first through a probation as Miss Carpenter's own servants in her private house, under good Mary Ann and her successors, and then into that humbler sort of domestic service which is best for girls of their class. I mean that wherein the mistress works and takes her meals with the servant. The pride and joy of these girls, when they settled into steady usefulness, was often a pleasure to witness. Miss Carpenter used to say, "When I hear one of them talk of my kitchen, I know it is all right." Of course, many of them eventually married respectably. On the whole, I do not think that more than 5, or at the outside 10%, fell into either crime or vice after leaving Red Lodge. And if we suppose that there have been something like 500 girls in the reformatory since Lady Byron bought the Red Lodge and dedicated it to that benevolent use, we may fairly estimate that Mary Carpenter deflected towards goodness the lives of at least 450 women, who, if she had not stirred in their interest, would almost inevitably have spent their days in crime or vice, and ended them either in jail or in the black ward of the workhouse. There is an epitaph on a good clergyman in one of the old churches of Bristol, which I have always thought remarkably fine. It runs thus, as far as I remember: "Marble may moulder, monuments decay, time sweeps memorials from the earth away, but lasting records are to bridges given, the date eternity, the archives heaven. There living tablets with his worth engraved stand forth forever in the souls he saved." We do not, in our day, unless we happen to belong to the Salvation Army, talk much about saving souls in the old evangelical sense, and I, at least, hold very strongly, and have even preached to the purpose, that every human soul is doomed to be saved, destined by irrevocable divine love and mercy to be, sooner or later, in this world or far-off worlds to come, brought like the prodigal to the Father's feet. But there is a very real sense in which a true philanthropist saves his fellow men from moral evil, the sense in which Plutarch uses the word, and which every theology must accept. And in this sense I unhesitatingly affirm that Mary Carpenter saved 400 human souls. It must also be borne in mind that it was not only in her special reformatory that her work was carried on. By advocating in her books, and by her active public pleading, the modification of the laws touching juvenile crime, she practically originated, in concert with Recorder Hill, the immense improvement which has taken place in the whole treatment of young criminals, who, before her time, were simply sent to jail, and there too often stamped with the hallmark of crime for life. As regards the other part of Miss Carpenter's work which she permitted me to share, the Ragged Schools and Street Boys' Sunday School in St. James Back, I labored, of course, under the same disadvantage as in the Red Lodge, of never clearly foreseeing how much would be understood of my words or ideas, and what would be most decidedly caviar to the general. A ludicrous example of this occurred on one occasion. I always anxiously desired to instill into the minds of the children admiration for brave and noble deeds, and therefore told them stories of heroism whenever my subject afforded an opening for one. Having to give a lesson on France, and some boy asking a question about the guillotine, I narrated, as vivaciously and dramatically as I knew how, the beautiful tale of the nuns who chanted the Te Deum on the scaffold, till one voice after another was silenced forever, and the brave abbess still continued to sing the grand old hymn of Ambrose till her turn came for death. I fondly hoped that some of my own feelings in describing the scene were communicated to my audience. But such hopes were dashed when, a day or two later, Miss Carpenter came home from her lesson at the school and said, "My dear friend, what, in the name of heaven, can you have been teaching those boys? They were all excited about some lesson you had given them. They said you described cutting off a lot of heads, and it was chop, and a head fell into the basket, and chop, another head in the basket. They said it was such a nice lesson. But whose heads were cut off, or why, none of them remembered. Only chop, and a head fell in the basket." I consoled myself, however, for this and many another defeat, by the belief that, if my lessons did not much instruct their wild pates, their hearts were benefited in some small measure by being brought under my friendly influence. Miss Carpenter always made the schoolmaster of the day school attend at our Sunday night school, fearing some wild outbreak of the 100 and odd boys and hobbledehoys who formed our congregation. The first Sunday, however, on which the school was given into my charge, I told the schoolmaster he might leave me and go home, and then I stopped alone, we had no assistants, with the little herd. My lessons, I am quite sure, were all the more impressive, and though Miss Carpenter was quite alarmed when she heard what I had done, she consented to my following my own system of confidence, and I never had reason to repent the adoption of it. In my humble judgment, and I know it was also that of one much better able to judge, Lord Shaftesbury, these elastic and irregular ragged schools were far better institutions for the class for whom they were designed than the cast iron board schools of our time. They were specially designed to civilize the children, to tame them enough to induce them, for example, to sit reasonably still on a bench for half an hour at a time, to wash their hands and faces, to comb their hair, to forbear from shouting, singing, turning wheels, throwing marbles, making faces, or similarly disporting themselves while in school, after which preliminaries they began to acquire the art of learning lessons. It was not exactly education in the literary sense, but it was a training, without which as a substructure the 3 R's are of little avail, if we may believe in William of Wykeham's axiom that manners maketh man. Another, and as I think, great merit of the Ragged School system was that decent and self-respecting parents who strove to keep their children from the contamination of the gutter, and were willing to pay their penny a week to send them to school, were not obliged, as now, to suffer their boys and girls to associate in the board schools with the very lowest and roughest of children fresh from the streets. Nothing has made me more indignant than a report I read some time ago in one of the newspapers of a poor widow who had seen better days being summoned and fined for engaging a non-certified poor governess to teach her little girl, rather than allow the child to attend the board school and associate with the girls she would meet there. As if all the learning of a person, if he could pour it into a child's brain, would counterbalance in a young girl's mind the foul words and ideas familiar to the hapless children of the perishing and dangerous classes. People talk seriously of the physical infection which may be conveyed where many young children are gathered in close contiguity. They would, if they knew more, much more anxiously deprecate the moral contagion which may be introduced into a school by a single girl who has been initiated into the mysteries of a vicious home. On 2 separate occasions, Miss Carpenter and I were startled by what I can only describe as a portentous wave of evil which passed over the entire community of 50 girls in the Red Lodge. In each case, it was undeniably traceable to the arrival of newcomers who had been sent, by mistake of magistrates, to our reformatory, when they ought to have gone to a penitentiary. It was impossible for us to guess how, with all the watchful guardianship of the teachers, these unhappy girls had any opportunity for corrupting their companions, but that they did so, temporarily only, as they were immediately discovered and banished, I saw with my own eyes, beyond possibility of mistake. It came to me as part of my work with Miss Carpenter to visit the homes of all the children who attended our Ragged Schools, either day schools or night schools, nominally to see whether they belonged to the class which should properly benefit by gratuitous education, but also to find out whether I could do anything to amend their condition. Many were the lessons I learned respecting the short, but by no means simple, annals of the poor, when I made those visits all over the slums of Bristol. The shoemakers were a very numerous and a very miserable class among the parents of our pupils. When anything interfered with trade, they were at once thrown into complete idleness and destitution. Over and over again I tried to get the poor fellows, when they sat listless and lamenting, to turn to any other kind of labor in their own line, to endeavor, e.g., to make slippers for me, no matter how roughly, or to mend my boots, promising similar orders from friends. Not one would or could do anything but sew upper or under leathers, as the case may be. The men sat all day long when there was work, sewing in their stuffy rooms, with their wives busy washing or attending to the children, and the whole place in a muddle. But they would converse eagerly and intelligently with me about politics or about other towns and countries, whereas the poor overworked women would never join in our talk. When I addressed them, they at once called my attention to Jenny's torn frock and Tom's want of a new cap. One of these shoemakers, in whom I felt rather a special interest, turned to me one day, looked me straight in the face, and said, "I want to ask you a question. Why does a lady like you come and sit and talk to me?" I thought it a true token of confidence, and was glad I could answer honestly that I had come first to see about his children, but now came because I liked him. Other cases which came to my knowledge in these rounds were dreadfully sad. In one poor room I found a woman who had been confined only a few days, sitting up in bed doing shop work, her 3 or 4 little children all endeavoring to work likewise for the miserable pay. Her husband was out looking vainly for work. She showed me a sheaf of pawn tickets for a large quantity of table and house linen and plated goods. Her husband and she had formerly kept a flourishing inn, but the railway had ruined it, and they had been obliged to give it up and come to live in Bristol, and get such work as they could do, at starvation wages. She was a gentle, delicate, fair woman, who had been lady's maid in a wealthy family known to me by name. I asked her, Did she not go out and bring the children to the Downs on a Sunday? Ah, we tried it once or twice, she said, but it was too terrible coming back to this room. We never go now. Another case of extreme poverty was less tragic. There was a woman with 3 children whose husband was a soldier in India, to whom she longingly hoped to be eventually sent out by the military authorities. Meanwhile she was in extreme poverty in Bristol, and so was her friend, a fine young Irishwoman. Their sole resource was a neighbor who possessed a pair of good sheets, and was willing to lend them to them by day, provided they were restored for her own use every night. This did not appear a very promising source of income, but the 2 friends contrived to make it one. They took the sheets of a morning to a pawnbroker, who allowed them, I think it was 2 shillings upon them. With this they stocked a basket with oranges, apples, gooseberries, pins and needles, matchboxes, lace, anything which could be had for such a price, according to the season. Then one or other of the friends arrayed herself in the solitary bonnet and shawl which they possessed between them, and sallied out for the day to dispose of her wares, while the other remained in their single room to take care of the children. The evening meal was bought and brought home by the outgoing friend with the proceeds of her day's sales, and then the sheets were redeemed from the pawn at the price of a halfpenny each day, and gratefully restored to the proprietor. This ingenious mode of filling 5 mouths went on, with a little help when I came to know of it, in the way of a fresh-filled basket, for a whole winter. I thought it so curious that I described it to dear Harriet Sellinger one day when she was passing through Bristol and spent some hours with me. She was affected almost to tears, and pushed into my hand, at the last moment at the station, all the silver in her purse to give to the friends. The money amounted to 7 shillings 6 pence, and when Harriet was gone I hastened to give it to the poor souls. It proved to be one of the numerous occasions in life in which I have experienced a sort of fatality, as if the chance of doing a bit of good to somebody were offered to us by Providence to take or leave, and, if we postpone taking it, the chance is lost. I was tired, and the room inhabited by the poor woman was, as it happened, at the other end of Bristol, and I could not indulge myself with the fly. But I reflected that the money now really belonged to them, and I was bound to take it to them without delay. When I reached their room, I found I was in the very nick of time. An order had come for the soldier's wife to present herself at some military office next day with her children, and with a certain kit of clothes and utensils for the voyage, and if all were right she would be sent to join her husband's regiment in India by a vessel to sail immediately. Without the proper outfit she would not have been taken, and of course the poor soul had no kit, and was in an agony of anxiety. Harriet's gift, with some trifling addition, happily supplied all that was wanted. I did not see so much of drunkenness in Bristol as the prominence given to the subject by many philanthropists led me to expect. Of course I came across terrible cases of it now and then, as for example a little boy of 10 at our ragged school who begged Miss Carpenter to let him go home at midday, and on inquiry it proved that he wanted to release his mother, to whom he had locked in dead drunk at 9 in the morning. I also had a frightful experience of the case of the drunken wife of a poor man dying of agonizing cancer. The doctor who attended him told me that a little brandy was the only thing to help him, and I brought small quantities to him frequently, till, when I was leaving home for 3 weeks, I thought it best to give a whole bottle to his wife, under injunctions to administer it by proper degrees. Happening to pass by the door of the wretched couple a day later, before I started, I saw a small crowd, and asked what had happened. Mrs. Whale had been drinking and fallen downstairs, and broken her neck, and was dead. Horror struck, I mounted the almost perpendicular stair, and found it was so. The poor hapless husband was still alive, and my empty brandy bottle was on the table. The other great form of vice, however, was thrust much more often on my notice. The ghastly ruin of the wretched girls who fell into it, and the nameless damnation of the hags and Jews who traded on their souls and bodies. The cruelty of the fate of some of the young women was often piteous. Thankful I am that the law for assaults has been made since those days far more stringent, and is oftener put in force. There were stories which came to my personal knowledge which would draw tears from many eyes were I to tell them. But the more cruel the wrong done, the more difficult it generally proved to induce anybody to undertake to receive the victims into their houses on any terms. A gentleman whom I met in Italy, who knew Bristol well, told me he had watched a poor young sailor's destruction under the influence of some of the 1,800 miserable women then infesting the city. He had just been paid off and had received £73 for a long service at sea. Mr. Empson first saw him in the fangs of two of the wretched creatures, and next, 6 weeks later, he found him dying in the infirmary, having spent every shilling of his money in drink and debauchery. He told Mr. Empson that after the first week he had never taken any food at all, but lived only on stimulants. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Life of Frances Power Cobbe is told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Bristol, the Sick in Workhouses. My new life on Durham Down, though solitary, was a very happy one. I had 2 nice rooms in Belgrave House, then the last house on the road opening on the beautiful Downs from the Redlands side, wherein a bright, excellent, pretty widow, Mrs. Stone, kept several suites of lodgings. It is not often, alas, that the relations of lodger and landlady are altogether pleasant, but in my case they were eminently so, and resulted in cordial and permanent mutual regard. My little bedroom opened by a French window on a balcony leading to a small garden, and beyond it I had an immense view of Bristol and the surrounding country, over the smoke of which the rising sun often made Turneresque pictures. My sitting room had a front and a corner view of the delightful Downs as far as Cook's Folly and the Nightingale Valley, and often, over the sea wall, the setting sun went down in great glory. I walked down every weekday into Bristol. Of course, I needed more than ever to economize, and even the omnibus fare had to be considered, and went about my various avocations in the schools and workhouse till I could do no more, when I made my way home as cheaply as I could contrive to dinner. I had my dear dog Hagin, a lovely mouse-colored Pomeranian, for companion at all times, and on Sundays we generally treated ourselves to a good ramble over the Downs and beyond them, perhaps as far as King's Weston. The whole district is dear to me still. The return to fresh air and to something like country life was delightful. It had been, I must avow, an immense strain on my resolution to live in Bristol among all the sordid surroundings of Miss Carpenter's house, and when once in a way in those days I left them and caught a glimpse of the country, the effort to force myself back was a hard one. One soft spring day, I remember, I had gone across the Downs and sat for half an hour under a certain horse-chestnut tree, which was that day in all the exquisite beauty of its young green leaves. I felt this was all I wanted to be happy, merely to live in the beauty and peace of nature as of old at Newbridge, and I reflected that, of course, I could do it at once by breaking off with Miss Carpenter and giving up my work in hideous Bristol, but per contra, I had concluded that this work was wanted to be done, and that I could do it, and had seriously given myself to it, believing that so I could best do God's will. Thus there went on in my mind, for a little while, a very stiff fight, one of those which leaves us either stronger or weaker ever after. Now, at last, without any effort on my part, the bond which held me to live in Red Lodge House was loosened, and I was able both to go on with my work in Bristol, and also to breathe the fresh air in the morning, and to see the sun rise and set, and often to enjoy a healthful run over those beautiful Downs. By degrees, also, I made several friendships in the neighborhood, some most dear and faithful ones which have lasted ever since, and many people were very kind to me and helped me in various ways in my work. I shall speak of these friends in another chapter. One of my superstitions has long been that if any particular task seems to us at the first outlook specially against the grain, it will continually happen that in the order of things it comes knocking at our door and practically saying to our consciences, "Are you going to get up and do what is wanted, or sit still and please yourself with something else?" In this guise of disagreeability, workhouse visiting first presented itself to me. Miss Carpenter frequently mentioned the workhouse as a place which ought to be looked after, and which she believed sadly wanted voluntary inspection. But the very name conveyed to me such an impression of dreary hopelessness that I shrank from the thought. When St. Paul coupled hope with faith and charity, he might have said, "These three are one." For without the hope of achieving some good, or at least of stopping some evil, it is hard to gird ourselves to any practical exertion for our fellow creatures. To lift up the criminal and perishing classes of the community, and cut off the root of crime and vice by training children in morality and religion, this was a soul-inspiring idea. But to bring a small modicum of cheer to the aged and miserable paupers, who may be supposed generally to be undergoing the inevitable penalties of idle or drunken lives, was far from equally uplifting. However, my first chance visit to St. Peter's in Bristol with Miss Elliot showed me so much to be done, so many claims to sympathy and pity, and the sore lack of somebody, unconnected officially with the place, to meet them, that I at once felt that here I must put in my oar. The conditions of the English workhouses generally at that period, 1859, was very different from what it is now. I visited many of them in the following year or two in London and the provincial towns, and this is what I saw. The sick lay on wretched beds, fit only for able-bodied tramps, and were nursed mostly by old pauper women of the very lowest class. The infirm wards were very frequently placed in the worst possible positions. I remember one, in London, which resounded all day long with din from an iron foundry just beneath, so that one could not hear oneself speak, and another of which the windows could not be opened in the hottest weather, because carpets were taken to be beaten in the court below. The treatment of the pauper children was no less deplorable. They were joyless, spiritless little creatures, without mothering, as blessed Mrs. Senior said a few years later, without toys, without the chance of learning anything practical for use in after life, even to the lighting of a fire or cooking a potato. Their poor faces were often scarred by disease and half blinded by ophthalmia. The girls wore the hideous workhouse cotton frocks, not half warm enough to keep them healthy in those bare, draughty wards, and heavy, hobnailed shoes, which acted like galley slaves' bullets on their feet when they returned to play in a high-walled, sunless yard, which was sometimes, as I have seen, 6 inches deep in coarse gravel. As to the infants, if they happened to have a good motherly matron, it was so far well, though even she, mostly busy elsewhere, could do but little to make the crabbed old pauper nurses kind and patient. But how often, we might ask, were the workhouse matrons of those days really kind-hearted and motherly? Of course they were selected by the gentlemen guardians. There were no ladies then on the boards, for quite other merits, and as Miss Carpenter once remarked to me from the depth of her experience, "There never yet was a man so clever but the matron of an institution could bamboozle him about every department of her business." I have sat in the infants' ward when an entire board of about 24 gentlemen tramped through it, for what they considered to be inspection, and anything more helpless and absurd than those masculine authorities appeared as they glanced at the little cots, never daring to open one of them, while the awakened babies screamed at them in chorus, it has seldom been my lot to witness. On one occasion I visited an enormous workhouse in a provincial town where there were nearly 500 sick and infirm patients. The matron told me she had but lately been appointed to her post. I said, "It is a tremendously heavy charge for you, especially with only these pauper nurses. No doubt you have gone through a course of hospital training, and know how to direct everything." "Oh dear, no, madam," replied the lady with a toss of her cap strings. "I never nursed anybody, I can assure you, except my husband, before I came here. It was misfortune brought me to this." How many other masters and matrons throughout the country received their appointments with as little fitness for them, and simply as favors from influential or easygoing guardians, who may guess? I had at this time become acquainted with the friend whose comradeship, cemented in the dreary wards of Bristol Workhouse more than 30 years ago, has been ever since one of the great pleasures of my life. All those who know Miss Elliot, daughter of the late Dean of Bristol, will admit that it would be very superfluous, not to say impertinent, to enlarge on the privileges of friendship with her. Miss Elliot was at that time living at the old deanery close to Bristol Cathedral, and taking part in every good work which was going on in the city and neighborhood. Among other things, she had been teaching regularly for years in Miss Carpenter's Reformatory, regardless of the prejudice against her Unitarianism, and one day she called at Miss Carpenter's house to ask her what was to be done with Kitty, who had been very naughty. Miss Carpenter asked her to see the lady who had come to work with her, and we met for the first time. Miss Elliot begged me to return her visit, and though nothing was further from my mind at that time than to enter into anything like society, I was tempted by the great attractions of my brilliant young friend and her sister, and of the witty and wide-minded Dean, and before long, especially after I went to live alone, I enjoyed much intercourse with the delightful household. Miss Elliot had been in the habit of visiting a poor old woman named Mrs. Buckley, who had formerly lived close to the deanery, and had been removed to the workhouse, and one day she asked me to accompany her on her errand. This being over, I wandered off to the various wards where other poor women, and also the old and invalid men, spent their dreary days, and soon perceived how large a field was open for usefulness in the place. The first matter which occupied us was the condition of the sick and infirm paupers, first of the women only, later of both men and women. The good master and matron admitted us quite freely to the wards, and we saw and knew everything which was going on. St. Peter's was an exceptional workhouse in many respects. The house was evidently at one time, about A.D. 1600, like Red Lodge, the mansion of some merchant prince of Bristol, erected in the midst of the city. The outer walls are still splendid specimens of old English wood and stonework, and within, the boardroom exhibits still a magnificent chimney-piece. The larger part of the building, however, has been pulled about and fashioned into large wards, with oak-beamed rafters on the upper floor, and intricate stairs and passages in all directions. Able-bodied paupers and casuals were lodged elsewhere, at Stapleton Workhouse, and were not admitted here. There were only the sick, the aged, the infirm, the insane and epileptic patients, and lying-in women. Here are some notes of the inmates of this place by Miss Elliot. 1. An old woman of nearly 80, and as I thought, beyond power of understanding me. Once, however, when I was saying good-bye before an absence of some months, I was attracted by her feeble efforts to catch my attention. She took my hand and gasped out, "God bless you, you won't find me when you come back. Thank you for coming." I said most truly that I had never been any good to her, and how sorry I was I had never spoken to her. "Oh, but I see your face. It is always a great pleasure and seems bright. I was praying for you last night. I don't sleep much of a night. I thank you for coming." 2. A woman between 50 and 60 dying of liver disease. She had been early left a widow, had struggled bravely, and reared her son so well that he became foreman at one of the first printing establishments in the city. His master gave us an excellent character of him. The poor mother unhappily had some illness, which long confined her in another hospital, and when she left it, her son was dead without her care in his last hours. The worn-out and broken-down mother, too weak and hopeless to work any longer, came to her last place of refuge in the workhouse. There, day by day, we found her sitting on the side of her bed, reading and trying to talk cheerfully, but always breaking down utterly when she came to speak of her son. 3. Opposite to her, an old woman of 90 lies, too weak to sit up. One day, not thinking her asleep, I went to her bedside. I shall never forget the start of joy, the eager hand. "Oh, Mary, Mary, you are come! Is it you at last?" "Ah, poor dear," said the women round her, "she most always dreams of Mary. 'Tis her daughter, ladies, in London. She has written to her often, but don't get any answer." The poor old woman made profuse apologies for her mistake, and laid her head wearily on the pillow where she had rested and dreamed, literally for years, of Mary. 4. Further on is a girl of 16, paralyzed hopelessly for life. She had been maid of all work in a family of 12, and under her fearful drudgery had broken down thus early. "Oh, ma'am," she said with bursts of agony, "I did work. I was always willing to work if God would let me. I did work while I could, but I shall never get well, never." Alas, she may live as long as the poor cripple who died here last summer after lying 46 years in the same bed, gazing on the same blank white wall. 5. The most cheerful woman in the ward is one who can never rise from her bed, but she is a good needlewoman and is constantly employed in making shrouds. It would seem as if the dismal work gave her an interest in something outside the ward, and she is quite eager when the demand for her manufacture is especially great. In the surgical ward are some 8 or 10 patients, all in painful diseases. One is a young girl dying of consumption, complicated with the most awful wounds on her poor limbs. But they don't hurt so bad, she says, as anyone would think who looked at them, and it will soon be all over. I was just thinking, it was 4 years today since I was brought into the penitentiary. It was after an attempt to drown herself after a sad life at Aldershot. And now I have been here 3 years. God has been very good to me, and brought me safe when I didn't deserve it." Over her head stands a print of the lost sheep, and she likes to have that parable read to her. Very soon that sweet, fair young face, as innocent as I have ever seen in the world, will bear no more marks of pain. Life's whole tragedy will have been ended, and she is only just 19. A few weeks later, on Easter morning when the rising sun was shining into the curtainless ward, the few patients who were awake saw this poor girl, who had not been able to raise herself or sit upright for many weeks, suddenly start forward, sitting straight up in bed with her arms lifted and an expression of ecstasy on her face, and something like a cry of joy on her lips. Then she fell back, and all was over. The incident, which was in every way striking and affecting, helped me to recall the conviction, set forth in my Peak in Darien, that the dying do sometimes catch a glimpse of blessed friends waiting for them on the threshold. A little way off lies a woman dying in severest sufferings, which have lasted long and may yet last for weeks. Such part of her poor face as may be seen expresses almost angelic patience and submission, and the little she can say is all of gratitude to God and man. On the box beside her bed there stands usually a cup with a few flowers, or even leaves or weeds, something to which, in the midst of that sickening disease, she can look for beauty. When we bring her flowers, her pleasure is almost too affecting to witness. She says she remembers when she used to climb the hedgerows to gather them in the beautiful country. Among the few ways open to us of relieving the miseries of these sick wards, and of the parallel ones on the other side occupied by male sufferers, were the following: the introduction of a few easy chairs with cushions for those who could sit by the fire in winter, and whose thinly clothed frames could not bear the benches; also bed rests, long knitted ones, fastened to the lower posts of the bed and passed behind the patient's back, so as to form a kind of sitting hammock, very great comforts when there is only one small bolster or pillow and the patient wants to sit up in bed. Occasionally we gave little packets of good tea, workhouse tea at that time being almost too nauseous to drink. We also brought pictures to hang on the walls. These we bought colored and cheaply framed or varnished. Their effect upon the old women, especially pictures of children, was startling. One poor soul who had been lying opposite the same blank wall for 20 years, when I laid one of the colored engravings on her bed preparatory to hanging it before her, actually kissed the face of the little child in the picture and burst into tears. Further, we brought a canary in a cage to hang in the window. This seems an odd gift, but it was so successful that I believe the good visitors who came after us have maintained a series of canaries ever since our time. The common interest excited by the bird brought friendliness and cheerfulness among the poor old souls, some of whom had kept up a coolness for years while living next to one another on their beds. The sleepless ones gloried in the summer morning song of Dicky, and every poor visitor, daughter or granddaughter, was sure to bring a handful of groundsel to the general rejoicing of Dicky's friends. Of course, we also brought flowers whenever we could contrive it, or a little summer fruit or winter apples. Lastly, books, magazines, and simple papers of various kinds, such as Household Words, Chambers magazines, etc. These were eagerly borrowed and exchanged, especially among the men. Nothing could be more dreary than the lives of those who were not actually suffering from any acute malady, but were paralyzed or otherwise disabled from work. I remember a ship steward who had been struck with hemiplegia, and had spent the savings of his lifetime, no less than £800, in futile efforts at cure. Another was a once smart groom whom my friend exhorted to patience and thankfulness. "Yes, ma'am," he replied promptly, "I will be very thankful when I get out." As an example of the kind of way in which every sort of wretchedness drains into a workhouse, and of what need there is for someone to watch for it there, I may record how we one day perceived, at the far end of a very large ward, a figure not at all of the normal workhouse stamp, an unmistakable gentleman, sitting on the side of his bed. With some diffidence we offered him the most recent and least childish of our literature. He accepted the papers graciously, and we learnt from the master that the poor man had been found on the downs a few days before with his throat cut, happily not irreparably. He had come from Australia to Europe to dispute some considerable property, and had lost both his lawsuit and the friendship of all his English relatives, and was starving and totally unable to pay his passage back to his wife and children at the Antipodes. We got up a little subscription, and the good Freemasons, finding him to be a brother, did the rest, and sent him home across the seas, rejoicing, and with his throat mended. But the cases of the incurable poor weighed heavily on us, and as we studied it more, we came to see how exceedingly piteous is their destiny. We found that it is not an accidental misfortune, but a regular descent down the well-worn channels of poverty, disease, and death. For men and women to go to one or other of the 270 hospitals for curable patients, which then existed in England, there must be many more now, and after a longer or shorter sojourn to be pronounced incurable, destined perhaps to linger for a year or several years, but to die inevitably from consumption, cancer, or some other of the dreadful maladies which afflict human nature. What then becomes of them? Their homes, if they had any before going into the hospital, are almost sure to be too crowded to receive them back, or too poor to supply them with both support and nursing for months of helplessness. There is no resource for them but the workhouse, and there they sink down, hopeless and miserable, the hospital comforts of good beds and furniture, and carefully prepared food and skilled nurses, all lost, and only the hard workhouse bed to lie and die upon. The burst of agony with which many a poor creature has told me, "I am sent here because I am incurable," remains one of the saddest of my memories. Miss Eliot's keen and practical mind turned over the problem of how this misery could be in some degree alleviated. There was no use in trying to get sufficient hospitals for incurables open to meet the want. There were only 2 at that time in England, and they received, as they do now, a rather different class from those with whom we are concerned, namely, the deformed and permanently diseased. At the lowest rate of £30 a year, it would have needed £900,000 a year to house the 30,000 patients whom we should have wished to take from the workhouses. The only possible plan was to improve their condition in the workhouses, and this we fondly hoped might be done, without burdening the ratepayers, by our plan, which was as follows: that the incurables in workhouses should be avowedly distinguished from other paupers, and separate wards be allowed to them; that into those wards private charity be freely admitted, and permitted to introduce, with the sanction of the medical officer, such comforts as would alleviate the sufferings of the inmates; for example, good spring beds, or air beds, easy chairs, air cushions, small refreshments such as good tea and lemons and oranges, often an immense boon to the sick; also snuff, cough lozenges, spectacles, flowers in the window, books and papers, and above all kindly visitors. The plan was approved by a great many experienced men and women, and, as it would not have added a shilling anywhere to the rates, we were very hopeful that it might be generally adopted. Several pamphlets which we wrote, "The Workhouse as a Hospital," "Destitute Incurables," and "The Sick in Workhouses," and "Remarks on Incurables," were widely circulated. The newspapers were very kind, and leaders or letters giving us a helping hand were inserted in nearly all, except the Saturday Review, which refused even one of its own regular contributors' requests to introduce the subject. I wrote an article called "Workhouse Sketches" for Macmillan's Magazine, dealing with the whole subject, and begged that it might be inserted gratuitously. To my delight, the editor, Mr. Masson, wrote to me the following kind letter, which I have kept among my pleasant souvenirs: 23 Henrietta Street, Covent Garden, February 18, 1861. As soon as possible in this part of the month, when there is much to do with the forthcoming number, I have read your paper. Having an almost countless number of manuscripts in hand, I greatly feared I might, though very reluctantly, be compelled to return it; but the reading of it has so convinced me of the great importance of arousing interest in the subject, and the paper itself is so touching, that I think I ought, with whatever difficulty, to find a place for it. In any case, accept my best thanks for the opportunity of reading so admirable and powerful an experience, and allow me to express my regret that I had not the pleasure of meeting you at Mrs. Reed's. I am, dear Madam, yours very truly, David Masson. Miss Frances Power Cobbe. Should you object to your name appearing in connection with this paper? It is our usual practice. The paper appeared, and soon after, to my equal astonishment and delight, came a check for £14. It was the first money I had ever earned, and when I had cashed the check, I held the sovereigns in my hand and tossed them with a sense of pride and satisfaction, which the gold of the Indies, if gained by inheritance, would not have given me. Naturally, I went down straight to St. Peter's, and gave the poor old souls such a tea as had not been known before in the memory of the oldest inhabitant. We also printed, and ourselves directed and posted, circulars to the 666 unions which then existed in England. We received a great many friendly letters in reply, and promises of help from guardians in carrying out our plan. A certain number of unions, I think 15, actually adopted it and set it going. We also induced the social science people, then very active and influential, to take it up, and papers on it were read at the congresses in Glasgow and Dublin, the latter by myself. The Honorable Secretary, then the young poetess Isa Craig, wrote to me as follows: National Association for the Promotion of Social Science, 3 Waterloo Place, Pall Mall, 28th December, 1860. Dear Miss Cobbe, the case of the poor incurables is truly heartrending. I cried over the proof of your paper. A queer proceeding on the part of the sub-editor of the Social Science Transactions, but I hope and earnest of the sympathy your noble appeal shall meet with wherever our volume goes, setting in action the roused sense of humanity and justice to remedy such bitter wrong and misery. Yours sincerely, Isa Craig. A weightier testimony was that of the late Master of Balliol. The following letters from him on the subject are, I think, very characteristic and charming. College de Balliol, Oxford University, Hawhead, near Selkirk, September 24th. Dear Miss Cobbe, I am very obliged to you for sending me the extract from the newspaper which contains the plan for destitute incurables. I entirely agree in the object, and greatly like the touching and simple manner in which you have described it. The only thing that occurs to me in passing is whether the system of outdoor relief to incurables should not also be extended. Many would still require to be received into the house. I do not wish in any degree to take away from the poor the obligation to support their incurables outdoors, and it is perhaps better to trust to the natural human pity of a cottage than to the better attendance, warmth, etc. of a workhouse. But I dare say you are right in sticking to a simple point. All the world seems to be divided into political economists, poor law commissioners, guardians, policemen, and philanthropists, enthusiasts, and Christian socialists. Is there not a large intermediate ground which anyone who can write might occupy, and who could combine a real knowledge of the problems to be solved with the enthusiasm which impels a person to devote their life to solving them? The way would be to hide the philanthropy altogether as a weakness of the flesh, and sensible people would then be willing to listen. I entirely like the plan and wish it success. I am afraid that I am not likely to have an opportunity of making the scheme known, but if you have any other objects in which I can help you, I shall think it a great pleasure to do so. Remember me most kindly to the Dean and his daughters. I thought they were not going to banish themselves to Cannes. Wherever they are, I cannot easily forget them. I hope you enjoy Garibaldi's success. It is one of the very few public events that seem to make life happier. Believe me, with sincere respect, yours truly, B. Jowett. College de Balliol, Oxford University. Dear Miss Cobbe, I write a line to thank you for the little pamphlet you have sent me, which I read and like very much. There is no end of good that you may do by writing in that simple and touching style upon social questions. But don't go to war with political economy. First, because the P.E.'s are a powerful and dangerous class. Second, because it is impossible for ladies and gentlemen to fill up the interstices of legislation if they run counter to the common motives of self-interest. Third, you won't agree to this, because the P.E.'s have really done more for the laboring classes by their advocacy of free trade, etc., than all the philanthropists put together. I wish that it were possible, as a matter of taste, to get rid of all philanthropic expressions, missions, etc., which are distasteful to the educated, but I suppose they are necessary for the collection of money, and no doubt, as a matter of taste, there is a good deal that might be corrected in the political economists. The light of the feelings never teaches the best way of dealing with the world en masse, and the dry light never finds its way to the heart either of man or beast. You see, I want all the humanities combined with political economy. Perhaps it may be replied that such a combination is not possible in human nature. Excuse my speculations, and believe me, in haste, yours very truly, B. Jowett. About the same time that we began to visit the Bristol Workhouse, Miss Louisa Twining bravely undertook a systematic reform of the whole system throughout the country. It was an enormous task, but she had great energy and a fund of good sense, and with the support of Lord Mount Temple, then Honourable William Cooper Temple, Mrs. Tate, and several other excellent and influential persons, she carried out a grand reformation through the length and breadth of the land. Her Working House Visiting Society, and the monthly journal she edited as its organ, brought by degrees good sense and good feeling quietly and unostentatiously to bear on the boards of guardians and their officials all over the country, and one abuse after another was disclosed, discussed, condemned, and finally in most cases abolished. I went up for a short visit to London at one time on purpose to learn all I could from General Twining, as I used to call her, and then returned to Bristol. I have been gratified to read in her charming Recollections, published last year, 1893, that in her well-qualified judgment, Miss Elliot's work and mine was really the beginning of much that has subsequently been done for the sick and for workhouse girls. She says, "In 1861 became the consideration of destitute incurables, which was, in its results, to bring forth such a complete reform in the care of the sick in workhouses. Or at least, I am surely justified in considering it one of the good seeds sown, which brought forth fruit in due season. One of the first to press the claims of these helpless ones on the notice of the public, who were almost universally utterly ignorant of their existence and their needs, was Frances Power Cobbe, who was then introduced to me. She lived near Bristol, and with her friend Miss Elliot, also of that place, had long visited the workhouse, and become acquainted with the inmates, helping more especially the school children, and befriending the girls after they went to service. This may be said to be one of the first beginnings of all those efforts now so largely developed by more than one society expressly for this object. I accompanied Miss Cobbe to the St. Giles schools and to the Strand, West London, and Holborn Unions, and to the Hospital for Incurables at Putney, in aid of her plans." Recollections, page 170. While our plan for the incurables was still in progress, I was obliged to spend a winter in Italy for my health, and on my way I went over the Hotel Dieu and the Salpêtrière in Paris, and several hospitals in Italy, to learn how best to treat this class of sufferers. I did not gain much. There were no arrangements that I noticed as better or more humane than our own, and in many cases they seemed to be worse. In particular, the proximity of infectious with other cases in the Hotel Dieu was a great evil. I was examining the bed of a poor victim of rheumatism, when, on looking a few feet across the floor, I beheld the most awful case of smallpox which could be conceived. Both in Paris, Florence, and the great San Spirito Hospital in Rome, the nurses, who in those days were all Sisters of Charity, seemed to me very heartless, proud of their tidy cupboards full of lint and bandages, but very indifferent to their patients. Walking a little in advance of one of them in Florence, I came to a ward where a poor woman was lying in a bed behind the door, in the last agony. A label at the foot of her bed bore the inscription Olio Santo, showing that her condition had been observed, yet there was no friendly breast on which the poor creature's head could rest, no hand to wipe the death sweats from her face. I called hastily to the nun for help, but she replied with great coolness, "Ci vuole del cotone," and seemed astonished when I used my own handkerchief. In San Spirito, the doctor who conducted me, and who was personally known to me, told me he would rather have our English pauper nurses than the Sisters. This, however, may have been a choice grounded on other reasons beside humanity to the patients. At the terrible Hospital degli Incurabili, in the Via di Greci, Rome, I saw fearful cases of disease, cancer, etc., receiving so little comfort in the way of diet that the wretched creatures rose all down the wards, literally screaming to me for money to buy food, coffee, and so on. I asked the Sister, had they no lady visitors? Oh yes, there was the Princess so-and-so, and the Countess so-and-so, saintly ladies who came once a week or once a month. Then do they not provide the things these poor souls want? No, signora, they don't do that. Then in heaven's name, what do they come to do for them? It was some moments before I could be made to understand. Per pettinare, signora, to comb their hair. The task was so disgusting that the great ladies came on purpose to perform it as a work of merit, for the good of their own souls. The saddest sight which I ever beheld, however, I think, was not in these Italian hospitals, but in the Salpêtrière in Paris. As I was going round the wards with a Sister, I noticed on a bed opposite us a very handsome woman lying with her head a little raised and her marble neck somewhat exposed, while her arms lay rigidly on each side out of the bedclothes. "What is the matter with that patient?" I asked. Before the nun could tell me that, except in her head, she was completely paralyzed, there came in response to me an unearthly, inarticulate cry like that of an animal in agony, and I understood that the hapless creature was trying to call me. I went and stood over her, and her eyes burnt into mine with the hungry eagerness of a woman famishing for sympathy and comfort in her awful affliction. She was a living statue, unable even to speak, much less to move hand or foot, yet still young, not over 30, I should think, and likely to live for years on that bed. The horror of her fate, and the piteousness of the appeal in her eyes, and her inarticulate moans and cries, completely broke me down. I poured out all I could think of to say to comfort her, of prayer and patience and eternal hope, and at last was releasing her hand which I had been holding, and on which my tears had been falling fast, when I felt a thrill run down her poor stiffened arm. It was the uttermost effort she could make, striving with all her might to return my pressure. In recent years I have heard of scientific experiments conducted by the late Dr. Charcot and a coterie of medical men upon the patients of the Salpêtrière. When I have read of these, I have thought of that paralyzed woman with dread lest she might be yet alive to suffer, and with indignation against the science which counts cases like these of uttermost human affliction interesting subjects for investigation. Some years after this time, hearing of the great asylum designed by Mr. Holloway, I made an effort to bring influence from many quarters to bear on him, to induce him to change its destination at that early stage, and make it the much-needed home for incurables. Many ladies and gentlemen whose names I hoped would carry weight with him, were kindly willing to write to him on the subject. Among them was the Honorable Mrs. Monsell, then Lady Superior of Clewar. Her letter to me on the subject was so wise that I have preserved it. Mr. Holloway, however, was inexorable. Would to heaven that some other millionaire, instead of spending tens of thousands on palaces of delight and places of public amusement, would take to heart the case of those most wretched human beings, the destitute incurables, who are still sent every year by thousands to die in the workhouses of England and Ireland, with scarcely one of the comforts which their miserable condition demands. House of Mercy, Clewar, Windsor. I have read your letter with much interest, and have at once forwarded it to Mrs. Wellesley, asking her to show it to Princess Christian, and also to speak to Mrs. Gladstone. I have no doubt that a large sum of money would be better expended on an incurable than on a convalescent hospital. It would be wiser not to congregate so many convalescents. For incurables, under good management and liberal Christian teaching, it would not signify how many were gathered together, provided the space were large enough for the work. By liberal Christian teaching I mean that, while I presume Mr. Holloway would make it a Church of England institution, Roman Catholics ought to have the comfort of free access from their own teachers. An incurable hospital without the religious element fairly represented, and the blessing which religion brings to each individually, would be a miserable desolation. But there should be the most entire freedom of conscience allowed to each, in what, if that great sum were expended, must become a national institution. I earnestly hope Mr. Holliday will take the subject of the needs of incurables into consideration. In our own hospital at St. Andrew's and St. Raphael's, Torquay, we shrink from turning out our dying cases, and yet it does not do to let them die in the wards with convalescent patients. Few can estimate the misery of the incurable cases, and the expense connected with the nursing is so great, it is not easy for private benevolence to provide incurable hospitals on a small scale. Besides, they need room for classification. The truth is, an incurable hospital is a far more difficult machine to work than a convalescent, and so the work, if well done, would be far nobler. Believe me, madam, yours faithfully, H. Monsell, June 23, 1874. In concluding these observations generally on the sick in workhouses, I should like to offer to humane visitors one definite result of my own experience. Do not imagine that what will best cheer the poor souls will be your conversation, however well designed to entertain or instruct them. That which will really brighten their dreary lives is to be made to talk themselves, and to enjoy the privilege of a good listener. Draw them out about their old homes in the beautiful country, as they always call it, or in whatever town sheltered them in childhood. Ask about their fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, everything connected with their early lives, and tell them, if possible, any late news about the place and people connected therewith by ever so slight a thread. But before all things make them talk, and show yourself interested in what they say. End of section 13. Section 14 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe is told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Bristol, Workhouse Girls. Beside the poor, sick, and aged people in the workhouse, the attention of Miss Elliot and myself was much drawn to the girls who were sent out from thence to service on attaining about their 16th year. On all hands, and notably from Miss Twining and from some excellent Irish philanthropists, we heard the most deplorable reports of the incompetence of the poor children to perform the simplest duties of domestic life, and their consequent dismissal from one place after another till they ended in ruin. It was stated at the time, 1862, on good authority, that on tracing the subsequent history of 80 girls who had been brought up in a single London workhouse, every one was found to be on the streets. In short, these hapless children of the state, as my friend Miss Florence Davenport Hill most properly named them, seemed at that time as if they were being trained on purpose to fall into a life of sin, having nothing to keep them out of it. No friends, no affections, no homes, no training for any kind of useful labor, no habits of self-control or self-guidance. It was never realized by the men, who in those days alone managed our pauper system, that girls cannot be trained en masse to be general servants, nurses, cooks, or anything else. The strict routine, the vast half-furnished wards, the huge utensils and furnaces of a large workhouse, have too little in common with the ways of family life and the furniture of a common kitchen to furnish any sort of practicing ground for household service. The report of the Royal Commission on Education, issued about that time, concluded that workhouse schools leave the pauper taint on the children, but that district and separate schools give an education to the children contained in them which effectually leads to emancipate them from pauperism. Accordingly, the vast district schools, containing each the children from many unions, was then in full blast, and the girls were taught extremely well to read, write, and cipher, but were neither taught to cook for any ordinary household, or to scour, or sweep, or nurse, or serve the humblest table. What was far more deplorable, they were not and could not be taught to love or trust any human being, since no one loved or cared for them, or to exercise even so much self-control as should help them to forbear from stealing lumps of sugar out of the first bowl left in their way. But, we may be told, they received excellent religious instruction. Let anyone try to realize the idea of God which any child can possibly reach who has never been loved, and he will then perhaps rightly estimate the value of such religious instruction in a dreary pauper school. I have never quite seen the force of the argument, if a man love not his neighbor whom he hath seen, how shall he love God whom he hath not seen? But the converse is very clear. If a man hath not been beloved by his neighbor or parents, how shall he believe in the love of the invisible God? Religion is a plant which grows and flourishes in an atmosphere of a certain degree of warmth and softness, but not in the frozen zone of lovelessness, wherein is no sweetness, no beauty, no tenderness. How to prevent the girls who left Bristol workhouse from falling into the same gulf as the unhappy ones in London occupied very much the thoughts of Miss Elliot and her sister, afterwards Mrs. Montague Blackett, and myself, in 1851 and 1860-61. Our friend Miss Sarah Stephen, daughter of Sergeant Stephen, Earl of St. James, then residing in Clifton, had for some time been working successfully a preventive mission for the poorer class of girls in Bristol, with a good motherly old woman as her agent to look after them. This naturally helped us to an idea which developed itself into the following plan. Miss Elliot and her sister, as I have said, resided at that time with their father at the old Bristol deanery, close to the cathedral in College Green. This house was known to everyone in the city, which was a great advantage at starting. A Sunday afternoon school for workhouse girls only was opened by the two kind and wise sisters, and soon frequented by a happy little class. The first step in each case, which eventually fell chiefly to my share of the business, was to receive notice from the workhouse of the address of every girl when sent out to her first service, and thereupon to go at once and call on her new mistress, and ask her permission for the little servant's attendance at the deanery class. As Miss Elliot wrote most truly in speaking of the need of haste in this preliminary visit, there are few times in a girl's life when kindness is more valued by her, or more necessary to her, than when she is taken from the shelter and routine of school life and plunged suddenly and alone into a new struggling world full of temptations and trials. That this is the turning point in the life of many, I feel confident, and I think delay in beginning friendly intercourse most dangerous. They, like other human beings, will seek friends of some kind. We found them very ready to take good ones if the chance were offered, and, as it seemed, grateful for such chance. But good friends failing them, they will most assuredly find bad ones. Workhouse Girls, note by M. Elliot, page 7. As a rule, the mistresses, who were all of the humbler sort and of course persons of good reputation, seemed to welcome my rather intrusive visit and questions, which were of course made with every possible courtesy. A little by-play about the insufficient outfit given by the workhouse, and an offer of small additional adornments for Sundays, was generally well received. And the happy fact of having such an ostensibly and unmistakably respectable address for the Sunday school secured many assents which might otherwise have been denied. The mistresses were generally in a state of chronic vexation at their little servant's stupidity and incompetence, and on this head I could produce great effect by inveighing against the useless workhouse education. There was often difficulty in getting leave of absence for the girls on Sunday afternoon, but with the patience and good humor of the teachers, who gave their lessons to as many or as few as came to them, there was always something of a class, and the poor girls themselves were most eager to lose no chance of attending. A little reading of Pilgrim's Progress and other good books, more explanations and talk, much hymn-singing and repeating of hymns learned during the week, and a penny banking account. Such were some of the devices of the kind teachers to reach the hearts of their little pupils. And very effectually they did so, as the 30 letters which they wrote between them to Miss Elliot when she, or they, left Bristol, amply testified. Here is one of these epistles, surely a model of prudence and candor on the occasion of the approaching marriage of the writer. The backhanded compliment to the looks of her betrothed is specially delightful. You pointed out one thing in your kind letter, that to be sure the young man was steady. I have been with him now 2 years, and I hope I know his failings, and I can say I have never known anyone so steady and trustworthy as he is. I might have bettered myself as regards the outside looks, but, dear madam, I think of the future, and what my home would be then, and perhaps if I married a gay man I should always be unhappy. But John has a kind heart, and all he thinks of is to make others happy, and I hope I shall never have a cause to regret my choice, as I will try and do my best to do my duty, so that one day you may see me comfortable. Dear madam, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness to me. The whole experiment was marvelously successful. Nearly all the poor children seemed to have been improved in various ways, as well as certainly made happier by their Sundays at the deanery, and not one of them, I believe, turned out ill afterwards or fell into any serious trouble. Many of them married respectably. In short, it proved to be a good plan, which we have had no hesitation in recommending ever since. Eventually it was taken up by humane ladies in London, and there it slowly developed into the now imposing society with the long name, commonly abbreviated into MABYS, the Metropolitan Association for Befriending Young Servants. 2 or 3 years ago, when I attended and spoke at the annual meeting of this large body, with the Lord Mayor of London in the chair and a bishop to address us, it seemed very astonishing and delightful to Miss Elliot and me that our small beginnings of 30 years before should have swelled to such an assembly. My experience of the wrongs and perils of young servant girls, acquired during my work as whipper-in to the deanery class, remains a painful memory, and supplies strong arguments in favor of extending some such protection to such girls generally. Some cases of oppression and injustice on the part of the mistresses, themselves, no doubt, poor and overstrained, and not unnaturally exasperated by their poor little slaves' incompetence, were very cruel. I heard of one case which had occurred just before we began our work, wherein the girl had been left in charge of a small shop. A man came in out of the street, and seeing only this helpless child of 15 behind the counter, laid hands on something, worth 6d. As it proved, and walked off with it without payment. When the mistress returned, the girl told her what had happened, whereupon she and her husband stormed and scolded, and eventually turned the girl out of the house. This was at 9 o'clock at night, in one of the lowest parts of Bristol, and the unhappy girl had not a shilling in her possession. A murder would scarcely have been more wicked. Sometimes the mistresses sent their servants away without paying them any wages at all, making up their accounts in a style like this: "I owe you 5 and 6d., but you broke my teapot, which was worth 3 shillings, and you burnt a table cover worth 2, and broke 2 plates and a saucer, and lost a spoon, and I gave you an old pair of boots worth at least 18d. So you owe me half a crown, and if you don't go away quietly, I'll call the police and give you in charge." The mere name of the police would inevitably terrify the poor little drudge into submission to her oppressor. That the law could ever defend and not punish her would be quite outside her comprehension. The wretched holes under stairs, or in cellars or garrets, where these girls were made to sleep, were often most unhealthy, and their exposure to cold, with only the thin workhouse cotton frock, leaving arms and neck bare, was cruel in winter. One day I had an example of this not easily to be forgotten. I had just received notice that a girl of 16 had been sent from the workhouse, Bristol or Clifton, I forget which, to a place in St. Philip's at the far end of Bristol. It was a snowy day, but I walked to the place with the same odd conviction over me of which I have spoken, that I was bound to go at once. When I reached the house, I found that it was one a little above the usual class for workhouse girl servants, and had an area. The snow was falling fast, and as I knocked I looked down into the area and saw a girl in her cotton dress standing out at a wash tub, head, neck, and arms all bare, and the snow falling on them with the bitter wind eddying through the area. Presently the door was opened, and there stood the girl, in such a condition of bronchitis as I hardly ever saw in my life. When the mistress appeared, I told her civilly that I was very sorry, but that the girl was in mortal danger of inflammation of the lungs, and must be put to bed immediately. Oh, that was entirely out of the question. But it must be done, I said. Eventually, after much angry altercation, the woman consented to my fetching a fly, putting the girl into it, driving with her to the infirmary, for which I always had tickets, and leaving her there in charge of a friendly doctor. Next day, when I called to inquire, he told me she could scarcely have lived after another hour of exposure, and that she could recover only by the most stringent and immediate treatment. It was another instance of the verification of my superstition. Of course, we tried to draw attention generally to the need for some supervision of the poor workhouse girls throughout the country. I wrote and read at a social science congress a paper on Friendless Girls and How to Help Them, giving a full account of Miss Stevens' admirable preventive mission, and this, I had reason to hope, aroused some interest. Several years later, Miss Elliot wrote a charming little book with full details about her girls and their letters. Workhouse Girls, Notes of an Attempt to Help Them, published by Nisbet. Also, we managed to get numerous articles and letters into newspapers touching on workhouse abuses and needs generally. Miss Elliot, having many influential friends, was able to do a great deal in the way of getting our ideas put before the public. I used to write my papers after coming home in the evening, and often late into the night. Sometimes, when I was very anxious that something should go off by the early morning mail, I got out of the side window of my sitting room at 2 or 3 o'clock and walked the half-mile to the solitary post office near the Black Boy. Pillar posts were undreamed of in those days, and then climbed in at the window again to sleep soundly. Some years afterwards I wrote in Fraser's Magazine, and later again republished in my Studies, Ethical and Social, a somewhat elaborate article on the philosophy of the Poor Laws, as I had come to understand it after my experience at Bristol. This paper was so fortunate as to fall in the way of an Australian philanthropic gentleman, president of a royal commission to inquire into the question of pauper legislation in New South Wales. He, Mr. Windeyer, approved of several of my suggestions, and recommended them in the report of his commission, and eventually procured their embodiment in the laws of the colony. The following is one of several letters which I received from him on the subject. Chambers, Sydney, June 6, 1874. My dear Madam, though personally unknown to you, I take the liberty, as a warm admirer of your writings, to which I owe so much both of intellectual entertainment and profoundest spiritual comfort, to send you herewith a copy of a report upon the public charities of New South Wales, brought up by a royal commission of which I was the president. I may add that the document was written by me, and that my brother commissioners did me the honor of adopting it without any alteration. As the views to which I have endeavored to give expression have been so eloquently advocated by you, I have ventured to hope that my attempt to give practical expression to them in this colony may not be without interest to you, as the first effort made in this young country to promulgate sounder and more philosophic views as to the training of pauper children. In your large heart the feeling homo sum will, I think, make room for some kindly sympathy with those who, far off, in a small provincial way, try to rouse the attention and direct the energies of men for the benefit of their kind. And if any good comes of this bit of work, I should like you to know how much I have been sustained amidst much of the opposition which all new ideas encounter, by the convictions which you have so materially aided in building up and confirming. If you care to look further into our inquiry, I shall be sending a copy of the evidence to the Misses Hill, whose acquaintance I had the great pleasure of making on their visit to this country, and they doubtless would show it to you if caring to see it. But I have not presumed to bore you with anything further than the report. Believe me, your faithful servant, Will C. Windeyer. I have since learned with great pleasure, from an official report sent from Australia to a congress held during the World's Fair of 1893 at Chicago, that the arrangement has been found perfectly successful, and has been permanently adopted in the colony. While earnestly advocating some such friendly care and guardianship of these workhouse girls as I have described, I would nevertheless enter here my serious protest against the excessive lengths to which one society in particular, devoted to the welfare of the humbler class of girls generally, has gone of late years in the matter of incessant pleasure parties for them. I do not think that encouragement to what is to them dissipation conduces to their real welfare or happiness. It is always only too easy for all of us to remove the center of our little interest from the business of life to its pleasures. The moment this is done, whether in the case of poor persons or rich, duty becomes a weariness. Success in our proper work is no longer an object of ambition, and the hours necessarily occupied by it are grudged and curtailed. Amusement usurps the foreground, instead of being kept in the background, of thought. This is the kind of moral dislocation which is even now destroying, in the higher ranks, much of the duty-loving character bequeathed to our Anglo-Saxon race by our Puritan fathers. Ladies and gentlemen do not indeed now live to eat, like the old epicures, but they live to shoot, to hunt, to to play tennis or golf, to give and attend parties of one sort or another, and the result, I think, is to a great degree traceable in the prevailing pessimism. But bad as excessive pleasure-seeking and duty-neglecting is for those who are not compelled to earn their bread, it is absolutely fatal to those who must needs do so. The temptations which lie in the way of a young servant who has acquired a distaste for honest work and a passion for pleasure require no words of mine to set forth in their terrible colors. Even too much and too exciting reading and endless letter-writing may render wholesome toil obnoxious. A good maid I once possessed simply observed to me, on hearing that a friend's servant had read 20 volumes in a fortnight, and neglected meanwhile to mend her mistress's clothes, "I never knew anyone who was so fond of books who did not hate her work." It is surely no kindness to train people to hate the means by which they can honorably support themselves, and which might in itself be interesting and pleasant to them. But incessant tea parties and concerts and excursions are much more calculated to distract and dissipate the minds of girls than even the most exciting story books, and the good folks who would be shocked to supply them with an unintermittent series of novels do not see the mischief of encouraging the perpetual entertainments now in vogue all over the country. Let us make the girls first safe, then as happy as we can. But it is an error to imagine that overindulgence in dissipation, even in the shape of the most respectable tea parties and excursions, is the way to make them either safe or happy. The following is an account which Miss Florence D. Hill has kindly written for me, of the details of her own work on behalf of pauper children, which dovetailed with ours for workhouse girls. March 27, 1894. I well remember the deep interest with which I learnt from your own lips the simple but effective plan by which you and Miss Elliot and her sister befriended the elder girls from Bristol Workhouse, and heard you read your paper, Friendless Girls and How to Help Them, at the meeting of the British Association in Dublin in 1861. Gradually another benevolent scheme was coming into effect, which not only bestows friends, but a home and family affections on the forlorn pauper child, taking it in hand from infancy. The reference in your Philosophy of the Poor Laws to Mr. Grieg's report on boarding out, as pursued for many years at Edinburgh, caused my cousin, Miss Clark, to make the experiment in South Australia, which has developed into a noble system for dealing under natural conditions with all destitute and erring children in the great colonies of the South Seas. Meanwhile, at home the evidence of success attained by Mrs. Archer in Wiltshire and her disciples elsewhere, and by other independent workers, in placing orphan and deserted children in the care of foster parents, enabled the late Dr. Goodeve, ex officio guardian for Clifton, to obtain the adoption of the plan by his board, his wife becoming president of one of the very first committees formed to find suitable homes and supervise the children. After my efforts above detailed, on behalf of the little girl thieves, the ragged street boys, the incurables and other sick in workhouses, and finally for befriending young servants, there was another undertaking in which Miss Elliot and I took great interest for some years after we had ceased to live at Bristol. This was the housing of the poor in large cities. Among the many excellent citizens who then and always have done honor to Bristol, there was a town councillor, Mr. T. Terrett Taylor, a jeweler, carrying on his business in College Green. At a time when a bad fever seemed to have become endemic in the district of St. Jude's, this gentleman told us that in his opinion it would never be banished till some fresh legislation were obtained for the compulsory destruction of the insanitary buildings, such as abounded in that quarter. We wondered whether it would be possible to interest some influential MPs among our acquaintances in Mr. Taylor's views, and after many delays and much consultation with them, I wrote an article in Fraser's Magazine for February, 1866, in which I was able to print a full sketch by Mr. Taylor of his matured project, and to give the reasons which appeared to us to make such legislation as he advocated exceedingly desirable. I said, The supply of lodgings for the indigent classes in the great towns has long failed to equal the demand. Each year the case becomes worse, as population increases, and no tendency arises for capital to be invested in meeting the want. But, it is asked, why does not capital come in here, as everywhere else, and supply a want as soon as it exists? The reason is simple. Property in our poor lodgings is very undesirable for large capitalists. It can be made to pay a high interest only on 3 conditions. First, that the labor of collecting the rents, which is always excessive, shall not be deducted from the returns by agents. Second, that very little mercy shall be shown to tenants in distress. Third, that small expense be incurred in attempting to keep in repair, paint, or otherwise refresh the houses, which, being inhabited by the roughest of the community, require double outlay to preserve in anything better than a squalid and rack-rent condition. Convinced long ago of this fact, philanthropists have for years attempted to mitigate the evil by building, in London and other great towns, model lodging houses for the working classes, and after long remaining a doubtful experiment, a success has been achieved in the case of Mr. Peabody's, Alderman Waterlow's, and perhaps some others. But as regards the 2 great objects we are considering, the elevation of the indigent and the prevention of pestilence, these schemes only point the way to an enterprise too large for any private funds. All the existing model lodging houses not only fix their rents above the means of the indigent class, but actually make it a rule not to admit the persons of whom the class chiefly consists, namely, those who get their living upon the streets. Thus, for the elevation of the indigent and the purifying of those cesspools of wretchedness, wherein cholera and fever have their source, these model lodging houses are even professedly unavailing. Reprinted in Hours of Work and Play, pages 46-47. Mr. Thomas Hare had shortly before set forth in the Times a startlingly magnificent scheme whereby a great board should raise money, partly from the rates, to build splendid rows of workmen's lodging houses, of which the workmen would eventually, in this ingenious plan, become freeholders. Mr. Taylor's plan was much more modest, and involved, in fact, only one principal point, the grant of compulsory powers to purchase, indispensable where the refusal of one landlord might invalidate, for sanitary purposes, the purification of a district, and the greed of the class would inevitably render the proposed renovation preposterously costly. Mr. Taylor's scheme, as drawn up by himself and placed in our hands, was briefly as follows. An Act of Parliament must be obtained to enable town councils and local boards of health, or other boards as may hereafter be thought best, to purchase, under compulsory powers, the property in overcrowded and pestilential districts within their jurisdiction, and build thereon suitable dwellings for the laboring classes. The usual powers must be given to borrow money of the government at a low rate of interest, on condition of repayment within a specified time, say from 15 to 20 years, as in the case of the county lunatic asylums. Miss Elliot and I having shown this sketch to our friends, a bill was drawn up, embodying it with some additions, for the improvement of the dwellings of the working classes, and was presented to Parliament by Mr. McCulloch Torrens and my cousin John Locke in 1867. But though both the governments of Lord Derby and of Lord Russell, the latter of whom Miss Elliot had interested personally in the matter, were favourable to the bill, it was not passed till the following session, when it became law, with considerable modifications, as 3132 Victoria, Chapter 130, an Act to provide better dwellings for artisans and labourers, 31st July, 1868. End of section 14. Section 15 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe is told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Bristol. Friends. What is chance? How often does that question recur in the course of every history, small or great? My whole course of life was deflected by the mishap of stepping a little awry out of a train at Bath, and miscalculating the height of the platform, which is there unusually low. I had gone to spend a day with a friend, and on my way back to Bristol I thus sprained my ankle. I was at that time 40 years of age, a date I now, alas, regard as quite the prime of life, and in splendid health and spirits, fully intending for the rest of my days laboring on the same lines as prospects of usefulness might open. I remember feeling the delight of walking over the springy sward of the downs, and laughing as I said to myself, I do believe I could walk down anybody, and perhaps talk down anybody too. The next week I was a poor cripple on crutches, never to take a step without them for 4 long years, during which period I grew practically into an old woman, and, unhappily for me, into a very large and heavy one for want of the exercise to which I had been accustomed. The morning after my mishap, finding my ankle much swollen and being in a great hurry to go on with my work, I sent for one of the principal surgeons in Bristol, who bound the limb so tightly that the circulation, always rather feeble, was impeded, and every sort of distressful condition supervened. Of course, the surgeon threw the blame on me for attempting to use the leg, but it was very little I could do in this way, even if I had tried without excessive pain, and after a few weeks I went to London in the full confidence that I had only to bespeak the best advice to be speedily cured. I did get what all the world would still consider the best advice, but bad was that best. Guineas I could ill spare ran away like water while the great surgeon came and went, doing me no good at all, the evil conditions growing worse daily. I returned back from London and spent some wretched months at Clifton. An artery, I believe, was stopped, and there was danger of inflammation of the joint. At last, with infinite regret, I gave up the hope of ever recovering such activity as would permit me to carry on my work either in the schools or workhouse. No one who has not known the miseries of lameness, the perpetual contention with ignoble difficulties which it involves, can judge how hard a trial it is to an active mind to become a cripple. Still believing in my simplicity that great surgeons might remedy every evil, I went again to London to consult the most eminent, and by the mistake of a friend it chanced that I summoned 2 very great personages on the same day, though fortunately at different hours. The case was, of course, of the simplest, but the 2 men gave me precisely opposite advice. One sent me abroad to certain baths, which proved to be the wrong ones for my trouble, and gave me a letter to his friend there, a certain baron. The moment the baron doctor saw my foot, he exclaimed that it ought never to have been allowed to get into the state of swollen veins and arrested circulation in which he found it. Astringents and all sorts of measures ought to have been applied. In truth, I was in a most miserable condition, for I could not drop the limb for 2 minutes without the blood running into it till it became like an ink bottle, when, if I held it up, it became as white as if dead. All this had been getting worse and worse while I was consulting 10 doctors in succession, and chiefly the most eminent in England. The baron doctor first told me that the waters would bring out the gout, and then, when I objected, assured me they should not bring it out, after which I relinquished the privilege of his visits, and he charged me for an entire course of treatment. The second great London surgeon told me not to go abroad, but to have a gutta percha boot made for my leg to keep it stiff. I had the boot made, with much distress and expense, took it abroad in my trunk, and asked the successor of the baron doctor, who could make the waters give the gout or not as he pleased, whether he advised me to wear the wonderful machine. The good old Frenchman, who was also mayor of his town, and who did me more good than anybody else, replied cautiously, "If you wish, madame, to be lame for life, you will wear that boot. A great many English come to us here to be unstiffened after having had their joints stiffened by English surgeons' devices of this sort, but we can do nothing for them. A joint, once thoroughly stiff, can never be restored." It may be guessed that the expensive boot was quietly deposited on the nearest heap of rubbish. After that experience I tried the baths in Savoy and others in Italy. But my lameness seemed permanent. A great Italian doctor could think of nothing better than to put a few walnut leaves on my ankle, a process which might, perhaps, have effected something in 50 years. Only the good and great Nelaton, whom I consulted in Paris, told me he believed I should recover some time, but he could not tell me anything to do to hasten the event. Returned to London, I sent for Sir William Ferguson, and that honest man, on hearing my story, said simply, "And if you had gone to nobody and not bandaged your ankle, but merely bathed it, you would have been well in 3 weeks." Thus I learned from the best authority that I had paid for the folly of consulting an eminent surgeon for a common sprain, by 4 years of miserable helplessness, and by the breaking up of my whole plan of life. I must conclude this dismal record by one last trait of medical character. I had determined, after seeing Ferguson, to consult no other doctor. Indeed, I could ill afford to do so. But a friend conveyed to me a message from a London surgeon of repute, since dead, that he would like to be allowed to treat me gratuitously, having felt much interest in my books. I was simple enough to fall into the trap and to feel grateful for his offer, and I paid him several visits, during which he chatted pleasantly, and once did some trifling thing to relieve my foot. One day I wrote and asked him kindly to advise me by letter about some directions he had given me, whereupon he answered tartly that he could not correspond, and that I must always attend at his house. The suspicion dawned on me, and soon reached conviction, that what he wanted was not so much to cure me as to swell the scanty show of patients in his waiting room. Of course, after this I speedily retreated, offering many thanks and some small, and as I hoped, acceptable souvenir with inscription to lie on his table. But when I thought this had concluded my relations with Mr. Blank, I found I had reckoned without my Blank doctor. One after another he wrote to me 3 or 4 peremptory notes, requesting me to send him introductions for himself or his family to influential friends of mine, rather out of his sphere. I would rather have paid him 50 fees than have felt bound to give these introductions. Finally, I ceased to do anything whatever to my unfortunate ankle, except what most of my advisers had forbidden, namely, to walk upon it, and a year or 2 afterwards I climbed Cader Idris, walking quietly with my friend to the summit. Sitting there, on the giant's chair, we passed a unanimous resolution. It was, "Hang the doctors." I must now set down a few recollections of the many friends and interesting acquaintances whom I met at Bristol. In the first place, I may say briefly that all Miss Carpenter's friends, mostly Unitarians, were very kind to me, and that though I did not go out to any sort of entertainment while I lived with her, it was not for lack of hospitable invitations. The family next to that of the dean with which I became closely acquainted, and to which I owed most, was that of Matthew Davenport Hill, the recorder of Birmingham, whose labors, summed up in his own Repression of Crime, and in his biography by his daughters, did more, I believe, than those of any other philanthropist beside Mary Carpenter to improve the treatment of both adult and juvenile crime in England. I am not competent to offer judgment on the many questions of jurisprudence with which he dealt, but I can well testify to the exceeding goodness of his large heart, the massiveness of his grasp of his subjects, and, never to be forgotten, his most delightful humor. He was a man who from unlucky chances never attained a position commensurate with his abilities and his worth, but who was beloved and admired in no ordinary degree by all who came near him. His family of sons and daughters formed a centre of usefulness in the neighbourhood of Bristol, as they have since done in London, where Miss Hill is, I believe, now the senior member of the school board, while her sister, Miss Florence Davenport Hill, has been equally active as a poor law guardian, and most especially as the promoter of the great and far-reaching reform in the management of pauper orphans, known as the system of boarding out, of which I have spoken in the last chapter. I must not indulge myself by writing at too great length of such friends, but will insert here a few notes I made of Recorder Hill's wonderfully interesting conversation during a Christmas visit I paid to him at Heath House. December 26th. I spent yesterday and last night with my kind friends the Hills at Heath House. In the evening I drew out the recorder to speak of questions of evidence, and he told me many remarkable anecdotes in his own practice at the bar, of doubtful identity, etc. On one occasion a case was tried 3 times, and he observed how the certainty of the witnesses, the clearness of details, and unhesitating asseveration of facts which at first had been doubtfully stated, grew in each trial. He said, "The most dangerous of all witnesses are those who honestly give false witness, a most numerous class." Today he invited me to walk with him on his terrace and up and down the approach. The snow lay thick on the grass, but the sun shone bright, and I walked for more than an hour and a half beside the dear old man. He told me how he had, by degrees, learned to distrust all ideas of retribution, and to believe in the aggressive power of love and kindness, a phrase Lady Byron had liked, and how it at last struck him that this was all in the New Testament, and that few, except religious Christians, ever aided the great causes of philanthropy. I said it was quite true. Christ had revealed that religion of love, and that there were, unhappily, very few who, having intellectually doubted the Christian creed, pressed on further to any clear or fervent religion beyond, but that without religion, i.e., love of God, I hardly believed it possible to work for man. He said he had known nearly all the eminent men of his time in every line, and had somehow got close to them, and had never found one of them really believe Christianity. I said, no strong intellect of our day could do so altogether, but that I thought it was faithless in us to doubt that if we pushed bravely on to whatever seemed truth, we should find there all the more reason to love God and man, and never lose any real good of Christianity. He agreed, but said, "You are a watchmaker, I am a weaver. This is your work, I have a different one, and I cannot afford to part with the evangelicals, who are my best helpers. Thus, though I wholly disagree with them about Sunday, I never publish my difference." I said I felt the great danger of pushing uneducated people beyond the bounds of an authoritative creed, and for my own part would think it safest that Jowett's views should prevail for a generation, preparatory to theism. Then we spoke of immortality, and he expressed himself nobly on the thought that all our differences of rich and poor, wise or ignorant, are lost in comparison of that one fact of our common immortality. As he said, he felt that waiting a moment jostled in a crowd at a railway station was a larger point in comparison of his whole life than this life is to the future. We joined in condemning Emerson and George Eliot's ideas of the little value of ordinary souls. His burst of indignation at her phrase, "guano races of men," was very fine. He said, talking of reformatories, "A century hence, in 1960, some people will walk this terrace and talk of the great improvement of the new asylums where hopeless criminals and vicious persons will be permanently consigned. They will not be formally condemned for life, but we shall all know that they will never fulfill the conditions of their release. They will not be made unhappy, but forced to work and kept under strong control, the happiest state for them." Here is a very flattering letter from Mr. Hill written a few years later, on receipt of a copy of my Italics. The Hawthorns, Edgbaston, Birmingham, 25th October, 1864. My dear Miss Cobbe, although I am kept out of court today at the instance of my physician, who threatens me with bronchitis if I do not keep house, yet it has been a day not devoid of much enjoyment. Your charming book, which, alas, I have nearly finished, is carrying me through it only too rapidly. What a harvest of observation, thought, reading, and discourse have you brought home from Italy! But I am too much overwhelmed with it to talk much about it, especially in the obfuscated state of my intellect to which I am just now reduced. But I must just tell you how I am amused, in midst of my admiration, with your humility as regards your sex, said humility being a cloak which, opening a little at one page, discloses a rich garment of pride underneath. Vide page 438 towards the bottom. I say no more, only as I don't mean to give up the follies of youth for the next 8 years, that is, until I am 80, I don't choose to be called venerable. One might as well consent to become an archdeacon at once. Your portraits are delightful. Some of the originals I know, and the likeness is good, but alas, idealized. To call your book a trifling work is just as absurd as to call me venerable. It deals nobly, fearlessly, and I will add in many parts profoundly, with the greatest questions that can employ human intellect or touch the human heart. And although I do not always agree with you, I always respect your opinions and learn from the arguments by which they are supported. But certainly in the vast majority of instances I do agree with you, and more than agree, which is a cold, unimpressive term. Most truly yours, M.D. Hill. Heath House, Stapleton, Bristol, 17th August, 1871. My dear Miss Cobbe, that is to say, falsest of womankind. You have cruelly jilted me. Florrie wrote to say you were coming here, as you ought to have done long ago. Well, as your countryman, Ossian, or his double, Macpherson, says, age is dark and unlovely, and therefore the rival of the American giantess turns a broad back upon me. I must submit to my fall. Though I take in the Echo, I have not lately seen any article which I could confidently attribute to your pen. I have, however, been much gratified with your article on the Devil, the only writing I ever read on the origin of evil which did not appear to me absolutely contemptible. Talking of these matters, Coleridge said to Thelwall, ex relatione Thelwall, God has all the power that is, but there is no power over a contradiction, expressed or implied. Your suggestion that the existence of evil is due to contradiction is, I have no doubt, very just, but my stupid head is this morning quite unable to put on paper what is foggily floating in my mind, and so I leave it. I spent a good part of yesterday morning in reading the Westminster Review of Walt Whitman's work, which quite laid hold of me. Most truly yours, M.D. Hill. Another interesting person whom I first came to know at Bristol, where he visited at the deanery and at Dr. Simon's house, was the late Master of Balliol. I have already cited some kind letters from him referring to our plans for incurables and workhouse girls. I will be vain enough to quote here, with the permission of the friend to whom they were addressed, some of his remarks about my intuitive morals and broken lights, and also his opinion of Theodore Parker, which will interest many readers. From Reverend Benjamin Jowett, January 22nd, 1861. I heard of your friend Miss Cobbe the other day at Fulham. Pray urge her to go on with her books, and try to make them more interesting. This can only be done by throwing more feeling into them, and adapting them more to what other people are thinking and feeling about. I am not speaking about changing her ideas, but the mode of expressing them. The great labor of writing is adapting what you say to others. She has great ability, and there is something really fine and striking in her views of things, so that it is worth while she should consider the form of her writings. April 16, 1861. Let me pass to a more interesting subject, Miss Cobbe. Since I wrote to you last, I have read the greater part of her book, Intuitive Morals, which I quite agree with you in thinking full of interest. It shows great power and knowledge of the subject, yet I should fear it would be hardly intelligible to anyone who had not been nourished at some time of their lives on the philosophy of Kant, and also she seems to me to be too exclusive and antagonistic towards other systems, e.g., the utilitarian. All systems of philosophy have their place and use, and lay hold on some minds, and therefore, though they are not all equally true, it is no use to rail at Bentham and the utilitarians after the manner of Blackwood's Magazine. Perhaps, however, Miss Cobbe would retort on me that her attacks on the utilitarians have their place and their use too, only they were not meant for people who revel in skepticism like me. The Saturday Review says, is it not very Irish of them to say so? Pray exhort her to write, for it is really worth while, and not to spend her money and time wholly in schemes of philanthropy. For a woman of her ability, writing offers a great field, better in many respects than practical life. October 10th, 1861. A day or two ago I was at Clifton and saw Miss Cobbe, who might be truly described as very jolly. I went to a 5 o'clock tea with her and met various people. An aged physician named Dr. Brabant, who about 30 years ago gave up his practice to study Hebrew and became the friend of German theologians, Miss Blagin, whom you probably know, an amiable lady who has written a novel and is the owner of a little white puppy wearing a scarlet coat, Dr. Goodeve, an Indian medical officer, and various others. February 2nd, 1862. Remember me to Miss Cobbe. I hope she gains from you sound notions on political economy. I shall always maintain that philanthropy is intolerable when not based on sound ideas of political economy. June 4th, 1862. The articles in the Daily News I did not see. Were they Miss Cobbe's? I read her paper in Fraser, in which the story of the carnival was extremely well told. May 15th, 1863. I write to thank you for Miss Cobbe's pamphlet, which I have read with great pleasure. I think her writing is always good and able. I have never seen Theodore Parker's works. He was, I imagine, a sort of hero and prophet. But I would rather have the Church of England large enough for us all with old memories and feelings, notwithstanding many difficulties and some iniquities, than new systems of theism. March 10th, 1864. Miss Cobbe has also kindly sent me a little book called Broken Lights, which appears to me to be extremely good. I think the title is rather a mistake. I dare say that you have read the book. The style is excellent, and the moderation and calmness with which the different parties are treated is beyond praise. The only adverse criticism that I should venture to make is that the latter part is too much narrowed to Theodore Parker's point of view, who was a great man, but too confident, I think, that the world could be held together by spiritual instincts. And here are 3 charming letters from Mr. Jowett to me, one of them in reply to a letter from me from Rome, the others of a later date. Dear Miss Cobbe, I write to thank you for the Fraser which I received this morning and have read with great amusement and interest. I think that I should really feel happier living to see the end of the Pope, at least in his present mode of existence. I did indeed receive a most capital letter from you with a kind note from Miss Elliot, and I do remember me of my faults this day. The truth is that being very busy with Plato, do you know the intolerable burden of writing a fat book in 2 volumes? I put off answering the letters until I was not quite certain whether the kind writers of them were still at Rome. I thought the Plato would have been out by this time, but this was only one of the numerous delusions in which authors indulge. The notes, however, are really finished, and the essays will be done in a few months. I suspect you can read Greek, and shall therefore hope to send you a copy. I was always inclined to think well of the Romans from their defense of Rome in 1848, and their greatness and strength really does seem to show that they mean to be the center of a great nation. Will you give my very kind regards to the Elliots? I should write to them if I knew exactly where. I hear that the dean is transformed into a worshipper of the Virgin and of other pictures of the saints. Believe me, dear Miss Cobbe, yours very truly, B. Jowett. Balliol College, May 19th. College de Balliol, Oxford University. Dear Miss Cobbe, I shall certainly read your paper on political economy. Political economy seems to me, in this imperfect world, to be humanity on a large scale, though not the whole of humanity, and I am always afraid of it being partially supplanted by humanity on the small scale, which relieves 1/6 of the poor whom we see, and pauperizes the mind of 5/6 whom we don't see. I won't trouble you with any more reflections on such an old subject. Remember me most kindly to the dean and his daughters. I was going to send him a copy of the articles against Dr. Williams, but upon second thoughts I won't. It is such an ungracious, unsavory matter. I hope that he won't give up the prolocutorship, or that, if he does, he will state boldly his reasons for doing so. It is true that neither he nor anyone can do much good there, but the mere fact of a great position in the Church of England being held by a liberal clergyman is of great importance. I should have much liked to go to Rome this winter, but I am so entangled, first with Plato, and second with the necessity of getting rid of Plato and writing something on theology, that I do not feel justified in leaving my work. The vote of last Tuesday deferring indefinitely the endowment of my professorship makes me feel that life is becoming a serious business to me. Not that I complain. The amount of sympathy and support which I have received has been enough to sustain anyone, if they needed it. You should have seen an excellent squib written by a young undergraduate. But my friends are sanguine in imagining they will succeed hereafter. Next year it is true that they will probably get a small majority in congregation. This, however, is of no use, as the other party will always bring up the country clergy in convocation. I have, therefore, requested Dr. Stanley to take no further steps in the council on the subject. It seems to me undignified to keep the university squabbling about my income. Excuse this long story, which is partly suggested by your kind letter. I hope you will enjoy Rome. With sincere regard, believe me, yours truly, B. Jowett. Reverend Benjamin Jowett to Miss Cobbe, College de Balliol, Oxford University, February 24, 1865. My dear Miss Cobbe, I write to thank you for your very kind note. I am much more pleased at the rejoicings of my friends than at the result which has been so long delayed as to be almost indifferent to me. I used to be annoyed at feeling that I was such a bad example to young men, because they saw, as they were intended to see, that unless they concealed their opinions they would suffer. I hope they will have more cheerful prospects now. I trust that some day I shall be able to write something more on theology, but the Plato has proved an enormous work, having expanded into a sort of translation of the whole of the dialogues. I believe this will be finished and printed about Christmas, but not before. I have been sorry to hear of your continued illness. When I come to London, I shall hope to look in upon you in Hereford Square. In haste, believe me, yours very truly, B. Jowett. I read a book of Theodore Parker's the other day, Discourses on Religion. He was a friend of yours, I believe. I admire his character, a sort of religious Titan, but I thought his philosophy seemed to rest too much on instincts. How much Mr. Jowett had to bear from the animosity of his orthodox contemporaries in the Sixties at Oxford was illustrated by the following incident. I was, one day about this time, showing his photograph to a lady when her son, late from Oxford, came into the room with a dog at his heels. Seeing the photograph, he remarked, "Ah, yes, very like. This dog pinned him in quod one day, and was made so much of afterwards. The Dean of especially invited him, the dog, to lunch. Jowett complained of me, and I had to send all my dogs out of Oxford." The following is a note which I made of 2 of his visits to me on Durham Down. 2 visits from Mr. Jowett, who each time drank tea with me. He said he felt writing to be a great labor, but regularly wrote 1 page every day. The liberal, benevolent way he spoke of all creeds was delightful. In particular, he spoke of the temptation to pantheism, and praised Hegel, whom, he said, he had studied deeply. Advising me kindly to go on writing books, he maintained against me the vast power of books in the world. Mr. Jowett was, of course, at all times a most interesting personality, and one whose intercourse was delightful and highly exciting to the intellect. But his excessive shyness, combined with his faculty for saying exceedingly sharp things, must have precluded, I should think, much ease of conversation between him and the majority of his friends. As usually happens in the case of shy people, he exhibited rather less of the characteristic with an acquaintance like myself, who was never shy, my mother's training saved me from that affliction, and who was not at all afraid of him. In later years Mr. Jowett obtained for me, in 1876, the signatures of the heads of every college in Oxford to a petition which I had myself written to the House of Lords in favour of Lord Carnarvon's original bill for the restriction of vivisection. At a later date the Master of Balliol declined to support me further in the agitation for the prohibition of the practice, referring me to the assurances of a certain eminent Boanerges of science as guarantee for the necessity of the practice and the humanity of vivisectors. It is very surprising to me how good and strong men, who would disdain to accept a religious principle or dogma from Pope or Council, will take a moral one without hesitation from any doctor or professor of science who may lay down the law for them, and present the facts so as to make the scale turn his way. Where would Protestant divines be if they squared their theologies with all the historical statements and legends of Romanism? If we construct our ethical judgments upon the statements and representations of persons interested in maintaining a practice, what chance is there that they should be sound? I find, in a letter to a friend, dated May, 1868, the following souvenir of a sermon by Mr. Jowett, delivered in a church near Soho. We went to that sermon on Sunday. It was really very fine and very bold, much better than the report in the Pall Mall Gazette made it. Mr. Albert D. was there, but few else who looked as if they could understand him. He has a good voice and delivery, and the cherubic countenance and appealing eyes suit the pulpit, but he looks at one as I never knew any preacher to do. We sat close to him, and it was as if we were in a drawing room. M. says that all the first part was taken from my Broken Lights. That is, it was a sketch of existing opinions on the same plan. It was good when he said, "The High Church watchword is, 'The Church, always and ever the same.' The Low Church watchword is, 'The Bible only the religion of Protestants.' The party of knowledge has for its principle, 'The truth, ever and always, and wherever it be found.'" He gave each their share of praise and blame, saying, the fault of the last party, his own of course, was that sometimes in the pursuit of knowledge they forgot goodness. I heard him preach more than once afterwards in the same gloomy old church. His aspect in his surplice was exceedingly quaint. His face, even in old age, was like that of an innocent round-faced child, and his short, slender figure, wrapped up in the long white garment, irresistibly suggested to me the idea of an elderly cherub prepared for bed. Altogether, taking into account his entire career, the Master of Balliol was a unique figure in English life, whom I much rejoiced to have known, a modern Melchizedek. Here is another memorandum about the same date, respecting another eminent man, interesting in another way. September 25th, 1860. A pleasant evening at Canon Guthrie's. Introduced to old Lord Lansdowne, a gentle, courteous old man, with deep-set, faded gray eyes and heavy eyebrows, a blue coat and brass buttons. In the course of the evening, I was carrying on war in a corner of the room against the Dean of Bristol, Mr. C., and Margaret Elliot, about Toryism. I argued that if justice to all were the chief end of government, the power should be lodged in the hands of the class who best understood justice, and that the consequence of the opposite course was manifest in America, where the freest government which had ever existed supported also the most gigantic of all wrongs, slavery. On this, Countess Rothkirk, who sat by, clapped her hands with joy, and the dean came down on me, saying, that if power should only be given to those who would use it justly, then the Tories should never have any power at all, for they never used it justly. Hearing the laughter at my discomfiture, Lord Lansdowne toddled across the room and sat down beside me, saying, "What is it all about?" I cried, "Oh, Lord Lansdowne, you are the very person in the world to help me. I am defending Tory principles." He laughed heartily and said, "I am afraid I can hardly do that." "Oh, yes," I said, "you may be converted at the 11th hour." "Don't you know," he said, "what a child asked her mother? Are Tories born wicked, mother, or do they only become so?" Margaret said this was really asked by a cousin of her own, one of the Adam family. It ended in much laughter and talking about transformation and the semi-attached couple, which Lord Lansdowne said he was just reading. "I like novels very much," he said, "only I take a little time between each of them." When I got up to go away, the kind old man rose in the most courtly way to shake hands, and paid me a little old-world compliment. This was the most eloquent statesman and patron of literature, Henry, 3rd Marquis of Lansdowne, in whose time his house, Bowood, was the resort of the finest intellectual society of England. I have a droll letter in my possession referring to this Bowood society by Sydney Smith, written to Mrs. Kemble, then Mrs. Butler. It has come to me with all her other papers, and with 7 letters from Lord Lansdowne pressing her to pay him visits. Sidney Smith writes on his invitation to her to come to Combe Fleury, after minute directions about the route. The interval between breakfast and dinner brings you to Combe Fleury. We are the next stage to Bowood. Lord Lansdowne's guests commonly come here dilated and disordered with high living. In another letter conveying a similar invitation, he says, with his usual bitterness and injustice as regards America, "Be brave, my dear lady. Hoist the American flag. Barbarize your manners. Dissyntax your language. Fling a thick mantle over your lively spirits, and become the fust of American women. You will always remain a bright vision in my recollection. Do not forget me. Call me Butler's Hudibras, any appellation, provided I am not forgotten." Among the residents in Clifton and at Stoke Bishop over the Downs I had many kind friends, some of whom helped me essentially in my work by placing tickets for hospitals and money in my hands for the poor. One of these whom I specially recall with gratitude was that ever zealous moral reformer, Mrs. Wolcott Brown, who is still working bravely with her daughter for many good causes in London. I must not write here, without permission, of the many others whose names have not come before the public, but whose affectionate consideration made my life very pleasant, and whom I ever remember with tender regard. Of one excellent couple I may venture to speak, Dr. and Mrs. Goodeve of Cook's Folly. Mrs. Goodeve herself told me their singular and beautiful story, and since she and her husband are now both dead, I think I may allow myself to repeat it. Dr. Goodeve was a young medical man who had just married, and was going out to seek his fortune in India, having no prospects in England. As part of their honeymoon holiday, the young couple went to visit Cook's Folly, then a small, half-ruinous, castellated building, standing in a spot of extraordinary beauty over the Avon, looking down the Bristol Channel. As they were descending the turret stair and taking, as they thought, a last look on the loveliness of England, the young wife perceived that her husband's head was bent down in deep depression. She laid her hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Never mind, Harry. You shall make a fortune in India, and we will come back and buy Cook's Folly." They went to Calcutta, and were there most kindly received by a gentleman named Hurry, who edited a newspaper, and whose own history had been strange and tragic. Started in his profession by his interest, Dr. Goodeve soon fell into good practice, and by degrees became a very successful physician, the founder, I believe, of the existing Medical College of Calcutta. Going on a shooting party, his face was most terribly shattered by a chance shot, which threatened to prove mortal. But Mrs. Goodeve, without help or appliances, alone with him in a tent in a wild district, pulled him back to life. At last they returned to England, wealthy and respected by all, and bringing a splendid collection of Indian furniture and curios. The very week they landed, Cook's Folly was advertised to be sold. They remembered it well, went to see it, bought it, and rebuilded it, making it a most charming and beautiful house. A peculiarity of its structure as remodeled by them was that there was an entire suite of rooms. A large library overlooking the river Avon, bedroom, bathroom, and servants' room, all capable of being shut off from the rest of the house by double doors, so that the occupant might be quite undisturbed. When everything was finished and splendidly furnished, the Goodeves wrote to Mr. Hurry, "It is time for you to give up your paper and come home. You acted a father's part to us when we went out first to India. Now come to us and live as with your son and daughter." Mr. Hurry accepted the invitation, and found waiting for him and his Indian servant the beautiful suite of rooms built for him, and the tenderest welcome. I saw him often seated by their fireside, just as a father might have been. When the time came for him to die, Mrs. Goodeve nursed him with such devoted care, and strained herself so much in lifting and helping him, that her own health was irretrievably injured, and she died not long afterwards. I could write more of Bristol and Clifton friends, high and low, but must draw this chapter of my life to a close. I went to Bristol an utter stranger, knowing no human being there. I left it after a few years all peopled, as it seemed to me, with kind souls, and without one single remembrance of anything else but kindness received there, either from gentle or simple. End of section 15. Section 16 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe as told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Italy, 1857 to 1879, Part 1. I visited Italy 6 times between the above dates. The reader need not be wearied by reminiscences of such familiar journeyings, which, in my case, were always made quickly through France, a country which I intensely dislike, and extended pretty evenly over the most beautiful cities of Italy. I spent several seasons in Rome and Florence, and a winter in Pisa, and I visited once, twice, or 3 times Venice, Bologna, Naples, Perugia, Assisi, Verona, Padua, Genoa, Milan, and Turin. The only interest which these wanderings can claim belongs to the people with whom they brought me into contact, and these include a somewhat remarkable list: Mr. and Mrs. Browning, Mrs. Somerville, Theodore Parker, Walter Savage Landor, Massimo d'Azeglio, John Gibson, Charlotte Cushman, Count Guido Usedom, Adolphus Trollope and his first wife, Mr. W. W. Story, and Mrs. Beecher Stowe. Of many of these I gave slight sketches in my book Italics, and must refer to them very briefly here. That book, I may mention, was written principally at Via Ogneco, a beautiful villa at Nervi on the Riviera di Levante, then rented by my kind friend Count Usedom, the Prussian ambassador, and his English wife. Count Guido Usedom, now, alas, gone over to the majority, was an extremely cultivated man, who had been at one time secretary to Bunsen's embassy in Rome. He was so good as to undertake what I may call my Italian political education, instructing me not only of the facts of recent history, but of the dessous des cartes of each event as they were known to the initiated. He placed all his dispatches for many years in my hands, and explained the policy of each nation concerned, and even taught me the cryptographs then in diplomatic use. His own letters to his king, the late Emperor Wilhelm I, were lively and delightful sketches of Italian affairs, for, as he said, he had discovered that to induce the king to read them they must be both amusing and beautifully transcribed. From him and the prefects and other influential men who came to visit him at Villa Ogneco, I gained some views of politics not perhaps unworthy of record. One day I asked him whether it were exactly true that Cavour had told a distinct falsehood in the Chambers about Garibaldi's invasion of Naples. Count Usedom replied, "He did, and I do not believe there is a statesman in Europe who would not have done the same when a kingdom was in question." He obviously thought, scrupulously conscientious as he was himself, that to diplomatists in general and their sovereigns the laws of morality and honor were like ladies' bracelets, highly ornamental, and to be worn habitually, but to be slipped off when any serious work was to be done which required free hands. He said, "People, especially women, often asked me, is such a king a good man? Is Napoleon III a good man? This is nonsense. They are all good men in so far as they will not do a cruel or treacherous or unjust thing without strong reasons for it. That would be not only a crime but a blunder. But when great dynastic interests are concerned, kings and emperors and their ministers are neither guided by moral considerations or deterred from following their interests because a life or many lives stand in the way." He adduced Napoleon III's coup d'etat as an example. Napoleon was not a man to indulge in any cruel or vindictive sentiment, but neither was he one to forego a step needed for his policy. The year following these studies under Count Usedom I was living in London, and met Mazzini one evening, by special invitation, alone at the house of Mr. and Mrs. James Stansfeld. I speak of Mr. Stansfeld's first wife, sister of Madame Venturi. After dinner our hosts left us alone, and Mazzini, whom I had often met before, and who was always very good to me, asked me if I would listen to his version of the recent history of Italy, since he thought I had been much misinformed on the subject. Of course I could only express my sense of the honor he did me by the proposal, and then, somewhat to my amazement and amusement, Mazzini descended from his armchair, seated himself opposite me, cross-legged on the magnificent white rug before Mrs. Stansfeld's blazing fire, and proceeded to pour out, I believe for quite 2 hours, the entire story of all that went before and after the siege of Rome, his triumvirate, and the subsequent risings, plots, and battles. If anyone could have taken down that wonderful story in shorthand, it would possess immense value, and I regret profoundly that I did not at least attempt, when I went home, to write my recollections of it, but I was merely bewildered. Each event which Mazzini named, sitting so coolly there on the rug at my feet, I sent an army here, I ordered a rising there, appeared under an aspect so entirely different from that which it had borne as represented to me by my political friends in Italy, that I was continually mystified, and asked, "But, Signor Mazzini, are you talking of such and such an event?" "Ma si, signora," and off he would go again with vivid and eloquent explanations and descriptions, which fairly took my breath away. At last, I believe it was near midnight, Mrs. Stansfeld, who had, of course, arranged this effort for my conversion to Italian republicanism, returned to the drawing room, and I fear that the truly noble-hearted man who had done me so high a favor rose disappointed from his lowly rug. He said to me at another time, "You English, who are blessed with loyal sovereigns, cannot understand that one of our reasons for being republicans is that we cannot trust our kings and grand dukes an inch. They are each one of them a re traditore." One could quite concede that a constitutional government under a traitor prince would not hold out any prospect of success, but at all events Victor Emmanuel and Umberto have completely exonerated themselves from such suspicions. To return to Italy and the men I know there. Count Usedom's reference to Napoleon's coup d'état reminds me of the clever saying which I have quoted elsewhere, of a greater diplomatist than he, Cavaliere Massimo d'Azeglio. Talking with him, as I had the privilege of doing every day for many months at the table d'hôte in the hotel where we both spent a winter in Pisa, I made some remark about the mistake of founding religion on histories of miracles. "Ah, les miracles!" exclaimed D'Azeglio. "Je n'en crois rien. Ce sont des coups d'état célestes." Could the strongest argument against them have been more neatly packed in one simile? A coup d'état is a practical confession that the regular and orderly methods of government have failed in the hands of the governor, and that he is driven to have recourse to irregular and lawless methods to compass his ends and vindicate his sovereignty. A coup d'état is like the act of an impatient chess player who, finding himself losing the game while playing fairly, sweeps some pieces from the board to recover his advantage. Is this to be believed of divine rule of the universe? D'Azeglio was one of those men, of whom I have met about a dozen in life, who impressed me as having in their characters elements of real greatness, not being merely clever or gifted, but large-souled. When I knew him he was a fallen statesman, an almost forgotten author, a general on the shelf, a prime minister reduced to living in a single room in an hotel, without a secretary or even a valet, yet he was the cheeriest Italian I ever knew. His spirits never seemed to falter. He was the life of our table every day, and I used to hear him singing continually over his water-color drawing in his room adjoining mine at the Gran Bretagna, on the dull Lungarno of Pisa. The fate of Italy, which still hung in suspense, was, however, ever near his heart. One day it was talked over at the table d'hôte, and D'Azeglio looked grave and said, "We speak of this man and the other, but it is God who is making Italy." It was so unusual a sentiment for an Italian gentleman to utter that it impressed the listeners almost with awe. Another day, talking of Thackeray and the ugliness of his school of novelists, he observed, "It is all right to seek to express truth, but why do these people always seem to think qu'il n'y a rien de vrai except le laid?" "The reason," I might have replied, "is that it is extremely difficult to depict beauty, and extremely easy to create ugliness. Beauty means proportion, refinement, elevation, simplicity. How much harder is it to convey these truly than disproportion, coarseness, baseness, duplicity?" Since D'Azeglio spoke, We have gone on creating ugliness and calling it truth, till Monsieur Zola has originated a literature in honor of Lalande, and given us books like L'Assommoir, in which it is perfected, almost as beauty was of old in a statue of Praxiteles, or in the Dresden Madonna. One day that Monsieur d'Azeglio was doing me the honor of paying me a visit in my room, he narrated to me the following singular little bit of history. It seems that when he was Premier of Sardinia, and Lord John Russell of England, the latter sent him through Lord Minto a distinct message, that he might safely undertake a certain line of policy, since, if a given contingency arose, England would afford him armed support. The contingency did occur, but Lord Russell was unable to give the armed support which he had promised, and this, said d'Azeglio, caused my fiasco. He resigned office, and I think then retired from public life, but some years later, being in England, he was invited to Windsor. There he happened to be laid up with a cold, and Lord Russell and Lord Minto, who were also guests at the castle, paid him a visit in his apartments. Then, said d'Azeglio, I turned on them both, and challenged them to say whether Lord Minto had not conveyed that message to me from Lord Russell, and whether he had not failed to keep his engagement. They did not attempt to deny that it was so. D'Azeglio, I understood him to say, had himself sent the Sardinian contingent to fight with our troops and the French in the Crimea, for the express and sole purpose of making Europe recognize that there was a question d'Italie, or possibly he spoke of this being the motive of the minister who did so. Another remark which this charming old man made has remained very clearly on my memory, for a reason to be presently explained. He observed, laughing, "People seem to think that ministers have indefinite time at their disposal, but they have only 24 hours like other men, and they must eat and sleep and rest like the remainder of the human race. When I was Premier, I calculated that dividing the subjects which demanded attention and the time I had to bestow on them, there were just 3 minutes and a half on an average for ordinary subjects, and 8 minutes for important ones. And if that be so in a little state like Piedmont, what must it be in the case of a Prime Minister of England? I cannot think how mortal man can bear the office." Many years afterwards I told this to an English statesman, and he replied, with rather startling gaiety de coeur, considering the responsibilities for Irish murders then resting on his shoulders, "Quite true, it is all a scuffle and a scramble from morning to night. If you had seen me 2 hours ago, you would have found me listening to a very important dispatch read to me by one of my secretaries, while I was dictating another, equally important, to another. All a scuffle and a scramble from morning to night." Count Usedom told me that at one time he had been Minister of War in Prussia, and that he knew a great battle was imminent next day, the Prussian army having just come up with the enemy. He lay awake all night reflecting on the horrors of the ensuing fight, remembering that he had the power to telegraph to the general in command to stop it, and longing with all his soul to do so, but knowing that the act would be treachery to his country. Of this sort of anxiety, I strongly suspect some statesmen have never felt a twinge. It was in Florence in 1860 that I met Theodore Parker for the first time. After the letters of deep sympathy and agreement on religious matters which had passed between us, it was a strange turn of fate which brought him to die in Florence, and me to stand beside his deathbed and his grave. The world has, as is natural, passed on over the road which he did much to open, and his name is scarcely known to the younger generation. But looking back at his work and at his books again after 30 years, and when early enthusiasm has given place to the calm judgment of age, I still feel that Theodore Parker was a very great religious teacher and confessor. As Albert de Ville wrote of him, "Cet homme fut un prophète," that is, he received the truths of what he called absolute religion at first hand in his own faithful soul, and spoke them out, fearless of consequences, with unequaled straightforwardness. He was not subtle-minded. He did not at all see obliquely round corners, as men like Cardinal Newman always seem to have done, nor estimate the limitations which his broad statements sometimes required. It would have been scarcely possible to have been both the man he was and also a fine critic and metaphysician. But his was a clear trumpet voice, to which many a freed and rejoicing spirit responded, and if he founded no sect or school, he did better. He infused into the religious life of England and America an element hardly present before, of natural confidence in the absolute goodness of God independent of theologies. No man did more than he to awaken the Protestant nations from the hideous nightmare of an eternal hell, which, within my own recollection, hovered over the piety of England. As he was wont himself to say laughingly, he had knocked the bottom out of hell. I will copy here some notes of my only interviews with this honored friend and teacher to whom I owed so much. 28th April. Saw Mr. Parker for the first time. He was lying in bed with his back to the light. Mrs. Parker brought me into the room. He took my hand tenderly and said in a low, hurried voice, holding it, "After all our wishes to meet, Miss Cobbe, how strange it is we should meet thus." I pressed his hand, and he turned his eyes, which were trembling painfully, and evidently seeing nothing, towards me, and said, "You must not think you have seen me. This is not me, only the wreck of the man I was." Then, after a pause, he added, "Those who love me most can only wish me a quick passage to the other world. Of course, I am not afraid to die." He smiled as he spoke. "But there was so much to be done." I said, "You have given your life to God and his truth as truly as any martyr of old." He replied, "I do not know. I had great powers committed to me. I have but half used them." I gave him a nosegay of roses and lily of the valley. He smiled and touched the lily of the valley, saying it was the sweetest of all flowers. I begged him, if his lodgings were not all he desired, to come to Villa Bricchieri, a villa on the Bellesguardo, which I then shared with Miss Blagden, but he said he was most comfortable where he was. Then his mind wandered a little about a bad dream which haunted him, and I left him. April 29th. I was told on arriving that Mr. Parker had spoken very tenderly of my visit of the day before, but had said, "I must not see her often, it makes my heart swell too high. But you," to his wife, "must see her every day. Remember there is but one Miss Cobbe in the world." Afterwards he told Dr. Appleton that he wanted to get an inkstand for me as a last gift. This inkstand I have used ever since. He received me very kindly, but almost at once his mind wandered, and he spoke of going home immediately. He asked what day of the week it was. I said, "This is the blessed day, it is Sunday." "Ah, yes," he said, "it is a blessed day when one has got over the superstition of it. I will try to go to you tomorrow." Of course this was utterly out of the question. Then he looked at the lily of Florence which I had brought, and told him how I had got it down from one of the old walls for him, and he smiled the same sweet smile as yesterday, and touched the beautiful blue iris, and soon seemed to sleep. I called after this every day, generally twice a day, at the Pension Molini where he lay, but rarely could interchange a word. Parker's friend, Dr. Appleton of Boston, who was faithfully attending him, sent for another friend, Professor de Soor, and they and the three ladies of the party nursed him, of course devotedly. On the 10th May I saw him lying breathing quietly, while life ebbed gently. I returned to Bellesguardo, and at 8 o'clock in the evening Professor de Soor and Dr. Appleton came up, to tell me he had passed peacefully away. Parker had, long before his death, desired that the first 11 verses of the Sermon on the Mount should be read at his funeral. Whether he intended that they should form the only service was not known, but de Soor and Appleton arranged that so it should be, and that they should be read by Rev. W. Cunningham, an American Unitarian clergyman who was fortunately, at the time, living near us on Bellesguardo, and who was a man of much feeling and dignity of aspect. The funeral took place on Sunday, the 13th May, at the beautiful old Campo Sant'Inglese, outside the walls of Florence, which contains the dust of Mrs. Browning, of Arthur Hugh Clough, and many others dear to English memories. It was the first funeral I had ever attended. The coffin, when I arrived, was already lying in the mortuary chapel. My companions placed a wreath of laurels on it, and I added a large bunch of the lily of the valley which he had loved. Then 8 Italian pallbearers took up the coffin and carried it on a sidewalk to the grave. When it had been lowered, with some difficulty, to the last resting place, my notes say: Dr. Appleton then handed a Bible to Mr. Cunningham. I was standing close to him and heard his voice falter. He read like a man who felt all the holy words he said, and those sacred blessings came with unspeakable rest to my heart. Then Desor, who had been pale as death, threw in one handful of clay. The burial ground is exquisitely lovely, a very wilderness of flowers and perfume. Only a few cypresses give it grandeur, not gloom. All Florence was decorated with flags in honor of the anniversary of Piedmontese Constitution. We said to one another, it is a festival for us also, the solemn feast of an Ascension. Of course, I visited this grave when I returned to Florence several years afterwards. The cypresses had grown large and dark and somewhat shadowed it. I had the violets, etc., renewed upon it more than once, but I heard later that it had become somewhat dilapidated, and I was glad to join a subscription got up by an American gentleman to erect a new tombstone. I hope it has been done, as he would have desired, with simplicity. I shall never see that grave again. 2 or 3 years later I edited all 12 volumes of Parker's works for Messrs. Trubner, and wrote a somewhat lengthy preface for them, afterwards reprinted as a separate pamphlet entitled The Religious Demands of the Age. 3 biographies of Parker have appeared, the shortest, published in England by Rev. Peter Dean, being in my opinion the best. The letters which I received from Parker in the years before I saw him are all printed, by my permission, in Mr. Weiss's Life, and therefore will not be reproduced here. That venerable old man, Rev. John J. Taylor, writing to me a few years later, summed up Parker's character, I think, as justly as Mr. Jowett in calling him a religious Titan. I read lately, with much pleasure, your preface to the forthcoming edition of Theodore Parker's works. I agree cordially with your estimate of his character. His virtues were of the highest type of the hero and the martyr. His faults, such as they were such as are incident to every ardent and earnest soul fighting against wickedness and hypocrisy, faults which colder and more worldly natures easily avoid, faults which he shared with some of the best and noblest of our race, a Milton, a Luther, and a Paul. When freedom and justice have achieved some conquests yet to come, his memory will be cherished with deeper reverence and affection than it is, except by a small number, now. I remain, dear Miss Cobbe, very truly yours, J. J. Taylor. At the time of Parker's death, I was sharing the apartment of my clever and charming friend, Isa Blagden, in Villa Brucheri, on Bellosguardo. It was a delightful house with a small portere off the road, and with a broad balcony, accommodating any number of chairs, opening from the airy drawing-room, and commanding a splendid view of Florence, backed by Fiesole and the Apennines. On the balcony, and in our drawing-rooms, assembled regularly every week, and often on other occasions, an interesting and varied company. We were both of us poor. But in those days, poverty in Florence permitted us to rent well-furnished rooms in a charming villa, and to keep a maid and a manservant. The latter bought our meals every morning in Florence, cooked and served them, being always clean and respectably dressed. He swept our floors, and he opened our doors, and announced our company, and served our ices and tea with uniform quietness and success. A treasure indeed was good old Ansano. Also, we were able to engage an open carriage with a pair of horses to do our shopping and pay our visits in Florence as often as we needed. And what does the reader think it cost us to live like this, fire and candles and food for 4 included? In those halcyon days under the old regime, it was precisely £20 a month. We divided everything exactly, and it never exceeded £10 apiece. Among our more frequent visitors was Mr. Browning. Mrs. Browning was never able to drive so far, but her warm friendship for Miss Blagden was heartily shared by her husband, and we saw a great deal of him. Always full of spirits, full of interest in everything from politics to hedge flowers, cordial and utterly unaffected, he was at all times a charming member of society. But I confess that in those days I had no adequate sense of his greatness as a poet. I could not read his poetry, though he had not then written his most difficult pieces, and his conversation was so playful and light that it never occurred to me that I was wasting precious time chatting frivolously with him when I might have been gaining high thoughts and instruction. There was always a ripple of laughter round the sofa where he used to seat himself, generally beside some lady of the company, towards whom, in his eagerness, he would push nearer and nearer till she frequently rose to avoid falling off at the end. When we drove out in parties he would discuss every tree and weed, and get excited about the difference between eglantine and eglatere, if there be any, and between either of them and honeysuckle. He and Isa were always wrangling in an affectionate way over some book or music. He was a fine performer himself on the piano. And one night when I had left Villa Bicchieri and was living at Villa Nicolini at least half a mile off, the air, being in some singular condition of sonority, carried their voices between the walls of the two villas so clearly across to me that I actually heard some of the words of their quarrel, and closed my window lest I should be an eavesdropper. I believe it was about spirit rapping they were fighting, for which, and the professors of the art, Browning had a horror. I have seen him stamping on the floor in a frenzy of rage at the way some believers and mediums were deceiving Mrs. Browning. 30 years afterwards, the last time I ever had the privilege of talking with Robert Browning, it was in Surrey House in London, I referred to these old days, and to our friend, long laid in that Campo Santo at Florence. His voice fell and softened, and he said, "Ah, poor dear Isa," with deep feeling. At that time I do not think anyone, certainly no one of the society which surrounded him, thought of Mr. Browning as a great poet, or as an equal one to his wife, whose Aurora Leigh was then a new book. The utter unselfishness and generosity wherewith he gloried in his wife's fame, bringing us up constantly good reviews of her poems, and eagerly recounting how many editions had been called for, perhaps helped to blind us, stupid that we were, to his own claims. Never, certainly, did the proverb about the irritable genus of poets prove less true. All through his life, even when the world had found him out, and societies existed for what Mr. Frederick Harrison might justly have called a cult of Browning, if not a latria, he remained the same absolutely unaffected, unassuming, genial English gentleman. Of Mrs. Browning I never saw much. Sundry visits we paid to each other missed, and when I did find her at home in Casa Guidi, we did not fall on congenial themes. I was bubbling over with enthusiasm for her poetry, but had not the audacity to express my admiration, which, in truth, had been my special reason for visiting Florence. And she entangled me in erudite discussions about Tuscan and Bolognese schools of painting, concerning which I knew little and perhaps cared less. But I am glad I looked into the splendid eyes which lived like coals in her pain-worn face, and revealed the soul which Robert Browning trusted to meet again on the threshold of eternity. Was there ever such a testimony as their perfect marriage, living on as it did in the survivor's heart for a quarter of a century, to the possibility of the eternal union of genius and love? I received in later years from Mr. Browning several letters, which I may as well insert in this place. 19 Warwick Crescent, Warwick, December 28, 1874. Dear Miss Cobbe, I return the petition, for the one good reason that I have just signed its fellow, forwarded to me by Mr. Leslie Stephen. You have heard, I take an equal interest with yourself in the effort to suppress vivisection. I dare not so honor my mere wishes and prayers as to put them for a moment beside your noble acts. But this I know, I would rather submit to the worst of deaths, so far as pain goes, than to have a single dog or cat tortured on the pretense of sparing me a twinge or two. I return the paper because I shall be probably shut up here for the next week or two, and prevented from seeing my friends. Whoever would refuse to sign would certainly not be of the number. Ever truly and gratefully yours, Robert Browning. 19 Warwick Crescent, Warwick, July 3, 1881. Dear Miss Cobbe, I wish I were not irretrievably engaged on Monday afternoon, twice over, as it prevents me from accepting your invitation. by all I hear, Mr. Bishop's performance must be instructive to those who need it, and amusing to everybody. Thank you very much. Ever truly yours, Robert Browning. 19 Warwick Crescent, Warwick, October 22nd, 1882. Dear Miss Cobbe, it is about a week ago since I had to write to the new editor of the Fortnightly, Mr. Escott, and assure him that I was so tied and bound by old promises to give something to this and that magazine if I gave it all, that it became impossible I could oblige anybody in even so trifling a matter. It comes of making rash resolutions, but, once made, there is no escape from the consequence, though I rarely have felt this so much of a hardship as now, when I am forced to leave a request of yours uncomplied with. For the rest, I shall indeed rejoice if that abominable and stupid cruelty of pigeon shooting is put a stop to. The other detestable practice, vivisection, strikes deeper root, I fear, but God bless whoever tugs at it. Ever yours most truly, Robert Browning. Another of our most frequent visitors at Villa Bicchieri was Mr. T. Adolphus Trollope, author of The Girlhood of Catherine de' Medici, A Decade of Italian Women, and other books. Though not so successful an author as his brilliant brother Anthony, he was an interesting man, whom we much liked. One day he came up and pressed us to go back with him, and pay a visit to a guest at his villino Trollope, in the Piazza Maria Antonia. A lovely house he had built, with a broad veranda behind it, opening on a garden of cypresses and oranges, backed by the old crenellated and iris-decked walls of Florence. He had, he told us, a most interesting person staying with him and Mrs. Trollope, Mrs. Lewis, who had written Adam Bede and was then writing Romola. Miss Blagden alone went with him, and was enchanted, like all the world, with George Eliot. Mr. Trollope told me many curious facts concerning Italian society, which, from his long residence, he knew more intimately than almost any other foreigner. He described the marriage settlement of a nobleman which had actually passed through his hands, wherein the intending husband, with wondrous foresight and precaution, deliberately named 3 or 4 gentlemen, amongst whom his future wife might choose her cavaliere serventi. We had several other habitués at our villas. D'Allongoro, a poet and ex-priest, Romanelli, the sculptor, and Miss Linda White, now Madame Villari, the charming authoress and hostess of a brilliant salon, wife of the eminent historian who was recently Minister of Education. Perhaps the most interesting of our visitors, after Mr. Browning, was Mrs. Beecher Stowe. She impressed me much, and the criticisms I have read of her Sunny Memories and other books have failed to diminish my admiration for her. She was one of the few women, I suppose, who have actually felt fame, as heroes do who receive national triumphs, and she seemed to be as simple and unpretentious, as little elated as it was possible to be. She had even a trick of looking down as if she had been stared out of countenance. But this was perhaps a part of that singular habit which most evangelicals of her class exhibited 30 years ago, of shyness in society and inability to converse except with the person seated next to them in company. It was the verification, after 18 centuries, of the old heathen taunt against the Christians, recorded in the dialogues of Minucius Felix, in Publicum Muta, in Angulus Garrula. I have recorded elsewhere Mrs. Stowe's remark when I spoke with grief at the end of Theodore Parker's work. "Do you think," she said, suddenly looking up at me with flashing eyes, "that Theodore Parker has no work to do for God now?" I must now repeat again her interesting conversation as we sat on our balcony watching the sun go down over the Valdarno. After much serious talk as to the nearness of the next life, Mrs. Stowe narrated a saying of her boy, on which, as I told her, a good heterodox sermon in my sense might be preached. She taught the child that anger was sinful, whereupon he asked, "Then why, mamma, does the Bible say so often that God was angry?" She replied, mother-like, "You will understand it when you are older." The boy pondered seriously for a while, and then burst out, "Oh, mamma, I have found it out. God is angry because God is not a Christian." End of section 16. Section 17 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe is told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Italy, 1857 to 1879, Part 2. Another of our habitués on my first visit to Florence was Walter Savage Landor. At that time he was, with his dear Pomeranian dog, Giallo, living alone in very ordinary lodgings in Florence, having quarrelled with his family and left his villa in their possession. He had a grand leonine head with long white hair and beard, and to hear him denouncing his children was to witness a performance of Lear never matched on any stage. He was very kind to me, and we often walked about odd nooks of Florence together, while he poured out reminiscences of Byron and Shelley, some of which I have recorded, and others of the older generation whom he had known, so that I seemed in touch with them all. He was then about 88 years of age, and perhaps his great and cultivated intellect was already failing. Much that he said in wrath and even fury seemed like raving, but he was gentle as a child to us women, and to his dog, whom he passionately loved. When I wrote the first memorial against Professor Schiff, which started the anti-vivisection crusade, Mr. Landor's name was one of the first appended to it. He even added some words to his signature so fierce and contemptuous that I never dared to publish them. We also saw much of Dr. Grzanowski, a very clever Pole, who afterwards became a prominent advocate of the science-tortured brutes. When I discussed the matter with him, he was entirely on the side of science. After some years he sent me his deeply thought-out pamphlet, with the endorsement, "For Miss Cobbe, who was right when I was wrong," a very generous retraction. We also received Mr. Frederick Tennyson, Lord Tennyson's brother, Madame Venturi, Madame Alberto Mario, the great Lord Justice Bowen, then a brilliant young man from Oxford, and many more. By far the best and dearest of my friends in Florence, however, was one who never came up our hill, and who was already then an aged woman, Mrs. Somerville. I had brought a letter of introduction to her, being anxious to see one who had been such an honor to womanhood, but I expected to find her an incarnation of science, having very little affinity with such a person as I. Instead of this, I found in her the dearest old lady in all the world, who took me to her heart as if I had been a newly found daughter, and for whom I soon felt such tender affection that, sitting beside her on the sofa, as I mostly did on account of her deafness, I could hardly keep myself from caressing her. In a letter to Harriet Sellinger I wrote of her, "She is the very ideal of an old lady, so gentle, cordial, and dignified, like my mother, and as fresh, eager, and intelligent now as she can ever have been." Her religious ideas proved to be exactly like my own, and being no doubt somewhat athirst for sympathy on a subject on which she felt profoundly, her daughters differing from her, she opened her heart to me entirely. Here are a few notes I made after talks with her. Mrs. Somerville thinks no one can be eloquent who has not studied the Bible. We discussed the character of Christ. She agreed to all I said, adding she thought it clear the apostles never thought he was God, only the image of the perfection of God. She kissed me tenderly when I rose to go, and bade me come back at any hour, at 3 in the morning if I liked. May 18th. Mrs. Somerville gave me her photograph. She says she always feels a regret thinking of the next life, that we shall see no more flowers of this world. I said we should no doubt see others still fairer. "Ah, yes," she said, "but our own roses and mignonette. I shall miss them. The dear animals I believe we shall meet. They suffer so often here, they must live again." June 3rd. Wished farewell to Mrs. Somerville. She said, kissing me with many tears, "We shall meet in heaven. I shall claim you there." I saw Mrs. Somerville again on my other visits to Italy, at Genoa, Spezia, and Naples, of course making it a great object of my plans to be for some weeks near her. In my last journey, in 1879, I saw at Naples the noble monument erected over her grave by her daughter. It represents her, heroic size, reclining on a classic chair, in somewhat the attitude of the statue of Agrippina in the Vatican. Mrs. Somerville ought to have been buried in Westminster Abbey. When I saw her death announced on the posters of the newspapers in the streets of London, I hurried, as soon as I could recover myself, to ask Dean Stanley to arrange for her interment in the Abbey. The Dean consented freely and with hearty approval to my proposition, and Mrs. Somerville's nephew, Sir William Fairfax, promised at once to defray all expenses. There was only one thing further needed, and that was the usual formal request from some public body or official persons to the Dean and Chapter of Westminster. Dean Stanley had immediately written to the Astronomer Royal to suggest that he and the President of the Royal Society, as the representatives of the sciences with which Mrs. Somerville's fame was connected, should address to him the demand which would authorize his proceeding with the matter. But that gentleman refused to do it, on the ground that he had never read Mrs. Somerville's books. Whether he had read one, in which she took the opposite side from his in the sharp and angry Adams-Leverrier controversy, it is not for me to say. Anyway, jealousy, either scientific or masculine, declined to admit Mary Somerville's claims to a place in the national Valhalla, wherein so many men, neither intellectually nor morally her equals, have been welcomed. From the time of our first meeting till her death in 1872, Mrs. Somerville maintained a close correspondence with me. I have had all her beautifully written letters bound together, and they form a considerable volume. Of course, it was a delight to me to send her everything which might interest her, and among other things I sent her a volume of Theodore Parker's Prayers, edited by myself. In October 1863, I spent a long time at Spezia to enjoy the immense pleasure of her society. I was then a cripple and unable to walk to her house, and wrote of her visits as follows to Miss Elliot. Mrs. Somerville comes to me every day. She is looking younger than 3 years ago, and she talked to me for 3 hours yesterday, pouring out such stories of recent science as I never heard before. Then we talked a little heresy, and she thanked me with tears in her eyes for Parker's Prayers, saying she had found them the greatest comfort and the most perfect expression of religious feeling of any prayer she has known. Another time I sent her my Hopes of the Human Race. She wrote 3 weeks before her death, "God bless you, dearest friend, for your irresistible argument for our immortality. Not that I ever doubted of it, but as I shall soon enter my 93rd year, your words are an inexpressible comfort." Mary Somerville was the living refutation of all the idle, foolish things which have been said of intellectual women. There never existed a more womanly woman. Her Life, edited by her eldest daughter, Martha Somerville, her son by her first marriage, Mr. Warrens O'Greg, died long before her, has been much read and liked. I reviewed it in the Quarterly, January 1874, and am tempted to enclose a letter which Martha Somerville, then and always my good friend, wrote about it. From Miss Somerville to F.P.C., 22nd January, Naples. My dear Frances, I have this morning received the Quarterly Review and some slips from newspapers. What can I say to express my gratitude to you for the article, so admirably written, and giving so touching a picture of my mother, as you, her best friend, notwithstanding the great difference of age, knew her. Also I received lately the Academy, which pleased me much, too. The memoir has been received far more favorably than I ventured to expect. A long time after this, I paid a visit to friends at St. Andrews, and stopped from Saturday to Monday, on my way, at Burntisland. Writing from thence to Miss Elliot about her own country and countrymen, I said, "I came here to look up the scene of Mrs. Somerville's childhood, and have found everything just as she described it. The links, the pretty hills and woods full of wild flowers, the rocky bit of shore with boulders full of fossil shells, which excited her childish wonder when she wandered about, a beautiful little girl, as she must have been. If ever there were a case of nourishing a youth sublime with the fairy tales of science and the long results of time, it was surely hers. Very naturally I was thinking of her all day, and wondering whether she is now studying the flora of heaven, of which she used to speak, and pursuing astronomy among the stars, or whether it can be possible these things pass away forever. I wanted very much to make out where Sir William Fairfax's house had been, and finally was directed to go to the schoolmaster, who, it was said, knew all about it. I found the good man in a large schoolhouse where he has 600 pupils, and as soon as he learned my name, he seized my hand and made great demonstrations, and straightway proceeded to constitute himself my guide to the localities in question. The joke, however, was this: hardly were we out of the house before he said, "I'll send you a pamphlet of mine. Not about science. I don't care for science. I care for morals. And I've found out there is only a very little thing to be done to stop all pauperism and all crime. You are just the person to understand me." The idea of this poor schoolmaster in Burntisland compressing that modest program into a pamphlet seems to me deliciously characteristic of Scotland. A college for ladies was opened some years ago at Oxford, and named after Mrs. Somerville. I greatly rejoiced at the time at this very fitting tribute to her memory, and induced my brother to send his daughter, my dear niece Frances Conway Cobbe, to the hall. I ceased to rejoice, however, when I found that a lady bearing a name identified with vivisection in England was nominated for election as a member of the council of the college. I entered, as a subscriber, the most vigorous protest I could make against the proposed choice, but alas, in vain. One of our visitors at Villa was a very pious French lady, who came up to us one day to dinner straight from her devotions in the Duomo, where a triduo was going on against Renan, and, as it chanced, she began to praise, somewhat excessively, a lady of rank whose reputation had suffered more than one serious injury. My English friend remarked, smiling, in mitigation of the eulogy, "Elle a eu ses petits délassements." The answer was deliciously 18th century. "C'est ce qui m'occupait le moins. Pourvu que cela soit fait avec du bon goût. Dès lors ne parle sérieusement que de deux ou trois. Le prince de S, par exemple, encore et il mord celui-là." It was during one of my visits to Florence that I saw King Victor Emmanuel's public entry into the city, which had just elected him king. This is how I described the scene to Harriet Sellinger. Happily, we had a fine day for the king's entry on Monday last. It was a glorious sight. The beautiful old city blossomed out in flowers, flags, garlands, hangings, and gonfalons beyond all English imagination. In every street there was a triumphal arch, while boulevards of artificial trees loaded with camellias ran from the railway to the gate and down the Via Casaioli. Even the mean little Stradicciolo de' Pitti was made into one long arbor by 20 green arches sustaining hanging baskets of flowers. The Pitti itself had its rugged old face decked with wreaths. I had the good fortune to stand on a balcony commanding a view of the whole procession. Victor Emmanuel, riding his charger of Solferino, looked, coarse and fat as he is, a man and a soldier, and more sympathetic than kings in general. Cavour has a Luther-like face, which wore a gleam of natural pleasure at his reception. The people were quite mad with joy. They did not cheer as we do, but uttered a sort of deep roar of ecstasy, flinging clouds of flowers under the king's horses' feet, and seeming as if they would fling themselves also from their balconies. Our hostess, an Italian lady, went directly into hysterics, and all the party, men and women, cried and kissed and laughed in the wildest way. At night there was a marvelous illumination, extending as far as the eye could see, in every palazzo and cottage down the Valdarno and up the slopes of the Apennines, where bonfires blazed on all the heights. In Florence my friends had been principally literary men and women. In Rome they were chiefly artists. Harriet Hosmer, to whom I had letters, was the first I knew. She was in those days the most bewitching sprite the world ever saw. Never have I laughed so helplessly as at the infinite fun of this bright Yankee girl. Even in later years, when we perforce grew a little graver, she needed only to begin one of her descriptive stories to make us all young again. I have not seen her now for many years since she has returned to America, nor yet anyone in the least like her, and it is vain to hope to convey to any reader the contagion of her merriment. Oh, what a gift! Beyond rubies are such spirits. And what fools, what cruel fools, are those who damp them down in children possessed of them. Of Miss Hosmer's sculpture I hoped, and everyone hoped, great things. Her Zenobia, her Puck, her Sleeping Fawn were beautiful creations in a very pure style of art. But she was lured away from sculpture by some invention of her own of a mechanical kind, over which many years of her life have been lost. Now I believe she has achieved a fine statue of Isabella of Spain, which has been erected in San Francisco. Jealous rivals in Rome spread abroad at one time a slanderous story that Harriet Hosmer did not make her own statues. I have in my possession an autograph by her master, Gibson, which he wrote at the time to rebut this falsehood, and which bears all the marks of his quaint style of English composition. Finding that my pupil Miss Hosmer's progress in her art begins to agitate some rivals of the male sex, as proved by the following malicious words printed in the Art Journal, Zenobia, said to be by Miss Hosmer, but really executed by an Italian workman at Rome, I feel it is but justice on my part to state that Miss Hosmer became my pupil on her arrival at Rome from America. I soon found that she had uncommon talent. She studied under my own eyes for 7 years, modeling from the antique and her own original works from the living models. The first report of her Zenobia was that it was the work of Mr. Gibson, afterwards that it is by a Roman workman. So far it is true that it was built up by my man from her own original small model, according to the practice of our profession. The long study and finishing is by herself, like every other sculptor. If Miss Hosmer's works were the production of other artists and not her own, there would be in my studio 2 impostors, Miss Hosmer and myself. John Gibson, R.A., Rome, November 1863. Gibson was himself a most interesting person, an old Greek soul born by haphazard in a Welsh village. He had wonderfully little, for a Welshman, of anything like what Mr. Matthew Arnold calls Hebraism in his composition. There was a story among us of someone telling him of a bet which had been made that another member of our society could not repeat the Lord's Prayer, and it was added that the party defied to repeat it had begun, instead of it, with a doggerel American prayer for children. Before I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Ah, you see, said Gibson, he did know the Lord's Prayer after all. Once he sat by me on the Pincian and said, You know, I don't often read the Bible, I have my sculpture to attend to, but I have had to look into it for my bas-relief of the children coming to Christ, and do you know, I found that Jesus Christ really said a good thing. I smothered my laughter and said, Oh, certainly, Mr. Gibson, a good many excellent things. Yes, he said in his slow way, yes, he did. There were some people called the Pharisees who came and asked him troublesome questions. And he said, well, I forget exactly what he said, but deeds, not words, was what he meant to say. The exquisite grace of Gibson's statues was all a part of the purity and delicacy of his mind. He was in many respects an unique character, a simple-hearted and single-minded worshipper of beauty, and if my good friend Lady Eastlake had not thought fit to prune his extraordinarily quaint and original autobiography, which I have read in the manuscript, to ordinary book form and modernized style, I believe it would have been deemed one of the gems of original literature, like Benvenuto Cellini's, and the renown of Gibson as a great artist would have been kept alive thereby. A merry party, of whom Mr. Gibson was usually one, used to meet frequently that winter at the hospitable table of Charlotte Cushman, the actress. She had then long retired from the stage, and had a handsome house in the Via Gregoriana, in which also lived her friend Miss Stebbins and Miss Hosmer. Our dinners of American oysters and wild boar with agrodolce sauce, and déjeuners, including an awful refection menacing sudden death, called waffles, eaten with molasses, of which waffles I have seen 5 plates divided between 4 American ladies, were extremely hilarious. There was a brightness, freedom, and joyousness among these gifted Americans which was quite delightful to me. Miss Cushman in particular I greatly admired and respected. She had, of course, like all actors, the acquired habit of giving vivid outward expression to every emotion, just as we quiet English ladies are taught from our cradles to repress such signs, and to cultivate a calm demeanor under all emergencies. But this vivacity rendered her all the more interesting. She often read to us Mrs. Browning's or Lowell's poetry in a very fine way indeed. Some years after this happy winter, a certain celebrated London surgeon pronounced her to be dying of a terrible disease. She wished us farewell courageously, and went back to New England, as we all sadly thought, to die there. The next thing we heard of Charlotte Cushman was that she had returned to the stage and was acting Meg Merrilies to immense and delighted audiences. Next, we heard that she had thus earned £5,000, and that she was building a house with her earnings. Finally, we learned that the house was finished and that she was living in it. She did so, and enjoyed it for some years before the end came, from other causes than the one threatened by the great London surgeon. One day, when I had been lunching at her house, Miss Cushman asked whether I would drive with her in her brougham to call on a friend of Mrs. Somerville, who had particularly desired that she and I should meet, a Welsh lady, Miss Lloyd of Hengwrt. I was, of course, very willing indeed to meet a friend of Mrs. Somerville. We happily found Miss Lloyd busy in her sculptor's studio over a model of her Arab horse, and, on hearing that I was anxious to ride, she kindly offered to mount me if I would join her in her rides on the Campagna. Then began an acquaintance, which was further improved 2 years later, when Miss Lloyd came to meet and help me when I was a cripple at Aix-les-Bains, and from that time, now more than 30 years ago, she and I have lived together. Of a friendship like this, which has been to my later life what my mother's affection was to my youth, I shall not be expected to say more. On my way home through France to Bristol from one of my earlier journeys, and before I became crippled, I had the pleasure of making for the first time the acquaintance of Mademoiselle Rosa Bonheur. Miss Lloyd, who knew her very intimately and had worked in her studio, gave me an introduction to her, and I reported my visit in a letter to Miss Lloyd in Rome. Mademoiselle Bonheur received me most cordially when I sent up your note. She was working in that most picturesque studio at B near Thomery. I had fancied from her picture that she was so much taller and larger that I hardly supposed that it was she who greeted me. But her face is charming, such fine clear eyes looking straight into one's own, and frank bearing, an Englishwoman's honesty with a Frenchwoman's courtesy. She spoke of you with great warmth of regard, remembered everything you had said, and wanted to know all about your sculpture studies in Rome. I said it had encouraged me to intrude on her to hope I might persuade her to fulfill her promise of stopping with you next winter, and added how very much you wished it, and described the association she would have with you, sketching excursions, Bovy, and Thalaba, Miss Lloyd's Arab horse. She said over and over she would not go to Italy without going to see you, and that she hoped to go soon, possibly next winter. Somehow, from talking of Italy, we passed to talking of the North, which Mademoiselle Bonheur thinks has a deeper poetry than the South, and then to Ireland, where she wishes to go next summer, I hope stopping at my brother's en passant, and of which country she said such beautiful, dreamy things that even I grew poetic about our brooms, to which she quickly applied the epithet grandiose, and our sea, looking, I said, like an angel's eye with a tear in it. At this simile she was so pleased that we grew quite friends, and I can only hope she will not see that sea on a gray day and think me an impostor. Nothing I liked about her so much, however, as her interest in Hattie Hosmer, and her delight in hearing about her Zenobia, triumphans, in the exhibition, at which report of mine she exclaimed, "That is the thing above all others I shall wish to see in London. You know, I have seen Miss Hosmer, but I have never seen any of her works, and I do very much desire to do so." Her one-eyed friend sat by painting all the time. She is not enticing to look at, but I dare say not bad. I said I always envied friends whom I caught working together, and that I lived alone, to which she replied, "Je vous plains alors," in a tone of conviction, showing that, in her case at all events, friendship was a very pleasant thing. Mademoiselle Bonheur showed me 3 or 4 fine pictures she is painting, and some prints. But of course I was as stupid as usual in studios, and only remarked, as a buffalo might have done, that Roman bovi were more majestic and like Homeric Junos than those wiry little Scotch shorthorns her soul delighteth to honor. But oh, she has done a dog, such a dog! Like Bush in outward dog, but the inner soul of him more profoundly, unutterably wise than tongue may tell. A dog to be set up and worshipped as Anubis. Certainly Mademoiselle Bonheur is a finer artist than Landseer in this, his own line. I wish she would leave the cattle and go to the dogs. My last journey but one to Italy was taken when I was lame, and after my sojourn at Aix-les-Bains, I spent the autumn in Florence and the winter in Pisa, where I met Cavaliere d'Azeglio as above recorded. Miss Lloyd rejoined me at Genoa in the spring to help me to return to England, as I was still, after 4 years, miserably helpless. We returned over Mont Cenis, which had no tunnel through it in those days, and on the very summit our carriage broke down. We were in a sad dilemma, for I was quite unable to walk 100 yards. But a train of carts happily coming up, and lending us ropes enough to hold our trap together, for my use alone, Miss Lloyd ran down the mountain, and at last we found ourselves safe at the bottom. After another very pleasant visit together to her friend Mademoiselle Rosa Bonheur, and many promises on her part to come to us in England, which, alas, she never fulfilled, we made our way to London, and within a few weeks Miss Lloyd, one morning before breakfast, found, and in an incredibly short time, bought the dear little house in South Kensington, which became our home with few interruptions for a quarter of a century, No. 26 Hereford Lane. It was at that time almost at the end of London. All up the Gloucester Road between it and the park were market gardens, and behind it and alongside of it, where Rosary Gardens and Wethery Place now stand, there were large fields of grass, with abundance of fine old lime trees and elms, and one magnificent walnut tree which ought never to have been cut down. Behind us we had a large piece of ground, which we rented temporarily, and called the Boundless Prairie, where we gave afternoon tea to our friends under the limes, when they were in bloom. On a part of our garden Miss Lloyd erected a sculptor's studio. The house itself, though small, was very pretty and airy, every room in it lightsome and pleasant, and somehow capable of containing a good many people. We often had in it as many as 50 or 60 guests. In short, I had once more a home, and a most happy one, and my lonely wanderings were over. End of section 17. Section 18 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe as told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, London in the Sixties and Seventies, Literary Life. For some time before I took up my abode in London, I had been writing busily for the press. When my active work at Bristol came to an end and I became for 4 years a cripple, I naturally turned to use my pen, and finding from my happy experience of Workhouse sketches in Macmillan's Magazine that I could make money without much difficulty, I soon obtained almost as many openings as I could profit by to add to my income. I wrote a series of articles for Fraser's Magazine, then edited by Mr. Froude, who had been my brother's friend at Oxford, and who from that time I had the high privilege to count as mine also. These first papers were sketches of Rome, Cairo, Athens, Jerusalem, etc., and they were eventually reprinted into a rather successful little volume called Cities of the Past, now long out of print. I also wrote many papers connected with women's affairs and claims, in both Macmillan and Fraser, and these likewise were reprinted in a volume, Pursuits of Women. Besides writing these longer articles, I acted as own correspondent to the Daily News in Rome one year, and in Florence another, and sent a great many articles to the Spectator, Economist, Reader, etc. In short, I turned out, as a painter would say, a great many pot-boilers. These, with my small patrimony, enabled me to bear the expense of travelling and of keeping a maid, a luxury which had become indispensable. I also at this time edited, as I have mentioned, for Messrs. Trubner, the 12 volumes of Parker's works, with a preface. The arrangement of the great mass of miscellaneous papers was very laborious and perplexing, but I think I marshalled the volumes fairly well. I did not perform as fully as I ought to have done my editorial duty of correcting for the press. Indeed, I did not understand that it fell to my share, or I must have declined to undertake the task. Mr. Trubner paid me £50 for this editing, which I had proposed to do gratuitously. I had much at heart, from the time I gave up my practical work among the poor folk at Bristol, to write again on religious matters, and to help, so far as might be possible, for me to clear a way through the maze of new controversies, which, in those days of Essays and Reviews, Colenso's Pentateuch, and Renan's Vie de Jésus, were remarkably lively and widespread through all classes of society. With this hope, and while spending a summer in my crippled condition at Aix-les-Bains and on the Diablerie, I wrote to Harriet Sellinger, "I am now striving to write a book about present controversies and the future basis of religious faith. I want to do justice to existing parties, high, low, and broad, yet to show, as of course I believe, that none of them can really solve the problem, and that the faith of the future must be one not based on a special history, though corroborated by all history." The plan of this book, named Broken Lights, is as follows. I discriminate the different sections of thinkers from the point of view of the answers they would respectively give to the supreme question, what are the ultimate grounds of our faith in God, in duty, and in immortality? First, I distinguish between those who hold those grounds to rest on the traditional revelation, and those who hold them to be the original revelation of the divine spirit in each faithful soul. The former are divided again, naturally, into those who take their authoritative tradition from a living prophet, a church, or a book. But in Christian times we have only had a few obscure prophets, Montanus, Joseph Smith, Swedenborg, Brother Prince, Mr. Harris, etc., and the choice practically lies between resting faith on a church or resting it on a book. I classify both the parties in the English Church, who rest respectively on a church and on a book, as Paleologians. The one, the High Church, whose ground of religious faith is the Bible authenticated and interpreted by the Church, and the other, the Low Church, whose theory is still the formula of Chillingworth. The Bible, and the Bible only, is the religion of Protestants. But it has come to pass that all the distinctive doctrines of Christianity, over and above theism, which the traditionalists maintain, are, in these days, more or less opposed to modern sentiment, criticism, and science, and among those who adhere to them, one or other attitude as regards this opposition must be taken up. The Paleologian party in both wings insists on the old doctrines more or less crudely and strictly, and would fain bend modern ideas to harmonize with them. Another party, which is generally called the Neologian, endeavors to modify or explain the old doctrines, so as to harmonize them with the ethics and criticism of our generation. After a somewhat careful study of these positions, merits, and failures of the two Paleologian parties, I proceed to define among the Neologians the first broad church of Maurice and Kingsley, whose program was to harmonize the doctrines of Church and Bible with modern thought. This end it attempted to reach by new readings and interpretations, consonant with the highest modern sentiment. But it remained, of course, obvious that the supposed divinely inspired authorities had failed to convey the sense of these interpretations to men's minds for 18 centuries; indeed, had conveyed the reverse. The old received doctrine of an eternal hell, for example, was the absolute contradiction of the doctrines of divine universal love and everlasting mercy, which the new teachers professed to derive from the same traditional authority. This school emphatically put the new wine into old bottles, and the success of the experiment could only be temporary, since it rests on the assumption that God has miraculously taught men in language which they have for 50 generations uniformly misinterpreted. The other branch of the Neologian party I call the second broad church, the party of Stanley and Jewett. It may be considered as forming the extreme left of the Revelationists, the furthest from mere authority and the nearest to rationalism, just as the High Church party forms the extreme right, the nearest to authority and furthest from rationalism. I endeavor to define the difference between the first and second Broad Church parties as follows. The first Broad Church, as we have seen, maintains that the doctrines of the Bible and the Church can be perfectly harmonized with the results of modern thought by a new but legitimate exegesis of the Bible and interpretation of Church formulae. The second Broad Church seems prepared to admit that, in many cases, they can only be harmonized by the sacrifice of biblical infallibility. The first Broad Church has recourse, to harmonize them, to various logical processes, but principally to that of diverting the student, at all difficult points, from criticism to edification. The second Broad Church uses no ambiguity, but frankly avows that when the Bible contradicts science, the Bible must be in error. The first Broad Church maintains that the inspiration of the Bible differs in kind as well as in degree from that of other books. The second Broad Church appears to hold that it differs in degree but not in kind. After a considerable discussion on the various doctrines of the nature and limitations of inspiration, I ask, page 110, 111, admit the inspiration of prophets and apostles to have been substantially the same with that always granted to faithful souls. Admit, therefore, the existence of a human element in revelation. Can we still look to that revelation as the safe foundation for our religion? To this question, the leaders of the second Broad Church answer unhesitatingly, yes. It has been an egregious error of modern times to confound the record of the revelation with the revelation itself, and to assume that God's lessons lose their value because they have been transmitted to us through the natural channels of human reason and conscience. Returning to the true view, we shall only get rid of uncounted difficulties and objections which prevent the reception of Christianity by the most honest minds here in England and in heathen countries. But in conclusion, I ask, what influence can the second Broad Church exercise on the future religion of the world? What answer will it supply to the doubts of the age? And whereon would it rest our faith in God and immortality? The reply seems to be brief. The second Broad Church would, like all the other parties in the Church, call on us to rest our faith on history, but in their case it is history corroborated by consciousness, not opposed thereto. In the next chapter it will be my effort to show that under no conditions is it probable that history can afford us our ultimate grounds of faith. Meanwhile, it must appear that if any form of historical faith may escape such a conclusion and approve itself to mankind in time to come, it is that which is proposed by the second Broad Church, and which it worthily presents, to the intellect by its learning, and to the religious sentiment by its profound and tender piety. Broken Lights, page 120. These four parties, two Paleogian and two Neologian, thus examined, included between them all the members of the Church of England and all the Orthodox dissenters. There remain the Jews, Roman Catholics, Quakers, and Unitarians, and of each of these the book contains a sketch and criticism, finally concluding with an exposition, so far as I could give it, of theoretic and practical theism. The book contains further two appendices. The first treats of Bishop Colenso's onslaught on the Pentateuch, then greatly disturbing English orthodoxy. The second appendix deals with the other most notable book of that period, Renan's Vie de Jésus. After maintaining that Renan has failed in delineating his principal figure, while he has vastly illuminated his environment, I give with diffidence my own view of Christ, lest traditionalists should, without contradiction, assume that Renan has given the general theistic idea of his character. After referring to the measureless importance of the palingenesia of which Christ spoke to Nicodemus, I draw a comparison between the new birth in the individual soul and the historically traceable results of Christ's life on the human race. Page 167. Taking the whole ancient world in comparison with the modern, of heathendom with Christendom, The general character of the two is absolutely analogous to that which in individuals we call unregenerate and regenerate. Of course, there were thousands of regenerated souls, Hebrew, Greek, Indian, of all nations and languages, before Christ, and of course there are millions unregenerate now. But nevertheless, from this time onward, we trace through history a new spirit in the world, a leaven working through the whole mass of souls. The language of the old world was one of self-satisfaction, as its art was of completeness. On the other hand, the language of the new world, coming to us through the thousand tongues of our multiform civilization, is one long cry of longing aspiration. Would that I could create the ineffable beauty! Would that I could discover the eternal and absolute truth! Would, oh would it were possible to live out the good, the noble, and the holy! This great phenomenon of history surely points to some corresponding great event whereby the revolution was accomplished. There must have been a moment when the old order stopped and the new began. Some action must have taken place upon the souls of men which thenceforth started them in a different career, and opened the age of progressive life. When did this moment arrive? What was the primal act of the endless progress? By whom was that age opened? Here we have really ground to go upon. There is no need to establish the authenticity or veracity of special books, or harmonize discordant narratives to obtain an answer to our question. The whole voice of human history, unconsciously and without premeditation, bears its unmistakable testimony. The turning point between the old world and the new was the beginning of the Christian movement. The action upon human nature which started it on its new course was the teaching and example of Christ. Christ was he who opened the age of endless progress. The view, therefore, which seems to be the best fitting one for our estimate of the character of Christ is that which regards him as the great regenerator of humanity. His coming was to the life of humanity what regeneration is to the life of the individual. This is not a conclusion doubtfully deduced from questionable biographies, but a broad, plain inference from the universal history of our race. We may dispute all details, but the grand result is beyond criticism. The world has changed, and that change is historically traceable to Christ. The honor, then, which Christ demands of us must be in proportion of our estimate of the value of such regeneration. He is not merely a moral reformer inculcating pure ethics, not merely a religious reformer clearing away the old theologic errors and teaching higher ideas of God. These things he was, but he might, for all we can tell, have been them both as fully, and yet have failed to be what he has actually been to our race. He might have taught the world better ethics and better theology, and yet have failed to infuse into it that new life which has ever since coursed through its arteries and penetrated its minutest veins. Broken Lights proved to be, with the exception of my Duties of Women, the most successful of my books. It went through 3 English editions, and I believe quite as many in America, but of these last all I knew was the occasional present of a single specimen copy. It was very favorably reviewed, but some of my fellow theists rather disapproved of the tribute I had paid to Christ, as quoted above, and my good friend Professor F.W. Newman actually wrote a severe pamphlet against me, entitled Hero-Making Religion. It did not alter my view. I do not believe that our religion, the relation of our souls to God, can ever properly rest upon history. Nay, I cannot understand how anyone who knows the intricacies and obscurities attendant on the verification of any ancient history should for a moment be content to suppose that God has required of all men to rest their faith in him on such grounds, or on what others report to them of such grounds. In the case of Christianity, where scholars like Renan and Martineau, profoundly learned in ancient and obsolete tongues, and equipped with the whole arsenal of criticism of modern Germany, France, and England, can differ about the age and authority of the principal pièce de conviction, the Gospel of St. John, it is truly preposterous to suggest that ordinary men and women should form any judgment at all on the matter. The ideal Christ needs only a good heart to find and love him. The historical Christ needs the best critic in Europe, a Lightfoot, a Koenen, a Martineau, to trace his footsteps on the sands of time. And they differ as regards nearly every one of them. But though history cannot rightly be religion, or the basis of religion, there is, and must be, a history of religion, as there is a history of geometry and astronomy. And of that history of the whole world's religion, the supreme interest centers in the record of the sinless years they breathed beneath the Syrian blue. Yet, as regards my own personal feeling, I must avow that the halo which is gathered round Jesus Christ obscures him to my eyes. I see that he is much more real to many of my friends, both Orthodox and Unitarian, than he can ever be to me. There is nothing, no, not one single sentence or action attributed to him, of which, if we open our minds to criticism, we can feel sufficiently certain to base on it any definite conclusion, and this to me envelops him in a cloud. Each Christian age has indeed, as I remark in my Dawning Lights, seen a Christ of its own, so that we could imagine students in the future arguing that there must have been several Christs, as old scholars held there were several Zoroasters and several Buddhas. Just as Michelangelo's Christ was the production of that dark and stormy age when first his awful form loomed out of the shadows of the Sistine, in no less a degree do the portraits of Ecce Homo and the Vie de Jésus belong to our era of sentiment and philanthropy. We have no sun-made photograph of his features, only such wavering image of them as may have rested on the waters of Galilee, rippling in the breeze. I must not, however, further prolong these reflections on a subject discussed to the best of my poor ability in my more serious books. After Broken Lights, I wrote the sequel, Dawning Lights, just quoted above. In the first, I had endeavored to sketch the conditions and prospects of religious belief. In the second, I speculated on the results of the changes which were taking place in various articles of that belief. The chapters deal consecutively with changes in the method of theology, in the idea of God, in the idea of Christ, in the doctrine of sin, theoretical and practical, in the idea of the relation of this life to the next, in the idea of the perfect life, in the idea of happiness, in the doctrine of prayer, in the idea of death, and in the doctrine of the eternity of punishment. This book also was fairly successful and went into a second edition. Somewhere about this time, I have no exact record, I edited a little book called Alone to the Alone, consisting of private prayers for theists. It contains contributions from 15 men and women of prayers, mostly written for personal use, before the idea of the book had been suggested, under the influence of those occasional deeper insights and more fervent feelings which all religious persons desire to perpetuate. They are all anonymous. In the preface, I say that the result of such a compilation is necessarily altogether imperfect and fragmentary, but in the great solitude where most of us pass our lives as regards our deeper emotions, it may be more helpful to know that other human hearts are feeling as we feel, and thinking as we think, rather than to read far nobler words which come to us only as echoes of the past. The book is designed for the use of those who desire to cultivate the feelings which culminate in prayer, but who find the rich and beautiful collections of the churches of Christendom no longer available, either because of the doctrines whose acceptance they imply, or of the nature of the requests to which they give utterance. Adequately to replace in a generation, or in several generations, such books, through which the piety of ages has been poured, is wholly beyond hope, and the ambition to do so would betray ignorance of the way in which these precious drops are distilled slowly, year after year, from the great incense tree of humanity. The remainder of the preface, which is somewhat lengthy, discusses the validity of prayer for the attainment of spiritual, not physical, benefits. It concludes thus, page 36. And lastly, if religion is still to be to mankind in the future what it has been in the past, it must still be a religion of prayer. Nothing is changed in human nature because it has outgrown some of the errors of the past. The spiritual experience of the saintly souls of old was true and real experience, even when their intellectual creeds were full of mistakes. By the gate through which they entered the paradise of love and peace, even by that same narrow portal of prayer must we pass into it. No present or future discoveries in science will ever transmute the moral dross in human nature into the pure gold of virtue. No spectrum analysis of the light of the nebulae will enable us to find God. If we are to be made holy, we must ask the Holy One to sanctify us. If we are to know the infinite joy of divine love, we must seek it in divine communion. The book was published in 1871, one of the years of the rising tide of liberal religious hope. A third edition was called for in 1881, when the ebb had set in. In a short preface to this third edition I notice this fact, and say that those hopes were doubtless all too hasty for the slow order of divine things. Nay, it would seem that, far from the immediate aurora of such a morning, the world is destined first to endure a great horror of darkness, and to pass through the dreary and disaster-laden experience of a night of materialism and agnosticism. Perhaps it will only be when men have seen with their eyes how the universe appears without a thought of God to illumine its dark places, engaged for themselves where human life will sink without hope of immortality to elevate it, that they will recognize aright the unutterable preciousness of religion. Faith, when restored after such an eclipse, will be prized as it has never been prized heretofore. And faith must return to mankind sooner or later. So sure as God is, so sure must it be that he will not finally leave his creatures, whom he has led upward for thousands of years, to lose sight of him altogether, or to be drowned for ever in the slough of atheism and carnalism. He will doubtless reveal himself afresh to the souls of men in his own time and in his own way, whether, as of old, through prophet souls filled with inspiration, or by other methods yet unknown. God is over us, and heaven is waiting for us, all the same, even though all the men of science in Europe unite to tell us there is only matter in the universe, and only corruption in the grave. Atheism may prevail for a night, but faith cometh in the morning. Theism is bound to win at last, not necessarily that special type of theism which our poor thoughts in this generation have striven to define, but that great fundamental faith, the needful substructure of every other possible religious faith, the faith in a righteous and loving God, and in a life for man beyond the tomb. The book contains 72 prayers, half of which refer to the outer and half to the inner life. Among the former are noon and sunset prayers, thanksgivings for the love of friends and for the beauty of the world, also a prayer respecting the suffering of animals from human cruelty. In the second part, some of the prayers are named In the Wilderness, On the Right Way, God Afar Off, Doubt and Faith, Fiat Lux, Fiat Pax, Thanksgiving for Religious Truth, for Pardon of a Careless Life, for a Devoted Life, Joy in God, Here and Hereafter. I never expected that more than a very few friends would have cared for this book, and in fact printed it with the intention of almost private circulation, but it has been continuously, though slowly, called for during the 23 years which have elapsed since it was compiled. I wrote the essays included in the volume Hopes of the Human Race in 1873-1874. This has run through several editions. The long introduction to this book was written immediately after the publication of Mr. Mill's Essay on Religion, a most important work, of which Miss Taylor had kindly put the proof sheets in my hands, and to which I was eagerly anxious to offer such rejoinder from the side of faith as might be in my power. Whether I succeeded in making an adequate reply in the 50 pages I devoted to the subject, I cannot presume to say. The pessimist side, taken by Mr. Mill, has been gaining ground ever since, but there are symptoms that a reaction is taking place, beginning, of all countries, in France. I conclude this preface thus, page 53. But I quit the ungracious, and, in my case, most ungrateful, task of offering my feeble protest against the last words given to us by a man so good and great, that even his mistakes and deficiencies, as I needs must deem them, are more instructive to us than a million platitudes and truisms of teachers whom his transcendent intellectual honesty should put to the blush, and whose souls never kindled with a spark of the generous ardor for the welfare of his race, which inflamed in his noble heart and animated his entire career. The book contains 2 long essays on the life after death, contributed originally to the Theological Review. In the first of these, after stating at length the reasons for supporting that human existence ends at death, I ask, what have we to place against them in the scale of hope? And I begin by observing that all the usual arguments for immortality involve, at the crucial point, the assumption that we possess some guarantee that mankind will not be deceived, that justice will eventually triumph, and that human affairs are the concern of a power whose purposes cannot fail. Were the faith which supplies such warrant to fail, the whole structure raised upon it must fall to the ground. Belief in immortality is preeminently a matter of faith, a corollary from faith in God. To imagine we can reach it by any other road is vain. Heaven will always be, as Dr. Martineau has said, a part of our religion, not a branch of our geography. But in addressing men and women who believe in God's justice and love, I hope to show that, not by one only, but by many convergent lines, faith uniformly points to a life after death, and that if we follow her guidance in any one direction implicitly, we are invariably conducted to the same conclusion. Nay, more, we cannot stop short of this conclusion and retain entire faith in anything beyond the experience of the senses. Every idea of justice, of love, and of duty is truncated if we deny to it the extension of eternity. And as for our conception of God himself, I see not how anyone who has realized the dread darkness of the riddle of the painful earth can call him good unless he can look forward to the solution of that problem hereafter. The following are channels through which faith inevitably flows towards immortality. First, the human race longs for justice. Even if the heavens fall, we feel justice ought to be done. All literature, from Aeschylus and Job to our own time, has for its highest theme the triumph of justice, or the tragedy of the disappointment of human hope thereof. But where did we obtain this idea? The world has never seen a reign of Astrea. Injustice and cruelty prevail largely, even now in the world. And as we go back up the stream of time to ruder ages, where might was more completely dominant over right, the case was worse and worse. Where then did man derive his idea that the power ruling the world, Zeus or Jehovah or Ormuz, was just? Not only could no ancestral experience have caused the set of brains towards the expectation of justice, but experience under many conditions of society pointed quite the other way. It is assuredly, if anything can be so reckoned, the divine spirit in man which causes him to love justice and to believe that his Maker is just, for it is inconceivable how he could have arrived at such faith otherwise. But if death be the end of human existence, this expectation of justice has been only a miserable delusion. God has created us, poor children of the dust, to love and hope for justice, but he himself has disregarded it, on the scale of a disappointed world. After referring to the thousands of cases where the bad have died successful and peacefully, and the good, like Christ, have perished in misery and agony, I say, boldly and so much the more reverently, either man is immortal or God is not just. Second, the second line of thought leading us to belief in immortality is that if there be no future life, there are millions of human beings whose existence has answered no purpose which we can rationally attribute to a wise and merciful God. He is a baffled God if his creature be extinguished before reaching some end which he may possibly have designed. Third, the incompleteness of the noblest part of man offers so strange a contrast to the perfection of the other work of creation that we are drawn to conclude that the human soul is only a bud to blossom out into full flower hereafter. No man has ever in his life reached the plenitude of moral strength and beauty of which his nature gives promise. A garden wherein all the buds should perish before blooming would be more hideous than a desert. And such a garden is God's world, if man dies forever when we see him no more. Fourth, human love urges an appeal to faith which has been, to millions of hearts, the most conclusive of all. To think of the one whose innermost self is to us the world's chief treasure, the most beautiful and blessed thing God has ever made, and believe that at any moment that mind and heart may cease to be, and become only a memory, every noble gift and grace extinct, and all the fond love for ourselves forgotten forever. This is such agony that having once known it, we should never dare again to open our hearts to affection, unless some ray of hope should dawn for us beyond the grave. Love would be the curse of mortality were it to bring always with it such unutterable pain of anxiety, and the knowledge that every hour which knitted our heart more closely to our friend also brought us nearer to an eternal separation. Better never to have ascended to that high vita nuova where self-love is lost in another's weal. Better to have lived like the cattle, which browse and sleep while they wait the butcher's knife, than to endure such despair. But is there nothing in us which refuses to believe all this nightmare of the final sundering of loving hearts? Love itself seems to announce itself as an eternal thing. It has such an element of infinity in its tenderness, that it never fails to seek for itself an expression beyond the limits of time. And we talk, even when we know not what we mean, of undying affection, immortal love. It is the only passion which, in the nature of things, we can carry with us into another world, and it is fit to be prolonged, intensified, glorified forever. It is not so much a joy we may take with us, as the only joy which can make any world a heaven when the affections of earth shall be perfected in the supreme love of God. It is the sentiment which we share with God, and by which we live in Him and He in us. All its beautiful tenderness, its noble self-forgetfulness, its pure and ineffable delight, are the rays of God's Sun of Love reflected in our souls. Is all this to end in two poor heaps of silent dust, decaying slowly in their coffins side by side in the vault? If so, let us have done with prating of any faith in heaven or earth. We are mocked by a fiend. Hopes, page 52. Fifth, a remarkable argument is to be found in Professor F.W. Newman's Theism, page 75. It insists on the fact that many men have certainly loved God, and that God must love them in return, else men were better than God. And we must reasonably infer that those whom God loves are deathless, else would the divine blessedness be imperfect, nay, a yawning gulf of ever-increasing sorrow. Sixth, the extreme variability of the common human belief that the soul of man never dies makes it difficult to discern its proper evidential value. Still, it seems to have the note of a genuine instinct. It begins early, though probably not at the earliest stage of human development. It attains its maximum among the highest races of mankind, the Vedic Aryan, early Persian and Egyptian. It projects such varied and even contrasted ideals of the other life, e.g. Valhalla and Nirvana, that it cannot well have been borrowed by one race from another, but must have sprung up in each indigenously. Finally, the instinct begins to falter in ages of self-consciousness and criticism. Seventh, lastly, the most perfect and direct faith in immortality belongs to saintly souls who personally feel that they have entered into relations with the divine spirit which can never end. Faith in God and in our eternal union with Him, said one such devout man to me, are not two dogmas but one. Thou wilt not leave my soul in Hades. Thou wilt guide me by thy counsel, and afterwards receive me to glory. Such, for a few blessed souls, seems to be the perfect evidence of things not seen. But can their full faith supply our lack? Can we see with their eyes and believe on their report? It is only possible in a very inferior measure. Yet if our own spiritual life have received even some faint gleams of the light which never came from sun or star, then once more will our faith point the way to immortality. For we shall know in what manner such truths come to the soul, and be able to trust that what is dawn to us may be sunrise to those who have journeyed nearer to the east than we, who have surmounted duty more perfectly, or passed through rivers of affliction into which our feet have never dipped. God cannot have deluded them in their sacred hope of his eternal love. If their experience be a dream, all prayer and communion may be dreams likewise. In conclusion, while commending to the reader's consideration what appears to me the true method of solving the problem of a life after death, I point to the fact that on the answer to that question must hang the alternative, not only of the hope or despair of the human race, but of the glory or the failure of the whole cosmos, so far as our uttermost vision can extend. Lions and eagles, oaks and roses, may be good after their kind, but if the summit and crown of the whole work, the being in whose consciousness it is all mirrored, be worse than incomplete and imperfect, an undeveloped embryo, an acorn mouldered in its shell, a bud blighted by the frost, then must the entire world be deemed a failure also. Now, man can only be reckoned on any ground as a provisionally successful work. Successful, that is, provided we regard him as in transitu, on his way to another and far more perfect stage of development. We are content that the egg, the larva, the bud, the half-painted canvas, the rough scaffolding, can only faintly indicate what will be the future bird and butterfly and flower and picture and temple. And thus, to look on man, as by some deep insight he has almost universally regarded himself, as a sojourner upon earth, upon his way to another country, even a heavenly, destined to complete his pilgrimage and make up for all his shortcomings elsewhere, is to leave a margin for believing him to be, even now, a divine work in its embryonic stage. But if we close out this view of the future, and assure ourselves that nothing more is ever to be expected of him than what we knew him to be during the last days of his mortal life, if we are to believe we have seen the best development which his intellect and heart, his powers of knowing, feeling, enjoying, loving, blessing and being blessed, will ever obtain while the heavens endure, then indeed is the conclusion inevitable and final. Man is a failure, the consummate failure of creation. Everything else, star, ocean, mountain, forest, bird, beast, and insect, has a sort of completeness and perfection. It is fitting in its own place, and it gives no hint that it ought to be other than it is. Every lion, as Parker has said, is a type of all lionhood, but there is no man who is a type of all manhood. Even the best and greatest of men have only been imperfect types of a single phase of manhood, of the saint, the hero, the sage, the philanthropist, the poet, the friend, never of the full-orbed man who should be all these together. If each perish at death, then, as the seeds of all these varied forms of good are in each, everyone is cut off prematurely, blighted, spoiled. Nor is this criterion of success or failure solely applicable to our small planet, a mere spark thrown off the wheel whereon 1,000,000 suns are turned into space. It is easy to believe that much loftier beings, possessed of far greater mental and moral powers than our own, inhabit other realms of immensity. But thought and love are, after all, the grandest things which any world can show. And if a whole race endowed with them should prove such a failure as death-extinguished mankind would undoubtedly be, there remains no reason why all the spheres of the universe should not be similar scenes of disappointment and frustration, and creation itself one huge blunder and mishap. In vain may the President of the British Congress of Science dazzle us with the splendid panorama of the material universe unrolling itself from out of the primal nebula's fiery cloud. Suns and planets swarming through the abysses of space are but whirling sepulchres after all, if, while no grain of dust is shaken off from their rolling sides, the conscious souls of whom they have been the palaces are all for ever lost. Spreading continents and flowing seas, soaring Alps and fertile plains are worse than failures, if we, even we, poor feeble, sinful, dim-eyed creatures that we are, shall ever vanish like the streak of morning cloud in the infinite azure of the past. The second part of this essay discusses the possible conditions of the life after death. I cannot summarize it here. The rest of the volume consists of a sermon which I read at Clerkenwell Unitarian Chapel in 1873, entitled Doomed to be Saved. I describe the disastrous moral consequences to a man in old times who believed himself to have sold his soul to the evil one, and to have cast himself off from God's goodness forever. And I contrast this with what we ought to feel when we recognize that we are doomed to be saved, destined irretrievably to be brought back, in this life or in far future lives, from all our wanderings in remorse and penitence to the feet of God. The book concludes with an essay on the evolution of the social sentiment, in which I maintain that the primary human feeling in the savage, which still lingers in the Aryan child, is not sympathy with suffering, but quite an opposite, angry, and even cruel sentiment, which I have named heteropathy, which inspires brutes and birds to kill their wounded or diseased companions. Halfway after this comes aversion, and last of all, sympathy, slowly extending from the mother's pity for the son of her womb to the family, the tribe, the nation, and the human race, and at last to the brutes. I conclude thus. Such is, I believe, the great hope of the human race. It does not lie in the progress of the intellect, or in the conquest of fresh powers over the realms of nature, not in the improvement of laws, or the more harmonious adjustment of the relations of classes and states, not in the glories of art, or the triumphs of science. All these things may, and doubtless will, adorn the better and happier ages of the future. But that which will truly constitute the blessedness of man will be the gradual dying out of his tiger passions, his cruelty and his selfishness, and the growth within him of the godlike faculty of love and self-sacrifice, the development of that holiest sympathy wherein all souls shall blend at last, like the tints of the rainbow which the seer beheld around the great white throne on high. Beside these theological works, I published more recently 2 slight volumes on cognate subjects, A Faithless World and Health and Holiness. I wrote A Faithless World, first published in the Contemporary Review, in reply to Sir Fitzjames Stephen's remark in the 19th Century, No. 88, that we get on very well without religion. Love, friendship, ambition, science, literature, art, politics, commerce, and 1,000 other matters will go equally well as far as I can see, whether there is or is not a God and a future state. I examine this view in detail and conclude that instead of life remaining, in the event of the fall of religion, to most people much what it is at present, there would, on the contrary, be actually nothing which would be left unchanged by such a catastrophe. I sent a copy of this article, when first published, as I was bound in courtesy to do, to Sir James, whom I had often met, and whose brother and sister were my kind friends. He replied in such a manly and generous spirit that I am tempted to give his letter. December 2nd, 32 De Vere Gardens, W. My dear Miss Cobbe, I am much obliged by your note and by the article in the Contemporary, which is perfectly fair in itself and full of kind things about myself personally. The subject is too large to write about, and I am only too glad to take both the letter and the article in the spirit in which they were written, and ask no further discussion. It seems to me very possible that there may be a good deal of truth in what you suggest as to the nature of the difference between the points of view from which we look at these things. But it is not unnatural that I should think you rather exaggerate the amount of suffering and sorrow which is to be found in the world. I may do the opposite. However that may be, Thank you heartily for both your letter and your article. I am sure you will have been grieved to hear of poor Henry Dicey's death. His life had been practically despaired of for a considerable time. I am, ever sincerely yours, J. F. Stephen. Several of these books of mine, dealing with religious subjects, were translated into French and published by my French and Swiss fellow religionists, and also in Danish by my friends at Copenhagen. Le Monde sans religion, Coup d'œil sur le monde à venir, L'humanité destinée à salut, La maison sur le rivage, Seul avec Dieu, Geneva Cherbulier, 1881, En Verdun ou d'un trop, etc., etc. But all the time during the intervals of writing these theological books, I employed myself in studying and writing on various other subjects of temporary or durable interest. I contributed a large number of articles to the following periodicals: the Quarterly Review, then edited by Sir William Smith; the Contemporary Review, edited by Mr. Bunting; Fraser's Magazine, edited by Mr. Froude; Cornhill Magazine, edited by Mr. Leslie Stephen; the Fortnightly Review, edited by Mr. Morley; Macmillan's Magazine, edited by Mr. Mason; the Theological Review, Unitarian organ, edited by Rev. C. Beard; the Modern Review, Unitarian, edited by Rev. R. Armstrong; the New Quarterly Magazine, edited by W. Oswald Crawford. One collection of these articles was published by Trubner in 1865, entitled Studies New and Old on Ethical and Social Subjects, 1 volume, Crown 8 volume, pages 466. This volume begins with an elaborate study of Christian ethics and the ethics of Christ, Theological Review, September 1869, which I have often wished to reprint in a separate form. Also a very long and careful study of the sacred books of the Zoroastrians, which brought me the visits and friendships of a very interesting Parsee gentleman, Narosji Furdanji, president of the Bombay Parsee Society, and of another Parsee gentleman resident in London. Both expressed their entire approval of my representation of their religion. These studies also contain a long paper on the philosophy of the Poor Laws, which, as I have narrated in a previous chapter, fell into fertile soil on the mind of an Australian gentleman and caused the introduction of some of the reforms I advocated into the poor law system of New South Wales. There were also in this volume articles on Hades, on the morals of literature, and on the hierarchy of art, which perhaps have some value. But I have not of late years cared to press the book, and have not included it in Mr. Fisher Unwin's reissue of 1893 on account of the paper it contains on the Rights of Man and the Claims of Brutes. This article, which appeared first in Fraser's Magazine, November 1863, was my earliest effort, so far as I know the first effort of anybody, to work out the very obscure and difficult ethical problem to which it refers, in answer to the demands of vivisectors. I am not satisfied with the position I took up in this paper. In the 30 years which have elapsed since I wrote it, my thoughts have been greatly exercised on the subject, and I think I see the claims of brutes more clearly, and find them higher than I did. But though I believe that I expressed the most advanced opinion of that time on the duty of man to the lower animals, and of the offensive cruelty towards them, I here enter my caveat against the quotation of this article, as was lately done by a zealous zoophilist, as if it still represented exactly what I think on the subject after pondering upon it for 30 years, and taking part in the anti-vivisection crusade for 2 entire decades. I have mentioned this matter especially because it is of some importance to me, and also because I do not find that there is any other opinion which I have ever published in any book or article, on morals or religion, which I now desire to withdraw, or even of which I care to modify the expression. It is a great happiness to me at the end of a long and busy literary life to feel that I have never written anything of which I repent, or which I wish to unsay. A collection of minor articles, with several fresh papers of a lighter sort, an allegory, the spectral route, etc., was also published by Trubner in 1867, under the name of Hours of Work and Play. In 1872, Messrs. Williams and Norgate published a rather large collection of my essays, under the name of Darwinism in Morals and Other Essays. The first is a review of the theory of ethics expounded in Darwin's Descent of Man. I argue that the moral history of mankind, so far as it is known to us, gives no support whatever to Mr. Darwin's hypothesis that conscience is the result of certain contingencies in our development, and that it might, at an earlier stage, have been molded into quite another form, causing good to appear to us evil, and evil good. I think we have a right to say that the suggestions offered by the highest scientific intellects of our time to account for its existence on principles which shall leave it on the level of other instincts have failed to approve themselves as true to the facts of the case. And I think, therefore, that we are called on to believe still in the validity of our own moral consciousness, even as we believe in the validity of our other faculties, and to rest in the faith, well nigh universal, of the human race in a fixed and supreme law, of which the will of God is the embodiment, and conscience the divine transcript. Darwinism and Morals, page 32. In the same volume, included in the reissue, are essays on hereditary piety, a review of Mr. Galton's Hereditary Genius, one on the religion of childhood, on Robertson's Life, on A French Theist, M. Picot, and a series of studies on Eastern religions, including reviews of Mr. Ferguson's Tree and Serpent Worship, with which Mr. F. was so pleased that he made me a present of his magnificent book, Bunson's God in History, Max Muller's Chips from a German Workshop, and Mrs. Manning's Ancient and Medieval India. Each of these is a careful essay on one or other of the Oriental faiths, referring to many other books on each subject. Beside these, there are, in the same volume, 2 articles on unconscious cerebration and dreams, which excited some interest in their day, and seem to me, if I am not misled by vanity, to have forestalled a good deal which has been written of late years about the subliminal or subjective consciousness. In 1875, Messrs. Ward, Locke, and Taylor, for whose New Quarterly magazine I had written 2 long articles on Animals in Fable and Art and The Fauna of Fancy, asked my consent to republishing them in their country house library. To this I gladly agreed, adding my article in the Quarterly Review on The Consciousness of Dogs, and that in the Cornhill, Dogs Whom I Have Met. The volume was prettily got up and published under the name of False Beasts and True. From the close of 1874, when I undertook the anti-vivisection crusade, my literary activity dwindled down rapidly to small proportions. In the course of 8 years, I wrote enough magazine articles to fill 1 volume, published in 1882, and containing essays on magnanimous atheism, pessimism and one of its professors, and a few other papers, of which the most important, The Peak in Darien, gives its name to the book. It is an argument, with many facts cited in its support, for believing that the dying, as they are passing the threshold, not seldom become aware of the presence of beloved ones waiting for them in the new state of existence which they are actually entering. After this book I wrote little for some years, but in 1888 I was asked to contribute an article to the Universal Review on the scientific spirit of the age. I gladly acceded, but the editor desired to cut down my manuscript, so I published it as a book with a few other older papers, notably one on the town mouse and the country mouse, a half-humorous study of the pros and cons of life in London and life in a country house. After this, again, I published 2 editions of a little compilation, The Friend of Man and His Friends the Poets, a collection, with running commentary, of poems of all ages and countries relating to dogs, which were likely, I thought, to aid my poor 4-footed friend's claims to sympathy and respect. Of my remaining books, The Duties of Women and The Modern Rack, I shall speak in the chapters which respectively concern my work for women and the anti-vivisection movement. End of section 18. Section 19 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe is told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. My Life in London in the Sixties and Seventies. Journalism. Journalism is, to my thinking, a delightful profession, full of interest and promise of ever-extending usefulness. During the years in which I was a professional journalist, when I had occasion to go into a bank or a lawyer's office, I always pitied the clerks for their dull, monotonous, ugly work, as compared with mine. If not carried on too long or continuously, so that the brain begins to churn leaders sleeping or waking, a dreadful state of things into which we may fall, it is preeminently healthy, being so full of variety and calling for so many different mental faculties one after another. Promptitude, clear and quick judgment as to what is and is not expedient and decorous to say, a ready memory well stored with illustrations and unworn quotations, a bright and strong style, and, if it can be attained, a playful, not saturnine, humor superadded. All these qualities and attainments are called for in writing for a daily newspaper, and the practice of them cannot fail to sharpen their edge. To be in touch with the most striking events of the whole world, and to enjoy the privilege of giving your opinion on them to 50,000 or 100,000 readers within a few hours, this struck me, when I first recognized that such was my business as a leader writer, as something for which many prophets and preachers of old would have given a house full of silver and gold. And I was to be paid for accepting it. It is one thing to be a vox clamantis in deserto, and quite another to speak in Fleet Street and, without lifting up one's voice, to reach all at once as many men as formed the population of ancient Athens, not to say that of Jerusalem. But I must not magnify mine office too fondly. From the time of my second journey to Italy I obtained employment, as I have mentioned, as correspondent to the Daily News, with whose Italian politics I was in sympathy. I also wrote all sorts of miscellaneous papers and descriptions for The Spectator, The Reader, The Inquirer, The Academy, and The Examiner. When in London, I was engaged on the staff of the short-lived Day, 1867, and much lamented its untimely eclipse, when my friend Dr. Howes unkindly chaffed me by mourning over it. Sweet day! How cool, how bright! I was paid, however, handsomely for all I had written for it, and a few months later I received an invitation from Mr. Arthur Arnold, since MP for Salford, to join his staff on the newly formed Echo. It was a great experiment on the part of the proprietors, Messrs. Petter and Galpin, to start a halfpenny paper. Such a thing did not then exist in England, and the ridicule it encountered, and boycotting from the newsagents who could not make enough profit on it to satisfy themselves, were very serious obstacles to success. Nevertheless, Mr. Arnold's great tact and ability cleared the way, and before many months our circulation, I believe, was very large indeed. My share in the undertaking was soon arranged after a few interviews and experiments. It was agreed that I should go on 3 mornings every week at 10 o'clock to the office in Catherine Street, Strand, and there, in a private room for my own use only, write a leading article on some social subject after arranging with the editor what it should be. I am proud to say that for 7 years from that time till I retired, I never once failed to keep my engagement. Of course, I took a few weeks' holiday every year, but Mr. Arnold never expected his contributor in vain. Sometimes it was hard work for me. I had a cold, or was otherwise ill, or the snow lay thick and cabs from South Kensington were not to be had. Nevertheless, I made my way to my destination punctually, and when there I wrote my leader and as many notes as were allotted to me, and thus proved, I hope once for all, that a woman may be relied on as a journalist no less than a man. I do not think, indeed, that very many masculine journalists could make the same boast of regularity as I have done. My first article appeared in the 3rd number of the Echo, December 10, 1868, and the last on or about March, 1875. Of course, at first I found it a little difficult to write exactly what and how much was wanted, neither more nor less, but practice made this easier. I wrote, of course, on all manner of subjects, politics excepted, but chose in preference those which offered some ethical interest, or, on the other hand, an opening for a little fun. The reader may see specimens of both, e.g., the papers on the great divorce case, Lent in Belgravia, and on fat people, sweeping under the mats, etc., in Re-Echoes, a little book compiled from a selection of my Echo articles, which Tauchnitz reproduced in his library. A few incidents in my experience in Catherine Street recur to me, and may be worth recording. Terrible stories of misery and death were continuously cropping up in the reports of the coroner's inquests, and I found that if I took these reports as they were published, and wrote leading articles on them, we were almost sure, next day, to receive several letters begging the editor to forward money, enclosed, to the surviving relations. It became a duty for me to satisfy myself of the veracity of these stories before setting them forth with claims for public sympathy, and in this way I came to see some of the sadder sides of poverty in London. There was one case I distinctly recall, of a poor lady, daughter of a county rector, who was found, after having been missed for several days but not sought for, lying dead, scarcely clothed, on the bare floor of a room in a miserable lodging house in Drury Lane. I went to the house and found it a filthy coffee house, frequented by unwashed customers. The mistress, though likewise unwashed, was obviously what is termed respectable. She told me that her unhappy lodger was a woman of 40 or 50, perfectly sober, and well conducted in every way. She had been a governess in very good families, but had remained unemployed till her clothes grew shabby. She walked all day long over London for many weeks, seeking any kind of work or means of support, and selling, by degrees, everything she possessed for food. At last she returned to her wretched room in that house, into which it was a pain for any lady to enter, and having begged a last cup of tea from her landlady, telling her she could not pay for it, she locked her door and was heard of no more. Many days afterwards the busy landlady noticed that she had not seen her going in or out, and finding her door locked, called the police to open it. There was scarcely an atom of flesh on the poor worn frame, scarcely clothes for decency, no food, no coals in the grate. Death from starvation was the only possible verdict. When the case had been made public, relatives, obviously belonging to a very good class of society, came hastily and took away the corpse for burial in some family vault. The sight, the sounds, the fetid smells of that sordid lodging house as endured by that lonely, dying, starving lady will haunt me while I live. Another incident in January 1869 had a happier conclusion. There was a case in the law reports one day of a woman named Susanna Palmer, who was sent to Newgate for stabbing her husband. The story was a piteous one as I verified it. Her husband was a savage who had continually beaten her, had turned her out of the house at night, brought in a bad woman in her place, and then had deserted her for months, leaving her to support herself and their children. After a time he would suddenly return, take the money she had earned out of her pocket, as he then had a legal right to do, sell up any furniture she possessed, kick and beat her again, and then again desert her. One day she was cutting bread for the children when he struck her, and the knife in her hand cut him, whereupon he gave her in charge for feloniously wounding, and she was sent to jail. The common sergeant humanely observed, as he passed sentence, that Newgate would be 10 times better for her than the hell in which she was compelled to live. It was the old epitaph exemplified: "Here lies the wife of Matthew Ford, whose soul we hope is with the Lord. But if for hell she's changed this life, 'tis better than being Matt Ford's wife." Having obtained through John Locke, the well-known member for Southwark, who had married my cousin, a special permit from the Lord Mayor, I saw the poor pale creature in Newgate, and heard her long tale of wrong and misery. The good ordinary of the jail felt deeply with me for her, and when I had seen the people who had employed her as charwoman, barbers and shoemakers in Cowcross Street, and received the best character of her, I felt justified in appealing in the Echo for help for her, and also in circulating a little pamphlet on her behalf. Eventually, when Mrs. Palmer left Newgate a few weeks later, it was to take possession, as caretaker for the chaplain, of nice, tidy rooms where she and her children could live in peace, and where her brutal husband could not follow her, since the place belonged legally to the chaplain. When there was a dearth of interesting news on the mornings of my leader writing, it was my custom to send for a certain newspaper, the organ of the extreme ritualistic party, and out of this I seldom failed to extract pablum for a cheerful article. One day, just after the 29th of September, I found such a record of folly, vestments, processions, thuribles, and what not, that I proceeded with glee to write a leader on Michaelmas geese. Next day, to my intense amusement, there was a letter at the office addressed to the author of the article, in which one of the geese, whom I had particularly attacked, and who naturally supposed me to be a man, invited me to come and dine with him, and talk of these matters over a good glass of sherry and a cigar. The worldly wisdom which induced the excellent clergyman to try and thus silence my guns by inducing me to share his salt, and his idea of the irresistible attractions of sherry and cigars to a poor devil, as he obviously supposed, of a contributor to a halfpenny paper, made a delightful joke. I had the greatest mind in the world to accept the invitation without betraying my sex, till I should arrive at his door in the fullest of my feminine finery, and claim his dinner. But I was prudent, and he never knew who was the midge who had assailed him. The incident reminds me of another journalistic experience, not connected with the Echo, which throws some light on certain charges recently discussed about commissions given to newspaper writers who puff the goods of tradesmen under the guise of instructing the public in the latest fashions in dress, furniture, and bric-a-brac. It was the only case in which any bribe of the kind ever came to my door. Some grande dame anxious for the health of work girls had opened a millinery establishment in Clifford Street on purely philanthropic lines, and begged me to write an appeal in the Times for support for it. After visiting the beautiful, airy workrooms and dormitories, I did this with a clear conscience, of course gratuitously, to oblige my friends on the committee. Next day a smart brougham drove to my door in Hereford Square, and an exquisitely dressed lady got out of it and sent her card, Madam D. I was so grossly ignorant of fashionable millinery that I did not know that my visitor was then at the very apex of that lofty commerce. She remonstrated on my injustice in praising the Clifford Street establishment, when her girls were exactly as well lodged and fed. Would I not come and see for myself, and then write and say so equally publicly? I agreed that this would only be fair, and fixed an hour for my inspection, on which she gracefully thanked me and departed, murmuring as she disappeared that she would be happy to present me with une jolie toilette. Poor woman! She had come to the only gentlewoman perhaps in London to whom a toilette by Madame D. offered no attractions at all, and to whom, even if I would have accepted one, it would have been useless, seeing that I never wore anything but the simply made skirts and jackets of my maid's manufacture. Of course I visited and justly praised her establishment, as I had promised, and I suppose she long expected me to come and claim her jolie toilette. There was another story in which the memory is, in my mind, closely associated with a dear young friend, Miss Letitia Probyn, who helped me ardently in my efforts very shortly before her untimely death, while bathing at Hendaye near Arcachon. The case of a woman named Isabel Grant moved us deeply. The poor creature, in a drunken struggle with her husband at supper, had cut him with the bread knife in such manner that he died next day. Her remorse was most genuine and extreme. She was sentenced to be hanged, and just at the same time an Irishman who had murdered his wife under circumstances of exceptional brutality, and who had from first to last gloried in his crime, was set free after a week's imprisonment. We got up a memorial for Isabel Grant, Miss Probyn's family interest enabling her to obtain many influential signatures, and we contrived that both the cases of exceptional severity to the repentant woman and that of lenity to the unrepentant man should be set forth in juxtaposition in a score of newspapers. In the end, Isabel Grant obtained a commutation of her sentence. In 1875 the proprietors of the Echo sold the paper to Baron Grant, and Mr. Arnold and I at once resigned our positions as editor and contributor. He had created the paper, I may say even more, had created first-class halfpenny journalism altogether, and it was deeply regretted that his able and judicious guidance was lost to the Echo. After an interval, the paper was redeemed from the first purchaser's hands by that generous gentleman, Mr. Passmore Edwards, than whom it could have no better proprietor. I wrote on the whole more than 1,000 leading articles and a vast number of notes for the Echo during the 7 years in which I worked upon its staff. The contributors who successively occupied the same columns of second leaders on my off days were willing, as I believe Mr. Arnold desired, to adopt on the whole the general line of sentiment and principle which my articles maintained, and thus I had the comfort of thinking that, as regarded social ethics, my work had in some measure given the tone to the paper. It was my pulpit, with permission to make in it, what other pulpits lack so sadly, such jokes as pleased me, and to put forward on hundreds of matters my views of what was right and honorable. We did not profess to be written by gentlemen for gentlemen. The saturnine jests, the snarls and pessimisms of the clubs were not in our way, and we did not affect to be blasés, or to think the whole world was going to the dogs. There were, of course, subjects on which a Liberal like Mr. Arnold and a Tory like myself differed widely, and then I left them untouched, for, I need scarcely say, I never wrote a line in that or any other paper not in fullest accordance with my own opinions and convictions on any subject, small or great. The work, I think, was at all events wholesome and harmless. I hope that it also did now and then a little good. After the sudden and unexpected termination of my connection with the Echo, I accepted gladly an engagement not requiring personal attendance on the staff of the Standard, and wrote 2 or 3 leaders a week for that newspaper for a considerable time. At last the vivisection controversy came in the way, when I resigned my post in consequence of the appearance of a pro-vivisecting paragraph. The editor assured me generally of his approval of my crusade, and I wrote a few articles more, but the engagement finally dropped. My time had, indeed, become too much absorbed by the other work to carry on regular journalism with the needful vigor. It may interest women who are entering the profession in which I found such pleasure and profit, to know that, as regards filthy lucre, I found it more remunerative than writing for the best monthly or quarterly periodicals. I did both at the same period, often sitting down to spend some hours of the afternoon over a study of Eastern religion or some such subject, when I had gone to the Strand and written my leader and notes in the forenoon. Putting all together, and the profits of my books, which were small enough, I made by my literary and journalistic work at one time a fair income. This golden epoch ended, however, when I threw myself into the anti-vivisection movement, after which date I do not think I have ever earned more than £100 a year, and for the last 12 years not £20. I suppose in my whole life I have earned nearly £5,000, rather more than my whole patrimony. What my poor father would have felt, had he known that his daughter eked out her subsistence by going down in all weathers to write articles for a halfpenny newspaper in the Strand, I cannot guess. My brothers happily had no objection to my industry, and the eldest, who drew, as usual with elder sons in our class, more money every year from the family property than I received for life, kindly paid off my charges on the estate, and added £100 a year to the proceeds, so that I was thenceforth, for my moderate wants, fairly well off, especially since I had a friend who shared all expenses of housekeeping with me. In reviewing my whole literary and journalistic life, as I have done in these 2 chapters, I perceive that I have been from first to last an essayist, almost pur et simple. I have done very little in any other way than to try to put forward, either at large in a book or in a magazine article, or lastly in a newspaper leader, what was always a miniature essay, an appeal for some object, an argument for some truth, a vindication of some principle, an exposure of what I conceived to be an absurdity, a wrong, a falsehood, or a cruelty. At first I had exaggerated hopes of success in these endeavors. Books had been a great deal to me in my own solitary life, and I far overestimated their practical power. When editors and publishers readily accepted my articles and books, and reviewers praised them, I fancied, though they never sold very freely, that I was really given the great privilege of moving many hearts. But by degrees, as years went on, I felt the sorrowful limitation of literary influence. Sometimes I was wild with disappointment and indignation when critics lauded the style of my books, while they never so much as noticed the purpose for sake of which I had labored to make them good and strong literature. For my own part, I have shunned review writing, partly, as regarded newspaper criticism, for the rather sordid reason that it involves the double labor of reading and writing for the same pay per column. But generally, and in all cases, because I cannot say, as dear Fanny Kemble used to remark in a sepulchral voice, quite falsely, I am nothing if not critical. On the contrary, I am several other things, and very little critical, and the pain and deadly injury I have seen inflicted by a severe review is a form of cruelty for which I have no predilection. It is necessary, no doubt, in the literary community, that there should be warders and executioners at the public command, to birch juvenile offenders, and flog garrotters, and hang anarchists, but I have never felt any vocation for those disagreeable offices. The few reviews I have ever written have been properly essays on given subjects, taking some book which I could honestly praise for a peg. As in the old Egyptian Book of the Dead, the soul of the deceased protests among his 42 abjurations, I have not been the cause of others' tears. So, I hope I may say, I have given no brother or sister of the pen the wound, and often the ruinous loss, of a damaging critique of his or her books. If my writings have given pain to any persons, it can only have been to men whose dead consciences it would be an act of mercy to awaken, and towards whom I feel not the smallest compunction. Briefly, I conclude in this book, doubtless my last, a long and moderately successful literary life, with no serious regrets, but with much thankfulness and rejoicing for all the interest, the pleasure, and the warm and precious friendships which the profession of letters has brought to me ever since I entered it, just 40 years ago, when William Longman accepted my intuitive morals. End of section 19. Section 20 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe is told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, My Life in London in the 60s and 70s, Social. Part 1. When we had settled down, as we did rapidly, into our pretty little house in South Kensington, we began soon to enjoy many social pleasures of a quiet kind. Into society, with a big S, we had no pretensions to enter, but we had many friends, very genuine and delightful ones, ere long, and a great many interesting acquaintances. Happily, death has spared not a few of these until now, and, of course, of them I shall not write here. But of some of those who have gone over to the majority, I shall venture to record my recollections, interspersed in some cases with their letters. I may premise that we were much given to dining out, but not to attending late evening parties, and that in our small way we gave little dinners now and then, and occasionally afternoon and evening parties, the former held sometimes in summer under the lime trees behind our house. I attribute my retention of good health to my persistence in going to bed before 11 o'clock, and never accepting late invitations. I hope I shall be acquitted of the presumption of pretending to offer, in the scrappy souvenirs I shall now put together, any important contribution to the memoirs of the future. At best, a woman's knowledge of the eminent men whom she only meets at dinner parties, and perhaps in occasional quiet afternoon visits, is not to be compared to that of their associates in their clubs, in Parliament, and in all the work of the world. Nevertheless, as all of us, human beings, resemble diamonds in having several distinct facets to our characters, and as we always turn one of these to one person and another to another, there is generally some fresh side to be seen in a particularly brilliant gem. The relation, too, which a good and kindly man, and such, I am happy to say, were most of my acquaintances, bears to a woman who is neither his mother, sister, daughter, wife, or potential wife, but merely a reasonably intelligent listener and companion of restful hours, is so different from that which he holds to his masculine fellow-workers, rivals, allies, or enemies as they may be, that it can rarely happen but that she sees him in quite a different light from theirs. Englishmen are not eaten up with invidia, like Italians and Frenchmen, such as made D'Azeglio say to me that it was a positive danger to a statesman to win a battle or gain a diplomatic triumph, so much envy did it excite among his own party. In our country, men, and still more emphatically women, glory enthusiastically in the successes of their friends, if not of others. But the masculine mind, so far as I have got to the bottom of it, as George Eliot says, it is always so superior, what there is of it, is not so quick in gathering impressions of character as ours of the softer, and therefore, I suppose, more wax-like sex. And when 50 men have said their say on a great man, I should always wish to hear also what the women who knew him socially had to add to their testimony. In short, dear old Fanny Kemble's Old Woman's Gossip seems to me admissible on the subject of the character and little ways of everybody worthy of record. It was certainly an advantage to us in London to be, as we were, without any kind of ulterior aim or object in meeting our friends and acquaintances beyond the pleasure of the hour. We never had anything in view in the way of social ambition, not even daughters to bring out. It was not de l'art pour de l'art, but la société pour la société, and nothing beyond the amusement of the particular day and the interest of the acquaintanceships we had the good fortune to make. We had no rank or dignity of any kind to keep up. I think hardly any of our friends and habitués even knew who we were from Burke's point of view. I was really pleased once, after I had been living for years in London, to find at a large dinner party, where at least half the company were my acquaintances, that not one present suspected that I had any connection with Ireland at all. Our host, a very prominent MP at the time, having by chance elicited from me some information on Irish affairs, asked me, "What do you know about Ireland?" "Simply that the first 36 years of my life were spent there," was my reply, which drew forth a general expression of surprise. The few who had troubled themselves to think who I was had taken it for granted that I belonged to a family of the same name, minus the final letter, in Oxfordshire. In a country neighborhood the one prominent fact about me, known and repeated to everyone, would have been that I was the daughter of Charles Cobbe of Newbridge. I was proud to be accepted, and, I hope, liked, on the strength of my own talk and books, not on that of my father's acres. We did not, of course, live in London all the year round, but came every summer to Wales to enable my friend to look after her estate, and I went every 2 or 3 years to Ireland, and more frequently to the houses of my 2 brothers in England, Malden Rectory in Bedfordshire, and Easton Lice near Petersfield, where they respectively lived, and where both they and their wives were always ready to welcome me affectionately. I also paid occasional visits at 2 or 3 country houses, notably Broadlands and Aston Clinton, where I was most kindly invited by the beloved owners, and twice or 3 times we let our house for a term, and went to live on one occasion in Cheyne Walk, and another time at Byfleet. We always fell back, however, on our dear little house in Hereford Square, till we let it finally to our old friend Mrs. Kemble, and left London for good in the spring of 1884. I think the first real acquaintances we made in London, whether through Mrs. Somerville or otherwise, I cannot recall, were Sir Charles and Lady Lisle, and their brother and sister, Colonel and Mrs. Lisle. The house, No. 73 Harley Street, in after years noticeable by its bright blue door, so painted to catch Sir Charles's fading eyesight on his return from his daily walks, became very dear to us, and I confess to a pang when it was taken by Mr. and Mrs. Gladstone after the death of our dear old friends. Like Lord Shaftesbury's house in Grosvenor Square, pulled down after his death and replaced by a brand new mansion in the latest Londonesque architecture, there was a bad dreaminess about both transformation scenes. The Lyells regularly attended Mr. Martineau's chapel in Little Portland Street, as we did, and ere long it became a habit for us to adjourn after the service to Harley Street, and spend some of the afternoon with our friends, discussing the large supply of mental food which our pastor never failed to lay before us. Those were never to be forgotten Sundays. Sir Charles Lyell realized to my mind the man of science as he was of old, devout and yet entirely free-thinking in the true sense, filled with admiring, almost adoring love for nature, and also, all the more for that enthusiasm, simple and fresh-hearted as a child. When a good story had tickled him, he would come and tell it to us with infinite relish. I recollect especially his delight in an American boy, I think somehow connected with our friend Mr. Herman Merivale, who, being directed to say his prayers night and morning, replied that he had no objection to do so at night, but thought that a boy who is worth anything can take care of himself by day. Another time we had been discussing evolution, and some of us had betrayed the impression that the doctrine, which he had then recently adopted, involved always the survival of the best as well as of the fittest. Sir Charles left the room and went downstairs, but suddenly rushed back into the drawing-room and said to me, all in a breath, standing on the rug, "I'll explain it to you in 1 minute. Suppose you had been living in Spain 300 years ago, and had had a sister who was a perfectly commonplace person, and believed everything she was told. Well, your sister would have been happily married and had a numerous progeny, and that would have been the survival of the fittest. But you would have been burnt in an auto da fe, and there would have been an end of you. You would have been unsuited for your environment. That's evolution. Goodbye." On went his hat, and we heard the hall door close after him before we had done laughing. Sir Charles's interest in his own particular science was eager as that of a boy. One day I had a long conversation with him at his brother Colonel Lyell's hospitable house on the subject of the glacial period. He told me that he was employing regular calculators at Greenwich to make out the results of the ice cap, and how it would affect land and sea, whether it would cause double tides, etc. He said he had pointed out, what no one else had noticed, that the water to form this ice cap did not come from another planet, but must have been deducted from the rest of the water on the globe. Another day I met him at a very imposing private concert in Regent's Park. The following is my description of our conversation, in a letter to my friend Miss Elliot. Sir Charles sat beside me yesterday at a great musical party at the D's, and I asked him, did he like music? He said, yes, for it allowed him to go on thinking his own thoughts. And so he evidently did, while they were singing Mendelssohn and Handel. At every interval he turned to me. Agassiz has made a discovery. I can't sleep for thinking of it. He finds traces of the glaciers in tropical America. Here intervened a sacred song. Well, as I was saying, 230,000 years ago, the eccentricity of the Earth's orbit was at one of its maximum periods, and we were 11 million miles further from the sun in winter, and the cold of those winters must have been intense, because heat varies not according to direct ratio, but the squares of the distances. Well, said I, but then the summers were as much hotter? Sacred song. No, the summers weren't. They could not have conquered the cold. Then you think that the astronomical 230,000 years corresponded with the glacial period? Is that enough time for all the strata since? Handel. I don't know. Perhaps we must go back to the still greater period of the eccentricity of the orbit 3 million years ago. Then we were 14 millions of miles out of the circular path. Mendelssohn. Goodbye, dear Sir Charles, I must be off. Another day last week he came and sat with me for 2 hours. I would not light candles, and we got very deep into talk. I was greatly comforted and instructed by all he said. I asked him how the modern attacks on the argument from design in nature and Darwin's views touched him religiously. He replied, "Not at all." He thought the proofs in nature of the divine goodness quite triumphant, and that he watched with secret pleasure even skeptical men of science whenever they forgot their theories, instinctively using phrases all implying designing wisdom. I remember on another occasion Sir Charles telling me, with much glee, of two eminent agnostic friends of ours who had been discussing some question for a long time, when one said to the other, "You are getting very teleological," to which the friend responded, "I can't help it." At another of his much prized visits to me, April 19, 1866, he spoke earnestly of the future life, and made this memorable remark of which I took a note: "The further I advance in science, the less the mere physical difficulties in believing in immortality disturb me. I have learned to think nothing too amazing to be within the order of nature." The great inequalities in the conditions of men and the sufferings of many seem to be his strongest reasons for believing in another life. He added, "Aristotle says that every creature has its instincts given by its Creator, and each instinct leads to its good. Now, the belief in immortality is an instinct tending to good." After the death of his beloved wife, the truest helpmeet ever man possessed, he became even more absorbed in the problem of a future existence, and very frequently came and talked with me on the subject. The last time I had a real conversation with him was not long before his death, when we met one sweet autumn day by chance in Regent's Park, not far from the Zoological Gardens. We sat down under a tree and had a long discussion of the validity of religious faith. I think his argument culminated in this position: the presumption is enormous that all our faculties, though liable to err, are true in the main, and point to real objects. The religious faculty in man is one of the strongest of all. It existed in the earliest ages, and instead of wearing out before advancing civilization, it grows stronger and stronger, and is today more developed among the highest races than ever it was before. I think we may safely trust that it points to a great truth. Here is another glimpse of him from a letter. After service I went to Harley Street, Sir Charles, I thought, looking better than for a long time. He thinks the caves of Arignac can never be used as evidence. The witnesses were all tampered with from the first. He saw a skeleton found at Mentone 15 feet deep, which he thinks of the same age as the Gibraltar caves. The legs were distinctly platechnemic, and there was also a curious process on the front of the shoulder, like the breast of a chicken. The skull was full-sized and good. I asked him how he accounted for the fact that with the best will in the world we could not find the least difference between the most ancient skulls and our own. He said the theory had been suggested that all the first growth went to brain, so that very early men acquired large brains as was necessary. This is not very Darwinian, is it? It is the destiny of all books of science to be soon superseded and superannuated, while those of literature may live for all time. I suppose Sir Charles Lyell's Principles of Geology has undergone, or will undergo, this fate ere long, but the magnanimity and candor which made him, in issuing the 10th edition of that book, abjure all his previous arguments against evolution, and candidly own himself Darwin's convert, was an evidence of genuine loyalty to truth which I trust can never be quite forgotten. He was, as Professor Huxley called him, the greatest geologist of his day, the man who found geology an infant science feebly contending for a few scattered truths, and left it a giant, grasping all the ages of the past. But to my memory he will always be something more than an eminent man of science. He was the type of what such men ought to be, with the simplicity, humility, and gentleness which should be characteristic of the true student of nature. Of the priest-like arrogance of some representatives of the modern scientific spirit he had not a taint. In one of his last letters to me he said, "I am told that the same philosophy which is opposed to a belief in a future state undertakes to prove that every one of our acts and thoughts are the necessary result of antecedent events and conditions, and that there can be no such thing as free will in man. I am quite content that both doctrines should stand on the same foundation, for as I cannot help being convinced that I have the power of exerting free will, however great a mystery the possibility of this may be, so the continuance of a spiritual life may be true, however inexplicable or incapable of proof. I am told by some that if any of our traditionary beliefs make us happier and lead us to estimate humanity more highly, we ought to be careful not to endeavor to establish any scientific truths which would lessen and lower our estimate of man's place in nature. In short, we should do nothing to disturb any man's faith, if it be a delusion which increases his happiness. But I hope and believe that the discovery and propagation of every truth, and the dispelling of every error, tends to improve and better the condition of man, though the act of reforming old opinions causes so much pain and misery. It will give me pleasure if these few reminiscences of my honored friend send fresh readers to his excellent and spirited biography by his sister-in-law, Mrs. Lisle, Lady Lisle's sister, who was also his brother, Colonel Lisle's wife, the mother of Sir Leonard Lisle, M.P. I saw a great deal of Dr. Colenso during the years he spent in England, I think about 1864-5. He lived near us in a small house in Sussex Place, Gloucester Road, not Sussex Place, Onslow Square, where his large family of sons and daughters practiced the piano below stairs and produced detonations with chemicals above, while visitors called incessantly, interrupting his arduous and anxious studies. He was in all senses an iron-gray man. Iron-gray hair, pale, strong face, fine but somewhat rigid figure, a powerful, strong-willed, resolute man if ever there were one, and an honest one also, if such there have been on earth. His friend, Sir George W. Cox, who I may venture to call mine also, has in his admirable biography printed the 3 most important letters which the Bishop of Natal wrote to me, and I can add nothing to Sir George's just estimate of the character of this modern confessor. I will give here, however, another letter I received from him at the very beginning of our intercourse, when I had only met him once, at Dr. Carpenter's table, and also a record in a letter to a friend of a tete-a-tete conversation with him further on. I have always thought that he made a mistake in returning to Natal, and that his true place would have been at the head of a Christian theistic church in London. 23 Sussex Place, Kensington, February 6, 1863. My dear Miss Cobbe, I thank you sincerely for your letter, and for the volume which you have sent me. I have read the preface with the deepest interest, and heartily respond to every word which you have written in it. A friend at the Cape had lent me a German edition of De Wette, which I had consulted carefully, but about a fortnight ago, a lady, till then a stranger to me, sent me a copy of Parker's edition. I value it most highly for the sake both of the author's and editor's share in it. But the criticism of the present day goes, if I am not mistaken, considerably beyond even De Wette's, in clearing up the question of the age and authorship of the different parts of the Pentateuch. I shall carefully consider the tables of Elohistic and Jehovistic portions as given in De Wette, but in many important respects my conclusions will be found to differ from his, and, as I think, upon certain grounds. De Wette lent too much to the judgment of Stablein. The above, however, is only one of the Theodore Parker's works which has yet come into my hands, till the arrival of your book this morning. When I repeat that every word of your preface went to my very heart, and that many of them drew the tears from my eyes, and the prayer from my heart that God would grant me grace to be in any degree a follower of the noble brother whose life you have sketched, and whose feet you have already trodden the path, which now lies open before me, you will believe that I shall not leave long the rest of the volume unread. But whatever I may find there, your preface will give comfort and support to thousands, if only they can be brought to read it. Would it not be possible to have it printed separate as a cheap tract? It would have the effect of recommending the book itself, and Parker's works generally, to multitudes, who might otherwise not have brought them under their notice effectively. I think if largely circulated, it might help materially the progress of the great work in which I am now engaged. You will allow me, I hope, to have the pleasure of renewing my acquaintance with you by making a call upon you before long, and may I bring with me Mrs. Colenso, who will be very glad to see you. Very truly yours, Jo Natal. Please accept a copy of my Romans, which Macmillan will send you. The spirit of it will remain, I trust, abiding, though much of the letter must now be changed. Writing of Dr. Colenso to a friend in February 1865, I said, I never felt for him so much as last night. We came to talk on what we felt at standing so much alone, and he said that when the extent of his discoveries burst on him, he felt as if he had received a paralyzing electric shock. A London clergyman wrote to him the other day to give him solemn warning that he had led one of his parishioners to destruction and drunkenness. Colenso answered him that it was not he who led men to doubt of God and duty, but those teachers who made them rest their faith on God and duty on a foundation of falsehood which every new wave of thought was sweeping away. The clergyman seems to have been immensely dumbfounded by this reply. Another most interesting man whom I met at Dr. Carpenter's table was Charles Kingsley. One day, while I was still a miserable cripple, I went to dine in Regent's Park, and came, rather late, into a drawing-room full of company, supported by what my maid called my best crutches. The servant did not know me, and announced Miss Cobble. I corrected her, loudly enough for the guests to hear, in that moment of pause. No, Miss Hobble. There was, of course, a laugh, and from the little crowd rushed forward to greet me with both hands extended a tall, slender, stooping figure with that well-known face so full of feeling and tenderness, Charles Kingsley. "At last, Miss Cobbe, at last we meet," he said, and a moment later gave me his arm to dinner. This greeting touched me, for we had exchanged, as theological opponents, some tolerably sharp blows for years before. But his large, noble nature harbored no spark of resentment. We talked all dinner time and a good deal in the evening, and then he offered to escort me home to South Kensington, a proposal which I greedily accepted, but somehow, when he found that I had a brougham, and was not going in miscellaneous vehicles, in my best evening toggery, from one end of London to the other, at night, he retracted, and could not be induced to come with me. We met, however, not unfrequently afterwards, and I always felt much attracted to him, as did, I may mention, my friend's little fox terrier, who, travelling one day with her mistress in the Underground, spied Kingsley entering the carriage, and incontinently leaving her usual safe retreat under the seat, made straight to him, and without invitation, leaped on his knee and began gently kissing his face. The dog never did the same or anything like it to anyone else in her life, before or afterwards. Of course, my friend apologized to Mr. Kingsley, but he only said in his deep voice, "Dogs always do that to me," and coaxed the little beast kindly till they left the train. The last time I saw Canon Kingsley was one day late in the autumn, some months before he died. Somebody who I thought he would like to meet was coming to dine with me at short notice, and I went to Westminster in the hope of catching him and persuading him to come without losing time by sending notes. The evening was closing, and it was growing very dark in the cloisters, where I was seeking his door, when I saw a tall man, strangely bent, coming towards me, evidently seeing neither me nor anything else, and absorbed in some most painful thought. His whole attitude and countenance expressed grief amounting to despair. So terrible was it that I felt it an intrusion on a sacred privacy to have seen it, and would fain have hidden myself, but this was impossible where we were standing at the moment. When he saw me, he woke out of his reverie with a start, pulled himself together, shook hands, and begged me to come into his house, which of course I did not do. He had an engagement which prevented him from meeting my guest. I think it must have been Keshub Chunder Sen, and I took myself off as quickly as possible. I often wondered what dreadful thought was occupying his mind when I caught sight of him that day in the gloomy old cloisters of Westminster in the autumn twilight. The quotation made a few pages back of Sir Charles Lyell's observations on belief in immortality reminds me that I repeated them soon after he had made them to another great man whom it was my privilege to know, John Stuart Mill. We were spending an afternoon with him and Miss Helen Taylor at Blackheath, and a quiet conversation between Mr. Mill and myself having reached this subject, I told him of what Sir C. Lyell had said. In a moment the quick blood suffused his cheeks, and something very like tears were in his eyes. The question, it was plain, touched his very heart. This wonderful sensitiveness of a man generally supposed to be dry and devoted to the driest studies struck me, I think, more than anything about him. His special characteristic was extreme delicacy of feeling, and this showed itself, singularly enough for a man advanced in life, in transparency of skin and changes of color and expression as rapid as those in a mountain lake when the clouds shift over it. When Watts painted his fine portrait of him, he failed to notice this peculiarity of his thin and delicate skin, and gave him the common, thick, muddy complexion of elderly Englishmen. The result is that the ethos of the face is missing. Just as in the case of the portrait of Dr. Martineau, he is represented with weak, sloping shoulders and narrow chest. The look of power which essentially belongs to him is not to be seen. I remarked when I saw this picture first exhibited, I should never have sat under that Dr. Martineau. Mill and I, of course, met in deep sympathy on the woman question, and he did me the honor to present me with a copy of his Subjection of Women on its publication. He tried to make me write and speak more on the subject of women's claims, and used jestingly to say that my laugh was worth, I forget how much, to the cause. I insert a letter from him showing the minute care he took about matters hardly worthy of his attention. Avignon, February 23, 1869. Dear Miss Cobbe, I have lately received communication from the American publisher Putnam, requesting me to write for their magazine, and I understand that they would be very glad if you would write anything for them, more especially on the women question, on which the magazine, a new one, has shown liberal tendencies from the first. The communications I have received have been through Mrs. Hooker, sister of Mrs. Stowe and Dr. Ward Beecher, and herself the author of 2 excellent articles in the magazine on the suffrage question, by which we had been much struck before we knew the authorship. I enclose Mrs. Hooker's last letter to me, and I send, by post, copies of Mrs. Hooker's articles and some old numbers of the magazine, the only ones we have here, and I shall be very happy if I should be the medium of inducing you to write on this question for the American public. My daughter desires to be kindly remembered, and I am, dear Miss Cobbe, very truly yours, J.S. Mill. P.S. May I ask you to be so kind as to forward Mrs. Hooker's letter to Mrs. P.A. Taylor, as she will see by it that Mrs. Hooker has no objection to put her name to a reprint of her articles. There never was a more unassuming philosopher than Mr. Mill, just as there never was a more unassuming poet than Mr. Browning. All the world knows how Mr. Mill strove to give his wife the chief credit of his works, and after her death, his attitude towards her daughter, who was indeed a daughter also to him, was beautiful to witness, and a fine exemplification of his own theories of the rightful position of women. He was, however, equally unpretentious as regarded men. Talking one day about the difficulty of doing mental work when disturbed by street music, and of poor Mr. Babbage's frenzy on the subject, Mr. Mill said it did not much interfere with him. I told him how intensely Mr. Spencer objected to disturbance. Ah, yes, of course, writing Spencer's works one must want quiet. As if nothing of the kind were needed for such trivial books as his own System of Logic or Political Economy. He really was quite unconscious of the irony of his remark. I have been told that he would allow his cat to interfere sadly with his literary occupation when she preferred to lie on his table or sometimes on his neck, a trait like that of Newton and his diamond. This extreme gentleness is ever, surely, a note of the highest order of men. Here are extracts from letters concerning Mr. Mill, which I wrote to Miss Elliot in August, 1869. I believe I had been to Brighton and met Mr. Mill there. We talked of many grave things, and in everything his love of right and his immense underlying faith impressed me more than I can describe. I asked him what he thought of coming changes, and he entirely agreed with me about their danger, but thought that the mischief they will entail must be but temporary. He thought the loss of reverence unspeakably deplorable, but an inevitable feature of an age of such rapid transition that the son does actually outrun the father. He added that he thought even the most skeptical of men generally had an inner altar to the unseen perfection while waiting for the true one to be revealed to them. In a word, the dry old philosopher showed himself to me as an enthusiast in faith and love. The way in which he seemed to have thought out every great question, and to express his own so modestly and simply, and yet in such clear-cut outlines, was most impressive. I felt, what one so seldom does, the delightful sense of being in communication with a mind deeper than one would reach the end of, even after a lifetime of intercourse. I never felt the same so strongly except towards Mr. Martineau, and though the forms of his creed and philosophy are, I think, infinitely truer than those of Mill, not to speak of the feelings one has for the man whose prayers one follows, I think it is more in form than in spirit that the two men are distinguished. The one has only an inner, the other has an outward altar, but both kneel at them. A month or two earlier in the same year, I wrote to the same friend: "Last night I sat beside Mr. Mill at dinner and enjoyed myself exceedingly. He is looking old and worn, and the nervous twitchings of his face are painful to see, but he is so thoroughly genial and gentlemanly, and laughs so heartily at one's little jokes, and keeps up an argument with so much play and good humor, that I never enjoyed my dinner neighborhood more. Mr. Fawcett was objurgating some M.P. for taking office, and said, 'When I see Tories rejoice, I know it must be an injury to the Liberal cause.' 'Do you never, then, feel a qualm,' I said, 'all you Liberal gentlemen, when you see priests rejoice at what you have just done in Ireland? Do you reflect whether that is likely to be an injury to the Liberal cause?' The observation somehow fell like a bomb. The entire company, as I remember, were Radicals, our host being Mr. P.A. Taylor. For 2 minutes there was a dead silence. Then Mrs. Taylor said, 'Ah, Miss Cobbe is a bitter Conservative.' 'Not a bitter one,' said Mr. Mill. 'Miss Cobbe is a Conservative. I am sorry for it, but Miss Cobbe is never bitter.' It has been a constant subject of regret to me that Mr. Mill's intention, communicated to me by Miss Taylor, of spending the ensuing summer holiday in Wales, on purpose to be near us, was frustrated by his illness and death. How much pleasure and instruction I should have derived from his near neighborhood there is no need to say. A friend of Mr. Mill, for whom I had great regard, was Professor Cairns. He underwent treatment at Aix-les-Bains at the same time as I, and we used to while away our long hours by interminable discussions, principally concerning ethics, a subject on which Mr. Cairns took the utilitarian side, and I, of course, that of the school of independent morality, i.e., of morality based on other grounds than utility. He was an ardent disciple of Mill, but his extreme candor caused him to admit frankly that the mystic extension of the idea of usefulness into right was unaccountable, or at least unaccounted for, and that when we had proved an act to be pre-eminently useful and likely to promote the greatest happiness of the greatest number, there yet remained the question for each of us, why should I perform that useful action if it cost me a moment's pain? To find the answer, he admitted, we must fall back on an inward categoric imperative, ought, and having done so, I argued, we must thenceforth admit that the basis of morality rests on something beside utility. All these controversies are rather bygone now, since we have been confronted with hereditary sets of the brain. I think it was in these discussions with Professor Cairns that I struck out what several friends, among others Lord Arthur Russell, considered an unanswerable argument against the utilitarian philosophy. It ran thus: Mr. Mill has nobly said that if an almighty tyrant were to order him to worship him and threaten to send him to hell if he refused, then sooner than worship that unjust God, to hell would I go. Mr. Mill, of course, desired every man to do what he himself thought right. Therefore it is conceivable that, in the right contingency, we might behold the apostle of the utilitarian philosophy conducting the whole human race to eternal perdition, for the sake of, shall we say, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Professor Cairns did great public service both to England and America at the time of the War of Secession by his wise and able writing on the subject. In a small way I tried to help the same cause by joining Mrs. P. A. Taylor's committee formed to promote and express English sympathy with the North, and wrote several little pamphlets, The Red Flag in John Bull's Eyes, Rejoinder to Mrs. Stowe, etc. This common interest increased, of course, my regard for Mr. Cairns, and it was with real sorrow I saw him slowly sink under the terrible disease, a sort of general ossification of the joints, of which he died. I have said he sank under it, but assuredly it was only his piteously stiffened body which did so, for I never saw a grander triumph of mind over matter than was shown by the courage and cheerfulness wherewith he bore as dreadful a fate as that of any old martyr. I shall never forget the impression of the nobility of the human soul rising over its tenement of clay which he made upon me, on the occasion of my last visit to him at Blackheath. Another man, much of the character and caliber of Professor Cairns, whom I likewise had the privilege to know well, was Professor Sheldon Amos. He also, alas, died in the prime of life, to the loss and grief of the friends of every generous movement. The following is a memorandum of the first occasion on which I met Mr. John Bright. February 28, 1866. Dined at Mr. S.'s, M.P. Sat between Bright and Mr. Buxton. Bright is so exquisitely clean, and with such a sweet voice. His hands alone are coarse. Great discussion, in which Mr. Bright completely took the lead, the other gentlemen present seeming to hang on his words as I never saw Englishmen do on those of one another. Talking of Ireland, he said he would, if he ever had the power, force all the English companies and great English landlords to sell their estates there, the land to be cut up into small farms. I asked, did he believe in small farming in 1866, and in Celtic capitalists ready to purchase farms? He then told us how he picked up much information traveling through Ireland on cars, from the drivers, as if every Irish car driver did not recognize in him a moment from Punch's caricatures, and how especially he visited the only small farm he had heard of where the occupier was a freeholder, and how it was exceedingly prosperous. I asked where this was. He said, in a place called the Barony of Forth. Of course I explained that Forth and Bargy in Wexford had been for 400 years isolated English, or rather Welsh, colonies, and afforded no sort of sample of Irish farming. Bright's way of speaking was dogmatic, but full of genial fun and quiet little bits of wit. He spoke with great feeling of the wrongs and miseries of the poor, but seemed to enjoy in full the delusion that it only depended on rich people being ready to sacrifice themselves to remove them all tomorrow. I ventured to ask him why he labored so hard to get votes for working carpenters and bricklayers, and never stirred a finger to ask them for women who possessed already the property qualification. He said, much was to be said for women, but then went on maundering about our proper sphere, and would they go into Parliament? Again another time I sat beside him, I know not at whose hospitable table, and he told me a most affecting story of a poor crippled woman in a miserable cottage near Llandudno, where he usually spent his holidays. He had got into the habit of visiting this poor creature, who could not stir from her bed, but lay there all day long, her husband being out at work as a laborer. Sometimes a neighbor would look in and give her food, but unless one did so, she was entirely helpless. Her only comforter was her dog, a fine collie, who lay beside her on the floor, ran in and out, licked her poor useless hands, and showed his affection in 100 ways. Bright grew fond of the dog, and the dog always welcomed him each year with gambols and joy. One summer he came to the cottage, and the hapless cripple lay on her pallet still, but the dog did not come out to him as usual, and his first question to the woman was, "Where is your collie?" The answer was that her husband had drowned the dog to save the expense of feeding it. Bright's voice broke when he came to the end of this story, and we said very little more to each other during that dinner. Another day I was speaking to Mr. Bright of the extraordinary canard which had appeared in the Times the day before, announcing, quite falsely, that Lord Russell, then Premier, had resigned. What on earth, I asked, can have induced the Times to publish such intelligence? As it happened, it inconvenienced Lord Russell very much. "I will tell you," said Bright. "I am sure it is because Delane is angry that Lady Russell has not asked him to dinner. He expected to go to the Russells as he did to the Palmerstons, and get his news at first hand." A day or two later I met Lord Russell, and told him what Mr. Bright had said was the reason of the mischievous trick Mr. Delane had played him. Lord Russell chuckled a great deal, and said, rubbing his hands in his characteristic way, "I believe it is. I do believe it is." My beautiful cousin Laura, one of my father's wards, had married, from Newbridge in old days, Mr. John Locke, Q.C., who was for a long time M.P. for Southwark. Their house, 63 Eaton Place, was always most cordially open to me, and beside Mr. Locke, who was generally brimful of political news, I met at their table many clever barristers and M.P.s. Among the latter was Mr. Ayrton, against whom a virulent set was made by the scientific clique, in consequence of his endeavors, on behalf of the public, to open Kew Gardens earlier in the day. He was rather saturnine, but an incorruptible, unbending sort of man, for whom I felt respect. Another habitué was Mr. Warren, author of 10,000 a Year. He was a little ugly fellow, but full of fire and fun, retorting right and left against the Liberals present. Sergeant Gaisley, a worn-looking man with keen eyes, one day answered him fairly. There was an amusing discussion whether the Tories could match in ability the men of the opposite party. Warren brought up an array of clever Conservatives, but then pretended to throw up the sponge, exclaiming in a dolorous voice, "But then you Liberals have got Whalley." Beside my cousin Mrs. Locke and her good and able husband, I had the pleasure for many years of constantly seeing in London her two younger sisters, Sophia and Eliza Cobbe, who were my father's favorite wards and have been from their childhood, when they were always under my charge in their holidays, till now in our old age almost like younger sisters to me. They were, of course, rarely absent from the Eaton Place festivities. There was a considerable difference between dinner parties in the 60s and those of 30 years later. They lasted longer at the earlier date, a greater number of dishes were served at each course, and much more wine was taken. I cannot but think that there must be a certain declension in the general vitality of our race of late years, for I think few of us, young or old, would be inclined to share equally now in those banquets of long ago, which always lasted 2 hours and sometimes 3. There were scarcely any teetotalers, men or women, at the time I speak of, in the circles to which I belonged, and the butlers, who went round incessantly with half a dozen kinds of wine, and, after dinner, liqueurs, were not, as now, continually interrupted in their courses by, "No wine, thank you. Have you Apollinaris or seltzer?" I never saw anyone the worse for the sherry and the milk punch and the hock or chablis, and champagne and claret, but certainly there was generally a little more gaiety, of a well-bred sort, towards the end of the long meals. My cousins kept a particularly good cook and good cellar, and their guests, especially some who hailed from the city, certainly enjoyed at their table other feasts beside those of reason. And so, I must confess, did I, in those days of good appetite after a long day's literary work, and I sincerely pitied Dean Stanley, who had no sense of taste, and scarcely knew the flavor of anything which he put in his mouth. When the company was not quite up to his mark, the tedium of the dinners which he attended must have been dreadful to him, whereas in my case I could always, provided the menu was good, entertain myself satisfactorily with my plate and knife and fork. The same great surgeon who had treated my sprained ankle so unsuccessfully told me with solemn warning when we were taking our house in Hereford Square that if I lived in South Kensington and went to dinner parties I should be a regular victim to gout. As it happened, I lived in South Kensington for just 20 years, and went out, I should think, to some 2,000 dinners, great and small, and I never had the gout at all, but on the contrary, by my own guidance got rid of the tendency before I left London. There has certainly been a perceptible diminution in the animal spirits of men and women in the last 30 years, if not of their vital powers. Of course, there was always, among well-bred people, a certain average of spirits in society, neither boisterous nor yet depressed, and the better the company, the softer the general susurro of the conversation. I could have recognized blindfold certain drawing-rooms wherein a mixed congregation assembled by the strident high note which pervaded the crowded room. But the ripple of gentle laughter in good company has decidedly fallen some notes since the Sixties. I am led to these reflections by remembering among my cousin's guests that admirable man Mr. Fawcett. He was always not merely fairly cheerful, but more gay and apparently light-hearted than those around him who were possessed of their eyesight. The last time I met him was at the house of Madame Bodichon in Blandford Square, and we three were all the company. One would have thought a blind statesman, alone with two elderly women, would not have been much exhilarated, but he seemed actually bursting with boyish spirits, pouring out fun, and laughing with all his heart. Certainly his devoted wife, in my humble opinion the ablest woman of this day, succeeded in cheering his darkened lot quite perfectly. Mr. and Mrs. Fawcett were the third couple who in this century have afforded a study for Mr. Francis Galton of hereditary genius. The first were Shelley and his Mary, who again was the daughter of Godwin and Mary Wollstonecraft. Their son, the late Sir Percy Shelley, was a very kindly and pleasant gentleman, with good taste for private theatricals, but not a genius. The second were Robert and Elizabeth Barrett Browning. They also have left a son, of whose gifts as a painter I do not presume to judge. The third were Mr. Fawcett and Millicent Garrett, who, though not claiming the brilliant genius of the others, were each, as all the world knows, very highly endowed persons. Their daughter, Miss Philippa Garrett Fawcett, the senior wrangler de jure, has, at all events, vindicated Mr. Galton's theories. Many of us, in those days of the Sixties, were deeply interested in the efforts of women to enter the medical profession, in spite of the bitter opposition which they encountered. Miss Elizabeth Garrett, Mrs. Fawcett's sister, occupied a particularly prominent place in our eyes, succeeding, as she did, in obtaining her medical degree in Paris, and afterwards a seat on the London School Board, which last was quite a new kind of elevation for women. While still occupying the foreground of our ambition for our sex, Miss Garrett resolved to make, what has proved, I believe, to be a happy and well-assorted marriage, which put an end, necessarily, to her further projects of public work. I sent her, with my cordial good wishes, the following verses. The woman's cause was rising fast, when to the Surgeons' College passed a maid who bore in fingers nice a banner with the new device, Excelsior. Try not to pass, the dons exclaim, M.D. shall grace no woman's name. Bosh, cried the maid, in accents free, to France I'll go for my degree, Excelsior. The School Board seat came next in sight, beware the foes of woman's right, beware the awful hustings fight, such was the moan of many a soul. A voice replied from top of pole, Excelsior. In Patience home she saw the light Of household fires beam warm and bright. Lectures on bones grew wondrous dry, but still she murmured with a sigh, Excelsior. O stay, a lover cried, O rest thy much learned head upon this breast. Give up ambition, be my bride. Alas, no clarion voice replied, Excelsior. At end of day, when all is done, and woman's battle fought and won, honor will aye be paid to one who erst called foremost in the van, Excelsior. But not for her that crown so bright, which hers had been, of surest right, had she still cried, serene and blest, the Virgin throned by the West, Excelsior. Some years after this, I brought from Rome, as a present for my much valued friend and lady doctor, Mrs. Hoggen, M.D., widow of Dr. George Hoggen, a large photograph of the statue in the Vatican of Minerva Medica. Under it I wrote these lines: Minerva Medica, shocking profanity! How could these heathens their doctors vex, putting the cure of the ills of humanity into the hands of the weaker sex? O Pallas sublime! Would you come back revealing your glory immortal our doctors should see? Instead of proclaiming you goddess of healing, they'd prohibit your practice, refuse your degree. End of section 20. Section 21 of Life of Frances Power Cobbe is told by herself, by Frances Power Cobbe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, My Social Life in London in the Sixties and Seventies, Part 2. The first dinner party I ever attended in London, before I went to live in town, was at Mr. Bagehot's house. I sat beside Mr. Richard Hutton, who has been ever since my good friend, and opposite us there sat a gentleman who at once attracted my attention. He had a strong, dark face, a low forehead, and hair parted in the middle, the large, loose mouth of an orator, and a manner quite unique, as if he were gently looking down on the follies of mortality from the superior altitudes of Olympus, or perhaps of Parnassus. "Do you know who that is sitting opposite to us?" said Mr. Hutton. I looked at him again and replied, "I never saw him before, and I have never seen his picture, but I feel in my inner consciousness that it can only be Mr. Matthew Arnold." And Mr. Arnold, of course, it was, with an air that made me think him, what he was not, an intellectual coxcomb. He wrote, about that time or soon afterwards, some dreadfully derisive things of my theism, not on account apparently of its intrinsic demerits, but because of what he conceived to be its upstart character. We are all familiar with a certain tone of lofty superiority common to Roman Catholics and Anglicans in dealing with dissenters of all classes, the tone, no doubt, in which the priests of On talked of Moses when he led the Israelitish schism in the wilderness. It comes naturally to everybody who stands serenely on the old paths and watches those who walk below, or strive to fray new ways through the jungle of poor human thoughts. But when Mr. Arnold had himself slipped off the old road so far as to have liquefied the articles of the Apostles' Creed into a stream of tendency, and compared the doctrine of the Trinity to a story of the three Lord Shaftesburys, and reduced the object of worship to the lowest possible denomination as a power not ourselves which makes for righteousness, he must, I think, have come to feel that it was scarcely his affair to treat other people's heresies as newfangled and lacking in the sanctities of tradition. As one after another of his brilliant essays appeared, it became manifest that his own creed grew continually thinner, more exiguous, and less substantial. I was reminded of an old sporting story which my father told, of a town-bred gentleman, the Mr. Briggs of those days, who for the first time shot a cock-pheasant, and after greatly admiring it, laid it down on the grass. A keeper took up the bird and stroked it, pretending to wonder at its size, and presently shifted it aside and substituted a partridge, which he likewise stroked and admired, till he had an opportunity of again changing it for a snipe. At this crisis Mr. Briggs broke in furiously, bidding the keeper to stop stroking his bird. "Be hanged to you! If you go on like that, you'll rub it down to a wren." The creed of many persons in these days seems to be undergoing the process of being patted and praised, while all the time it is being rubbed down to a wren. But whatever hard things Mr. Arnold said of me, I liked and admired him, and he was always personally most kind to me. He had, of all men I have ever known, the truest insight, the true poet's insight, into the feelings and characters of animals, especially of dogs. His poem, Geist's Grave, is to me the most affecting description of the death of an animal in the range of literature. Indeed, the subject of death itself, whether of beasts or of men, viewed from the same standpoint of hopelessness, has never, I think, been more tenderly touched. How deeply true to every heart is the thought expressed in the stanzas, which remind us that in all the vastness of the universe and of endless time, there is not, and never will be, another being like the one who is dead. That being, some of us believe, may revive and live forever, but another who will restore its little self will never be. Not the course of all the centuries to come, and not the infinite resource of nature with her countless sum of figures, with her fullness vast of new creation evermore, can ever quite repeat the past, or just thy little self restore. Stern law of every mortal lot, which man, proud man, finds hard to bear, and builds himself I know not what of second life, I know not where. We knew dear Geist, I am glad to say. When Miss Lloyd and I came to live at Byfleet, Mr. Arnold and his most charming wife, then living 3 miles off at Cobham, kindly permitted us to see a good deal of them, and we were deeply interested in poor Geist's last illness. He was a black dachshund, not a handsome dog, but possessed of something which in certain dogs, and those dogs only, seems to be the canine analogue of a human soul. As to Mr. Arnold's poem on his other dog, Kaiser, who is there that enjoys a gleam of humor and dog love can fail to be enchanted with such a perfect picture of a dog, not a dog of the sentimental kind, but one teeming with plans, alert and glad, in work or play, like sunshine went and came and bade live out the day. Does not everyone feel how true is the likeness of a happy, loving dog to sunshine in a house? I met Mr. Arnold one day in William and Norgate's bookshop, and he inquired after my dog, and when I told him the poor beast had gone where the good dogs go, he said with real feeling, "And you have not replaced her? No, of course you could not." I asked his leave to give a copy of Geist's Grave for a collection of poems on animals made for the purpose of humane propaganda, and he gave it very cordially. I was, however, deeply disappointed when he returned the following reply to my application for his signature to our first memorial inviting the R.S.P.C.A. to undertake legislation for the restriction of vivisection. I do not clearly understand what he meant by disliking the English way of employing, for public ends, private societies and memorials to them. The R.S.P.C.A. is scarcely a private society, and if it were so, I see no harm in employing it for public ends instead of leaving everything to government to do, or to leave undone. Cobham, Surrey, January 8, 1875. Dear Miss Cobbe, your letter was directed to Oxford, a place with which I have now no connection, and it reaches me too late for signing your memorial. But I should in any case have declined signing it, strongly as your cause speaks to my feelings, because, first, I greatly dislike the English way of employing, for public ends, private societies and memorials to them. Secondly, the signatures you will profit by in this case are not those of literary people, who will at once be disposed of as a set of unpractical sentimentalists. To yourself this objection does not apply, because you are distinguished not in letters only, but also as a lover and student of animals. I hope if you read my paper in the Contemporary, you observe how I apologize for calling them the lower animals, and how thoroughly I admit that they think and love. Sincerely yours, Matthew Arnold. In my first journey to Italy on my way to Palestine, I made acquaintance with R.W. Mackay, the author of that enormously learned, but perhaps not very well digested book, The Progress of the Intellect. I afterwards renewed acquaintance with him and his nice wife in their house in Hamilton Terrace. Mr. Mackay was somewhat of an invalid, and a nervous man, much absorbed in his studies. I have heard it said that he was the original of George Eliot's Mr. Casaubon. At all events, Mrs. Lewis had met him and taken a strong prejudice against him. That prejudice, I think, was unjust. He was a very honest and real student, and a modest one, not a pretender like Mr. Casaubon. His books contain an amazing mass of knowledge, presented perhaps in a rather crude state, respecting all of the great religious doctrines of the world. I had once felt that both his books and talks were hard and steel cold, and that his religion, though dogmatically the same as mine, was all lodged in his intellect. One day, however, when he called on me and we took a drive and walk in the park together, I learned to my surprise that he entirely felt with me that the one direct way of reaching truth about religion was prayer, and all the rest mere corroboration of what may so be learned. To have come round to this seemed to me a great evidence of intellectual sincerity. I forget now what particular point we had been discussing when he wrote me the following curious bit of erudition. Dear Miss Cobbe, Dixit Rabbi Simeon ben Lacus, nomina angelorum et mentium ascenderunt in Domen Israelis ex Babylon. This occurs in the treatise Rosh Hashanah, which is part of the Mishnah. The Mishnah, the earliest part of the Talmud, is said to have been completed in the 3rd century, under the auspices of Rabbi Judah the Holy and his disciples. I send the above as promised. The professed aversion of the Jews for foreign customs seems strangely at variance with their practice, as seen, e.g., in their names for the divisions of the heavenly hosts. The words legion and sistra, castra, are evidently taken from the Roman army. 4 chief spirits or archangels are occasionally mentioned, as in Pirkei Eliezer and Henoch, cf. 48:1. Others make their number 7, as Tobit 12:5, Revelations 2:4-3, 1:4-5. The angelic doings are partly copied from the usages of the Jewish temple, hence the Jerusalem Targum renders Exodus 14:12, "It happened in the morning watch, the hour when the heavenly host sings praises before God," comp. Luke 2:13, and the same reason is applied by the Tarmagist for the sudden exile of the angel in Genesis 32:26. One may perhaps, however, be induced to ask whether, as in the case of Euthyphron in the Platonic dialogue, a better cause for departure might not be found in the inconvenience of remaining. Though I have Hogg's version of the Gothas, I am far from able to decipher the grounds of difference between him and Spiegel. Non nostrum est tantus componere litis, a volume entitled Iran by Dr. Spiegel contains, among other essays, one entitled Avesta and Veda, or the relation of Iran and India, and another Avesta and Genesis, or the relation of Iran to the Semites. Weber's Moorischke Skizzen also contains interesting matter on similar subjects. We were speaking about the magical significance of names. See as to this origin against Celsus 124, Diod Sikel 122, Iamblichus de Mist 245. Socrates himself appears superstitiously apprehensive about the use of divine names in the Philebus 1-2 and the Cratylus 400e. The suppression of it among the Jews, for instance in the Septuagint, where Kurios is substituted for Jehovah, and Sirach chapter 23:9, express the same feeling. We were talking of the original religion of Persia. You of course recollect the passage on this subject in the first book of Herodotus, chapter 131, and Strabo 15, c. 13, page 732, Kasab. The practice of prohibiting selfish prayer mentioned in the next following chapter in Herodotus is remarkable. I hope that in the above rigmarole a grain of useful matter may be found. Mrs. Mackay is, I am glad to say, better today. I remain sincerely yours, R.W. Mackay. 20th February 1865, 41 Hamilton Terrace, N.W. Another early acquaintance of mine in London was Lady Byron, the widow of the poet. I called on her one day, having received from her a kind note begging me to do so, as she was unable to leave her house to come to me. She had been exceedingly kind in procuring for me valuable letters of introduction from Sir Moses Montefiore and others, which had been very useful to me in my long wanderings. Lady Byron was short in stature, and, when I saw her, deadly pale, but with a dignity which some of our friends called royal, albeit without the smallest affectation or assumption. She talked to me eagerly about all manner of good works wherein she was interested, notably concerning Miss Carpenter's Reformatory, to which she had practically subscribed £1,000 by buying Red Lodge and making it over for such use. During the larger part of the time of my visit she stood on the rug with her back to the fire, and the power and will revealed in her attitude and conversation were very impressive. I bore in mind all the odious things Byron had said of her. There was Miss Millpond, smooth as summer sea, that usual paragon, an only daughter, who seemed the cream of equanimity, till skimmed, and then there was some milk and water. Also the sneers at her very genuine humour. Her wit, for she had wit, was Attical. Her favourite science was the mathematical, etc., etc. I thought that for a man to hold up such a woman as this, and that woman his wife, on the prongs of ridicule for public laughter, was enough to make him detestable. A lady whom I met long afterwards told me, I made a note of it November 13th, 1869, that she had been stopping at the time of Lady Byron's separation at a very small seaside place in Norfolk. Lady Byron came there on a visit to Mrs. Frances Cunningham, née Gurney, as more retired than Kirkby Mallory. She had then been separated about 6 weeks or 2 months. She was, Mrs. B. said, singularly pleasing and healthful looking, rather than pretty. She was grave and reticent rather than depressed in spirits, and gave her friends to understand that there was something she could not explain to them about her separation. Mrs. B. heard her say that Lord Byron always slept with pistols under his pillow, and on one occasion had threatened to shoot her in the middle of the night. There was much singing of duets going on in the two families, but Lady Byron refused to take any part in it. Miss Carpenter, who was entirely captivated by her, received from her some charge amounting to literary executorship, but after 1 or 2 furtive delvings into the trunks full of papers, since, I believe, stored in Hoar's Bank, she gave up in despair. She told me that the papers were in the most extraordinary confusion, letters both of the most trivial and of the most serious and compromising kind. Household accounts, poems, and tradesmen's bills were all mixed together in hopeless disorder and dust. As is well known, Byron's famous verses, "Fare thee well," and "If for ever," were written on the back of a butcher's bill, unpaid like most of the rest. Miss Carpenter vouched for this fact. Lady Byron was at one time greatly attracted by Fanny Kemble. Among Mrs. Kemble's papers in my possession are 7 letters from Lady Byron to her. Here is one of them worth presenting. Dear Mrs. Kemble, the note you wrote to me before you left Brighton made me revert to a train of thought which had been for some time in my mind. I alluded once to your future. I submit to being considered a visionary, yet some of my decided visions have come to pass in the course of years. Let me tell you my vision about you, that you are to be something to the people, that your strong sympathy with them, though you will not let them touch the hem of your garment, will bring your talents to bear upon their welfare, that the way is open to you after your personal objects are fulfilled. My mind is so full of this that though the time has not arrived for putting it in practice, I cannot help telling you of it. I am neither democratic nor aristocratic. I do not see those distinctions in looking at humanity, but I feel most strongly that for every advantage we have received, we are bound to offer something to those who do not possess it. Happy they who have gifts to place at the feet of their less favored fellow Christians. I cannot believe that a relation so truthful as yours and mine will be merely casual. Time will show. I might not have an opportunity of saying this in a visit. Yours most truly, A. Noel Byron. It is an unsolved mystery to me why such a woman did not definitely adopt one of either of 2 courses. The first, and far the best, would of course have been to bury her husband's misdeeds in absolute silence and oblivion, carefully destroying all papers relating to the tragedy of their joint lives; or, if she had not strength for this, to write exactly what she thought ought to be known by posterity concerning him, with all the needful pièces justificatives before she died. That she did not adopt either one course or the other must be a source of permanent regret to all who recognized her great merits and honored them as they deserved. Among our neighbors in South Kensington, whom we were privileged to know, were many delightful people, who are still, I am happy to say, living and taking active part in the world. Among them were Mr. Froude, Mr. and Mrs. W. E. H. Lecky, Mr. Leslie Stephen, Mrs. Brookfield, Mrs. Simpson, and Mrs. Richmond Ritchie. But of several others, alas, the place that knew them knows them no more. Of these last were Mr. and Mrs. Herman Merivale, Sir Henry Mayne, Mrs. Dicey, Lady Monteagle, who had written some of Wordsworth's poems to his dictation as his amanuensis, and my dear old friend Mrs. De Morgan. Sir Henry Mayne's interest in the claims of women and his strong statements on the subject made me regard him with much gratitude. I asked him once a question about St. Paul's citizenship, to which he was good enough to write me so full and interesting a reply that I quote it here in extenso. Athenaeum Club, Pall Mall, S.W., April 6, 1874. My dear Miss Cobbe, there is no question that, for a considerable time before the concession of the Roman citizenship to the whole empire, quite at all events B.C. 89 or 90, it could be obtained in various ways by individuals who possessed a lower franchise in virtue of their place of birth, or who were even foreigners. The legal writer, Ulpian, mentions several of these modes of acquiring it, and Pliny more than once solicits the citizenship for protégés of his own. There is no authority for supposing that it could be directly purchased, at least legally, but it could be obtained by various processes which came to the same thing as paying directly, e.g., building a ship of a certain burden to carry corn to Rome. I suspect that St. Paul's ancestor obtained the citizenship by serving in some petty magistracy. The coins of Tarsus are said to show that its citizens in the reign of Augustus enjoyed one or other of the lower Roman franchises, and this would facilitate the acquisition by individuals of the full Roman citizenship. The Roman citizenship was necessarily hereditary. The children of the person who became a Roman citizen came at once under his patria potestas, and each of them acquired the capacity for becoming some day a Roman paterfamilias. St. Paul, as a Roman citizen, lived under the Roman law of persons, but he remained under the local law of property. His allusions to the patria potestas and to the Roman law of wills and guardianship, which was like the patria potestas, are quite unmistakable, and more numerous than is commonly supposed. In the obscure passage, for example, about women having power over the head, power and head are technical terms from the Roman law. Believe me, very sincerely yours, H. S. Mayne. George Borrow, who, if he were not a gypsy by blood, ought to have been one, was for some years our near neighbor in Hereford Square. My friend was amused by his quaint stories and his real or sham enthusiasm for Wales, and cultivated his acquaintance. I never liked him, thinking him more or less of a hypocrite. His missions, recorded in the Bible in Spain, and his translations of the Scriptures into the out-of-the-way tongues, for which he had a gift, were by no means consonant with his real opinions concerning the veracity of the said Bible. Dr. Martineau once told me that he and Borrow had been schoolfellows at Norwich some 60 years before. Borrow had persuaded several of his other companions to rob their father's tills, and then the party set forth to join some smugglers on the coast. By degrees the truants all fell out of line and were picked up, tired and hungry, along the road, and brought back to Norwich School, where condign chastisement awaited them. George Borrow, it seems, received his large share horsed on James Martineau's back. The early connection between the two old men, as I knew them, was irresistibly comic to my mind. Somehow, when I asked Mr. Borrow once to come and meet some friends at our house, he accepted our invitation as usual, but on finding that Dr. Martineau was to be part of the party, hastily withdrew his acceptance on a transparent excuse. Nor did he ever after attend our little assemblies without first ascertaining that Dr. Martineau would not be present. I take the following from some old letters to my friend referring to him. Mr. Borrow says his wife is very ill and anxious to keep the peace with C, a litigious neighbor. Poor old B was very sad at first, but I cheered him and sent him off quite brisk last night. He talked all about the Fathers again, arguing that their quotations went to prove that it was not our Gospels they had in their hands. I knew most of it before, but it was admirably done. I talked a little theology to him in a serious way, finding him talk of his horrors, and he abounded in my sense of the non-existence of hell, and of the presence and action on the soul of a spirit rewarding and punishing. He would not say God, but repeated over and over that he spoke not from books, but from his own personal experience. Some time later, after his wife's death. Poor old Borrow is in a sad state. I hope he is starting in a day or two for Scotland. I sent C with a note begging him to come and eat the Welsh mutton you sent me today, and he sent back word, yes. Then, an hour afterwards, he arrived, and in a most agitated manner said he had come to say he would rather not. He would not trouble anyone with his sorrows. I made him sit down, and talked as gently to him as possible, saying, "It won't be a trouble, Mr. Borrow, it will be a pleasure to me." But it was all of no use. He was so cross, so rude, I had the greatest difficulty in talking to him. I asked about his servant, and he said I could not help him. I asked him about Bowring, and he said, "Don't speak of it." It was some dispute with Sir John Bowring, who was an acquaintance of mine, and with whom I offered to mediate. I asked him, would he look at the photos of the Siamese, and he said, "Don't show them to me." So, in despair, as he sat silent, I told him I had been at a pleasant dinner party the night before, and had met Mr. L., who told me of certain books of medieval history. Did he know them? No, and he said Mr. L. did not either. Who was Mr. L.? I described that obscure individual, one of the foremost writers of the day, and added that he was immensely liked by everybody. Whereupon Borrow repeated at least 12 times, "Immensely liked," as if a man could be immensely liked, quite insultingly. To make a diversion, I was very patient with him as he was in trouble. I said I had just come home from the Lyells and had heard, but there was no time to say what I had heard. Mr. Borrow asked, "Is that old Lyell I met here once, the man who stands at the door of some den or other and bets?" I explained who Sir Charles was. Of course he knew very well, but he went on and on till I said gravely, "I don't think you will meet those sort of people here, Mr. Borrow. We don't associate with blacklegs exactly." Here is an extract from another letter. Borrow also came, and I said something about the imperfect education of women, and he said it was right they should be ignorant, and that no man could endure a clever wife. I laughed at him openly, and told him some men knew better. What did he think of the Brownings? Oh, he had heard the name, he did not know anything of them. Since Scott, he read no modern writer. Scott was greater than Homer. What he liked were curious, old, erudite books about medieval and northern things. I said I knew little of such literature, and preferred the writers of our own age, but indeed I was no great student at all. Thereupon he evidently wanted to astonish me, and, talking of Ireland, said, "Ah, yes, a most curious mixed race. First there were the Firbolgs, the old enchanters, who raised mists." "Don't you think, Mr. Borrow," I asked, "it was the Tuatha De Danann who did that? Keating expressly says that they conquered the Firbolgs by that means." Mr. B., somewhat out of countenance. "Oh, aye, Keating is the authority, a most extraordinary writer." "Well, I should call him the Geoffrey of Monmouth of Ireland." Mr. B., changing the venue. "I delight in Norse stories, they are far grander than the Greek. There is the story of Olaf, the Saint of Norway. Can anything be grander? What a noble character!" "But," I said, "what do you think of his putting all those poor Druids on the skerry of Shrieks, and leaving them to be drowned by the tide?" Thereupon Mr. B. looked at me askant out of his gypsy eyes, as if he thought me an example of the evils of female education. Well, well, I forgot about the skerry of Shrieks. Then there is the story of Beowulf, the Saxon, going out to sea in his burning ship to die. Oh, Mr. Borrow, that isn't a Saxon story at all. It is in the Heimskringla. It is told of Hakon of Norway. Then I asked him about the gypsies and their language, and if they were certainly Aryans. He didn't know, or pretended not to know, what Aryans were, and altogether displayed a miraculous mixture of odd knowledge and more odd ignorance. Whether the latter were real or assumed, I know not. With the leading men of science in the Sixties, we had the honor of a good deal of intercourse. Through Mr. W. B. Carpenter, who, as Miss Carpenter's brother, I had met often, and the two ever hospitable families of Lisle, we came to know many of them. Sir William Grove was also a particular friend of my friend Mrs. Gray. He and Lady Grove and their daughter, Mrs. Hall, Imogen, were all charming people, and we had many pleasant dinners with them. Professor Tyndall was, of course, one of the principal members of that scientific coterie, and in those days we saw a good deal of him. He was very friendly, as were also Mr. and Mrs. Francis Galton. Mr. Galton's speculations seemed always to me exceedingly original and interesting, and I delighted in reviewing them. The beginning of the anti-vivisection controversy, however, put an end to all these relations, so that since I have seen few of the circle. It is curious to recall how nearly we joined hands on some theological questions before this gulf of a great ethical difference opened before us. Some readers may recall a curious controversy raised by Professor Tyndall on the subject of the efficacy of prayers for physical benefits. Having read what he wrote on it, I sent him my own little book, Dawning Lights, which vindicates the efficacy of prayer for spiritual benefits only. The following was his reply, to which I will append another kindly note referring to a request I had proffered on behalf of Mrs. Somerville. Professor Tyndall to F.P.C., Royal Institution of Great Britain, 7th November, 1865. My dear Miss Cobbe, our minds, that is, yours and mine, sound the same note as regards the economy of nature. With clearness and precision you have stated the question. In fact, had I known that you had written upon the subject, I might have copied your words and put my name to them. I intend to keep your book, but I have desired my publisher to send you a book of mine in exchange. This is fair, is it not? Your book, so far as I have read it, is full of strength. Of course, I could not have written it all. Your images are too concrete, and your personification of the mystery of mysteries too intense for me. But as long as you are tolerant of others, which you are, the shape into which you mold the power of your soul must be determined by yourself alone. Believe me, yours most truly, John Tyndall. Royal Institution of Great Britain, 21st June. My dear Miss Cobbe, I would do anything I could for your sake, and irrespectively of the interest of your subject. Had I Faraday's own letter, I could decipher at once what he meant, for I was intimately acquainted with his course of thought during the later years of his life. It would, however, be running a great risk to attempt to supply this hiatus without seeing his letter. I should think it refers to the influence of time on magnetic action. About the date referred to, he was speculating and trying to prove experimentally whether magnetism required time to pass through space. Always yours faithfully, John Tyndall. In a letter of mine written after meeting Professor Tyndall at dinner at Edgbaston during the Congress of the British Association in Birmingham, after mentioning Monsieur Vanbury and some others, I said, the one I liked best was Professor Tyndall, with whom I had quite an awful talk alone about the bearing of science on religion. He said, in words like a fine poem, that knowledge seemed to him like an instrument on which we went up, note after note, and octave after octave, but at last there came a note which our ears could not hear, and which was silent for us. At the other end of the scale there was another silent note. Many years after this there appeared an article in the Pall Mall Gazette, which I felt sure was by Professor Tyndall, in which it was calmly stated that the scientific intellect had settled the controversy between pantheism and theism, and that the said scientific intellect permitted us to believe in an order of development which would allow the religious instincts and the language of religion to gather round that idea, but that the notion of a great director can by no means be suffered by the same scientific intellect. I wrote a reply begging to be informed when and where the controversy between pantheism and theism had been settled, as the statement, dropped so coolly in a single paragraph, was to say the least startling, and I concluded by saying, "We may be driven into the howling wilderness of a godless world by the fiery swords of these new cherubim of knowledge, but at least we will not shrink away into it before their innuendos." I have also lost, in quitting this circle, the privilege of often meeting Mr. Herbert Spencer, though he has never, to his honor be it remembered, pronounced a word in favor of painful experiments on animals. With the great naturalist who has revolutionized modern science, I had rather frequent intercourse, till the same sad barrier of a great difference of moral opinion arose between us. Mr. Charles Darwin's brother in law, Mr. Hensley Wedgwood, was for a time tenant here at Hengwort, and afterwards took a house named Caer Dion in this neighborhood, where Mr. and Mrs. Charles Darwin and their boys also spent part of the summer. As it chanced, we also took a cottage that summer close by Caer Dion, and naturally saw our neighbors daily. I had known Mr. Darwin previously in London, and had also met his most amiable brother, Mr. Erasmus Darwin, at the house of my kind old friend Mrs. Reed, the foundress of Bedford Square College. The first thing we heard concerning the illustrious arrivals was the report that one of the sons had had a fall off a philosopher, word substituted by the ingenious Welsh mind for velocipede, as bicycles were then called, under an easily understood confusion between the rider and the machine he rode. Next, the Welsh parson of the little church close by, having fondly calculated that Mr. Darwin would certainly hasten to attend his services, prepared for him a sermon which should slay this scientific Goliath, and spread dismay through the ranks of the skeptical host. He told his congregation that there were in these days persons, puffed up by science, falsely so called, and deluded by the pride of reason, who had actually been so audacious as to question the story of the 6 days' creation as detailed in sacred Scripture. But let them note how idle were these skeptical questionings. Did they not see that the events recorded happened before there was any man existing to record them? And that therefore Moses must have learned them from God himself, since there was no one else to tell him? Alas, the philosopher, I fear, never went to be converted, as he surely must have been, by this ingenious Welsh parson, and we were for a long time merry over his logic. Mr. Darwin was never in good health, I believe, after his beagle experience of seasickness, and he was glad to use a peaceful and beautiful old pony of my friend's, yclept Geraint, which she placed at his disposal. His gentleness to this beast, and incessant efforts to keep off the flies from his head, and his fondness for his dog Polly, concerning whose cleverness and breeding he indulged in delusions which Matthew Arnold's better dog lore would have swiftly dissipated, were very pleasing traits in his character. In writing at this time to a friend, I said, "I am glad you like Mill's book. Mr. Charles Darwin, with whom I am enchanted, is greatly excited about it, but says that Mill could learn some things from physical science, and that it is in the struggle for existence, and especially for the possession of women, that men acquire their vigor and courage. Also, he intensely agrees with what I say in my review of Mill about inherited qualities being more important than education, on which alone Mill insists. All this the philosopher told me yesterday, standing on a path 60 feet above me, and carrying on an animated dialogue from our respective standpoints. Mr. Darwin was walking on the footpath down from Caer Dion among the purple heather which clothes our mountains so royally, and impenetrable brambles lay between him above and me on the road below, so we exchanged our remarks at the top of our voices, being too eager to think of the absurdity of the situation, till my friend, coming along the road, heard with amazement words flying in the air which assuredly those valleys and rocks never heard before or since. When we drive past that spot, as we often do now, we sigh as we look at the philosopher's path, and wish, Oh, how one wishes that he could come back and tell us what he has learned since. At this time Mr. Darwin was writing his Descent of Man, and he told me that he was going to introduce some new view on the nature of the moral sense. I said, "Of course you have studied Kant's Grundlegung der Sitten?" No, he had not read Kant and did not care to do so. I ventured to urge him to study him, and observed that one could hardly see one's way into ethical speculation without some understanding of his philosophy. My own knowledge of it was too imperfect to talk of it to him, but I could lend him a very good translation. He declined my book, but I nevertheless packed it up with the next parcel I sent him. On returning the volume, he wrote to me, "It was very good of you to send me, nolens volens, Kant, together with the other book. I have been extremely glad to look through the former. It has interested me much to see how differently two men may look at the same points. Though I fully feel how presumptuous it sounds to put myself, even for a moment, in the same bracket with Kant, the one man a great philosopher looking exclusively into his own mind, the other a degraded wretch looking from the outside through apes and savages at the moral sense of mankind." There was irony, and perhaps not a little pride, in his reference to himself as a degraded wretch looking through apes and savages at the moral sense of mankind. Between the two great schools of thinkers, those who study from the inside of human consciousness and those who study from the outside, there has always existed mutual animosity and contempt. For my own part, while fully admitting that the former needed to have their conclusions enlarged and tested by outside experience, I must always hold that they were on a truer line than the exclusively physico-scientific philosophers. Man's consciousness is not only a fact in the world, but the greatest of facts, and to overlook it and take our lessons from beasts and insects is to repeat the old jest of Hamlet with Hamlet omitted. A philosophy founded solely on the consciousness of man may, and very likely will, be imperfect, and certainly it will be incomplete. But a philosophy which begins with inorganic matter and the lower animals, and only includes the outward facts of anthropology, regardless of human consciousness, must be worse than imperfect and incomplete. It resembles a treatise on the solar system which should omit to notice the sun. I mentioned to him in a letter that we had found some seeds of tropiolum, very carefully gathered from brilliant and multicolored varieties, all revert in a single year to plain scarlet. He replied, "You and Miss Lloyd need not have your faith in inheritance shaken with respect to tropiolum until you have prevented for 6 or 7 generations any crossings between the varieties in the same garden. I have lately found the very shade of color is transmitted of a most fluctuating garden variety, if the flowers are carefully self-fertilized during 6 or 7 generations." The Descent of Man, of which Mr. Darwin was kind enough to give me a copy before publication, inspired me with the deadliest alarm. His new theory therein set forth respecting the nature and origin of conscience seemed to me then, and still seems to me, of absolutely fatal import. I wrote the strongest answer to it in my power at once, and published in the Theological Review, April 1871, reprinted in my Darwinism in Morals, 1872. Of course I sent my review to Down House. Here is a generous message which I received in reply. Mr. Darwin is reading the review with the greatest interest and attention, and feels so much the kind way you speak of him and the praise you give him, that it will make him bear your severity when he reaches that part of the review. Referring to an article of mine in the Quarterly Review, October 1872, on the consciousness of dogs, Mr. Darwin wrote to me, November 28, 1872. "I have been greatly interested by your article in the Quarterly. It seems to me the best analysis of the mind of an animal which I have ever read, and I agree with you on most points. I have been particularly glad to read what you say about the reasoning power of dogs, and about that rather vague matter, their self-consciousness. I dare say, however, that you would prefer criticism to admiration. I regret that you quote Jay so often. I made inquiries about one case, which quite broke down, from a man who certainly ought to know Mr. Jay well, and I was cautioned that he had not written in a scientific spirit. I regret also that you quote old writers. It may be very illiberal, but their statements go for nothing with me, and I suspect with many others. It passes my powers of belief that dogs ever commit suicide. Assuming the statements to be true, I should think it more probable that they were distraught and did not know what they were doing, nor am I able to credit about fetishes. One of the most interesting subjects in your article seems to me to be about the moral sense. Since publishing The Descent of Man, I have got to believe rather more than I did in dogs having what may be called a conscience. When an honorable dog has committed an undiscovered offense, he certainly seems ashamed, and this is the term naturally and often used, rather than afraid to meet his master. My dog, the beloved and beautiful Polly, is at times extremely affectionate towards me, and this leads me to mention a little anecdote. When I was a very little boy, I had committed some offense, so that my conscience troubled me, and when I met my father, I lavished so much affection on him that he at once asked me what I had done, and told me to confess. I was so utterly confounded at his suspecting anything that I remember the scene clearly to the present day, and it seems to me that Polly's frame of mind on such occasions is much the same as was mine, for I was not then at all afraid of my father. In a letter to a friend, November 1869, I say, "We lunched with Mr. Charles Darwin at Mr. Erasmus Darwin's house on Sunday. He told us that a German man of science, I think Karl Vogt, the other day gave a lecture in which he treated the mass as the last relic of that cannibalism which gradually took to eating only the heart or eyes of a man to acquire his courage. Whereupon the whole audience rose and cheered the lecturer enthusiastically. Mr. Darwin remarked how much more decency there was in speaking on such subjects in England." This pleasant intercourse with an illustrious man was, like many other pleasant things, brought to a close for me in 1875 by the beginning of the anti-vivisection crusade. Mr. Darwin eventually became the center of an adoring clique of vivisectors, who, as his biography shows, plied him incessantly with encouragement to uphold their practice, till the deplorable spectacle was exhibited of a man who would not allow a fly to bite a pony's neck, standing forth before all Europe, in his celebrated letter to Professor Holmgren of Sweden, as the advocate of vivisection. We had many interesting foreign visitors in Hereford Square. I have mentioned the two Parsee gentlemen who came to thank me for having made, as they considered, a just estimate of their religion in my article, The Sacred Books of the Zoroastrians. The elder of them, Mr. Nuwarji Furdonji, was president of the Parsee Society of Bombay, but resided much in England, and had an astonishing knowledge of English and American theological and philosophic literature. He asked me one day to recommend him the best modern books on ethics. My small library contained a good many, but he not only knew every one I possessed, but almost all others which I named as worthy of his attention. We talked very freely on religious matters, and with a good deal of sympathy. I pressed him one day with the question, "Do you really believe in Ahriman?" "Of course I do." "What? In a real personal evil being who is as much a person as Ormuzd?" "Oh no, I did not mean that. I believe in evil existing in the world, and obviously in nothing more." My chief Eastern visitors, however, and they were so numerous that my artist-minded friend was wont to call them my bronzes, were the Brahmas of Bengal, and one or two of the same faith from Bombay. There were very remarkable young men at that date, members of the Church of the One God, nearly all of them having risen from the gross idolatry in which they had been educated into a purer theistic faith, not without encountering considerable family and social persecution. Their leader, Keshab Chunder Sen, at any other age of the world would have taken his place with such prophets as Nanak, the father of the Sikh religion, and Gautama, or with the medieval saints like St. Augustine and St. Patrick, who converted nations. He was, I think, the most devout man with whose mind I ever came in contact. When he left my drawing room after long conversations on the highest themes, sometimes held alone together, sometimes with the company of my dear friend William Henry Channing, the impression left on me was one never to be forgotten. I wrote of one such interview at the time to my friend as follows: April 28, 1870. Caishub came and sat with me the other evening, and I was profoundly impressed, not by his intellect, but by his goodness. He seems really to live in God, and the single-mindedness of the man seemed to me utterly un-English, much more like Christ. He said some very profound things, and seemed to feel that the joy of prayer was quite the greatest thing in life. He said, "I don't know anything about the future, but I only know that when I pray I feel that my union with God is eternal. In our faith the belief in God and in immortality are not two doctrines but one." He also said that we must believe in intercessory prayer, else the more we lived in prayer the more selfish we should grow. He told me much of the beginning of his own religious life, and, wonderful to say, his words would have described that of my own. He said, indeed, that he had often laid down my books when reading them in India, and said to himself, "How can this Englishwoman have felt all this just as I?" In his outward man, Caishub Chunder Sen was the ideal of a great teacher. He had a tall, manly figure, always clothed in a long black robe of some light cloth, like a French soutane, a very handsome, square face with powerful jaw, the complexion and eyes of a southern Italian, and all the Eastern gentle dignity of manner. He and his friend Mozumdar and several others of his party spoke English quite perfectly, making long addresses and delivering extempore sermons in our language without error of any kind, or a single betrayal of foreign accent. Caishub, in particular, was decidedly eloquent in English. I gathered many influential men to meet him, and they were impressed by him as much as I was. The career of this very remarkable man was cut short a few years after his return from England by an early death. I believe he had taken to aesthetic practices, fasting and watching, against which I had most urgently warned him, seeing his tendency towards them. I had argued with him that not only were they totally foreign to the spirit of simple theism, but dangerous to a man who, living habitually in the highest realms of human emotion, needed all the more for that reason that the physical basis of his life should be absolutely sound and strong, and not subject to the variabilities and possible hallucinations attendant on abstinence. My friendly counsels were of no avail. Caishub became, I believe, somewhat too near a yogi, if I rightly understand that word, and was almost worshipped by his congregation of Brahmos. The marriage of his daughter, who has since visited England, to the Maharaja of Kush Behar involved very painful discussions about the legal age of the bride and the ceremonies of a Hindu marriage, which were insisted on by the bridegroom's mother. And the last year or two of Caishub's life were, I fear, darkened by the secessions from his church, which followed an event otherwise gratifying. Oddly enough, this Indian saint was the only Eastern it has ever been my chance to meet who could enjoy a joke thoroughly, like one of ourselves. He came to me in Hereford Square one day, bursting with uncontrollable laughter at his own adventures. Lord Lawrence, when Governor General of India, had been particularly friendly to him, and had bidden him come and see him when he should arrive in England. Caishub's friends had found a lodging for him in Regent's Park, and having resolved to go and pay his respects to Lord Lawrence at once, he sent for a four-wheeled cab, and simply told the cabman to drive to that nobleman's house, fondly imagining that all London must know it as Calcutta New Government House. The cabman set off without the remotest idea where to go, and after driving hither and thither about town for 3 hours, set his fare down again at the door of his lodgings, told him he could not find Lord Lawrence, and charged him 14 shillings. Poor Caishub paid the scandalous charge, and then referred to an old letter to find Lord Lawrence's address, Queen's Gate. Oh, that was quite right. No doubt the late Governor General naturally lived close to the Queen. Drive to Queen's Gate. The new cabman drove straight enough to Queen's Gate, but about 185 houses appeared in a row, and there was nothing to indicate which of them belonged to Lord Lawrence, not even a solitary sentinel walking before the door. After knocking at many doors in vain, the cabman had an inspiration. We will try if the nearest butcher knows which house it is." And so they turned into Gloucester Road, and the excellent butcher there did know which number in Queen's Gate belonged to Lord Lawrence, and Casham was received and warmly welcomed. But that he should have to seek out a butcher's shop, in his Eastern eyes the most degraded of shops, to learn where he could find a man whom he had last seen as Viceroy of India, was to his thinking exquisitely ridiculous. Ex-governors general and their wives must certainly find some difficulty in descending all at once so many steps from the altitude of the viceregal thrones of our great dependencies to the level of private citizens, scarcely to be noticed more than others in society, and dwelling in ordinary London houses unmarked by the guard of honor of even a single policeman. Section 22.